When last we left the intrepid party, Anduin had just been damaged by the Divine Bell, and Garrosh, and the musicians. But then, Anduin's ally sent word to the Pandaren healers known as the Mistweavers. These monks had equal parts healing and battle. And, I mean... No, they got rid of that spec. Varian bade his son to wait in the Eternal Blossoms, but, despite his injuries, the prince was indefatigable. Okay, pro tip. If you're injured and recovering, like in a hospital, and you decide, no, I must contribute, that's not like bravery or courage or anything, that's stupidity. Anyways. He continued his journey throughout Pandaria while barely being able to walk, seeking out a young black dragon named Raytheon at the Tavern of the Mist, which is right there ahead of us. Both Anduin and his father had a long history with the Black Dragonflight. And this dragon was openly claiming to be a son of Deathwing. Deathwing's madness, a byproduct of his dark bargain with the old gods. Now, that's a summary. Had all but destroyed the Black Dragonflight on Azeroth and nearly doomed the world with the Cataclysm. Raytheon had journeyed to Pandaria after experiencing his own vision of Azeroth's destruction. Flashes of a world consumed by fell flame. Sargeras and the Burning Legion returning to Azeroth. The Legion would destroy the Horde, the Alliance, and the world entire. Raytheon instinctively knew he had to prepare for war. With a small following in tow, he came to Pandaria seeking allies. The Black Dragon believed that to prevail, the world would need to face Sargeras as a unified front. However, the strain of so many factional wars had irrevocably divided people everywhere. If Azeroth were to survive, either the Horde or Alliance would have to be crushed. Anyone who cared about preserving Azeroth should be seeking to throw their weight behind the stronger of the two factions. Then united, they could prepare for the bigger fight. Raytheon expressed none of this to Anduin. From the Tavern of the Mists, he supposed the supposed son of Deathwing had offered to help both factions as he gathered intelligence on the strengths and weaknesses of each. He then directed his Black Talon agents to help tip the scales of the war in favor of first the Horde and then later the Alliance. All the while, he cultivated a budding friendship with Anduin, who tried to sway the Black Prince to more empathetic options. Raytheon's appreciation for the Thunder King in particular was a stance the good-hearted Alliance Prince could never understand. Still, Anduin and Raytheon spent days engaged in meaningful discussion, learning much from each other, though they seldom see eye to eye. Game. There you go. Whee! Yeah, I know, right? Like, I'm sorry, Raytheon, I know you're literally like 2 years old at this point, so I'm willing to give you a little bit of credits here. But please try to picture what exactly that would do to the world. Alright, one of these factions needs to grind the other to the dust. It's going to be a long, brutal, horrible war which is going to destroy half of one of the superpowers in the world and weaken the other half to the point where it's probably not a superpower anymore. Okay, now that that's done, here comes the largest army known to exist in the entire universe. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Trust me. Anyways. I know, little Billy. While the Horde and Alliance battled the Yongle, the Manta, the Shah, and each other, a new faction had been quietly at work in Kunlai. Word of Pandaria's rediscovery had reached the distant Zandalari. By the hundreds, these Zandalari had boarded ships and set sail to conquer the lost continent. The Zandalari trolls and the Mogu were ancient allies, having traded secrets of the land for secrets of arcane magic. And a bot! Man, I love bots. There's the button. There's the button. There you go. Get out of my face. Ahem. Hello, Nerif. By working together, both factions had gained in strength and territory. When Lei Shen went to claim the power of Uldum and the Forge of Origination, many Zandalari people accompanied him. Their defeat created a power vacuum, which in turn led to receding influence and power for both empires. In time, the Zandalari's holdings were reduced to their home of Zandalar, which had become an island with the Sundering, further isolating them. For centuries, the Zandalari had lived somewhat secluded lives on their island, but a faction of regressive trolls, led by the cunning and idiotic Prophet Zul, had been emboldened by the Cataclysm. These trolls had seen parts of Zandalar shattered and sunken in the event, and thus sought to expand Zandalari holdings, returning their empire to its former greatness. They planned to retake their ancient holdings in Pandaria, the land the Mogu had once promised them by any means necessary. Though Zul did not initially lead the expedition, he would take over as their forces dwindled, all the while keeping the full extent of his plans from King Rastakhan. He knew Rastakhan would not sanction his vision of global conquest, but he also knew the Zandalari's chance of defeating both the Alliance and the Horde in a fair fight were pretty slim. After all, the Mogu tried and failed once already to revive their ancient empire, but the Mogu's leaders had been weak. Zul was strong, and he knew where to find an ally who could surpass anything the Mogu had to offer. The fearsome Thunder King Lei Shen had been buried beneath Kun Lai, his body fully intact, for some reason. Not even going to question that. Lay in the ancient tomb of conquerors. Zul planned to steal the body from its resting place and use its mystic powers to resurrect the Thunder King. With Lei Shen at their side, the ambitious prophet was confident the Zandalari could defeat any foe. Wandering champions from the Horde and the Alliance caught wind of this treachery when they accompanied Lord Walker Cho to the Mogushan vaults. They destroyed much of the Mogu's cache of ancient weaponry, but failed to uncover the extent of Zul's scheme. By the time anyone pieced together the Zandalari plot, it was already too late! Zul and his allies had absconded with the Thunder King's body. They took it back to their base far to the north on the Isle of Reckoning and wove a dark spell to resurrect the Dark King, so that darkness may dark the darkness ever darker! With Zul's success, the people of Pandaria faced a threat greater than any weapon in the ancient Mogu vaults, a brutal king with the power of a god. Now, I'm actually kind of with that, because Lei Shen really was a big deal. In fact, as I mentioned during the Warcraft series, Blood Plug, Lei Shen is probably the highest tier threat we'd faced at this point. And would remain that until we beat Archimonde at the end of Warlords, I would say. Dark. While Zul prepared the Zandalari trolls to march on Pandaria, the leader of the Darkspear trolls continued to lick his wound. Time amongst the Shadowpan had done much to heal Vol'jin's body, but the last of his injuries stubbornly refused to heal. Initially, his caretakers attributed this to the lingering effects of the poison, but as the weeks passed, Vol'jin realized the problem lay within itself. His mind and heart were torn in different directions, and the fundamental conflict within him was suppressing his body's ability to heal. Actually, yeah, that's a good point, Ganas. The Avatar Sargeras was after that, by the way. Smart. So, statement remains true. Duty called him to return to the Echo Isles, to lead his people in battle against the Horde he had once dedicated himself to, but Garrosh was a powerful opponent who had the entirety of the Horde at his disposal. Vol'jin only had his own tribe. The chieftain knew that for his odds for survival in direct conflict with the Warchief were slim. Garrosh had already tried to kill him once. If Vol'jin showed himself again, the vicious leader would be sure to finish the job. Once long ago, Vol'jin had sworn an oath to protect the Horde at all costs. Now he seriously considered a desperate plan to destroy it. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to editorialize, but this is literally bad writing. Like, I hesitate to use the word objectively because that's such a misused word, but this is objectively bad writing. This is the kind of thing that if you put before a professor, they'd say, hold up. Fix that. Like, there was a bit earlier I was looking at. Where was that? Oh, it might have been towards the end. I glanced ahead at something, and it was just... The weight of it all was too much to bear. More than ever, Vol'jin needed something to guide him. But it seems even his beloved Loa had abandoned him. Remember that book? Or perhaps his mind was simply too muddled to reach them. While in the Shadowpan's care, Vol'jin connected with another refugee, a human named Tyrathan Court, who shows up twice in the game ever. The Darkspear leader formed an unlikely friendship with Tyrathan, one that prompted him to meditate on the path before him and the kind of leader he was called to be. Yeah, spoilers. With his introspection, the Loa took note of the lost chieftain and sent him a vision! Oh my god, we're up to... I need to have a vision counter. We've had more visions than mortals. Hang on. We are up to 6 visions now. That's not a joke. Sent him a vision! of the troll's storied history, the distant past, the present day, even the future he might create. These were reminders of who the trolls were, what they could achieve, what Vol'jin could achieve, depending on the direction he set his people to. In the end, Vol'jin was swayed by his time with the Pandaren, rejected a future forged in the blood and suffering of others, and the domination of trolls above all others. For this he gained the respect of Bwan Samdi, the Loa of Death, who returned Vol'jin's ability to heal. Oh, so you remember that they get their healing abilities from the Loa. His injuries faded away, but he kept the scars as a reminder of the mistakes he'd made, but also all that he could overcome, and his connection to the Loa returned in full. Cool. Vol'jin was ready to face Garrosh. I'm sorry. I realize that I'm not explaining this properly, and I apologize. My sister once made fun of me for this, in a lighthearted way, in a happy, you're my brother kind of way. Because I kind of can't help but analyze things at this point in my life. I've spent too much time practicing it, right? And so it's sort of autonomic at this point. So I stare at this, and it's like, first, we have the thing where it's like, he must defeat the people and defeat the Horde he had once dedicated himself to. But Garrosh was a powerful opponent, had the whole Horde at his disposal. Both of which are lies. Vol'jin only had his own tribe still alive. The chieftain knew his odds of survival with direct conflict were slim. If he was to fight him again, the leader would finish the job. Okay, remember that? Remember that? Then he talks about his connection with the Loa. That's a paragraph. Then he regains his collection from the Loa. And then, 2 paragraphs later, Vol'jin was ready to face Garrosh. What's changed? 2 paragraphs. He goes from 2 paragraphs from, there's no hope, to, he was ready. The only thing that's changed is that he's reconnected with the Loa, which I remind you, for a troll, obviously certainly has some relevance with regards to cultural stuff. But in terms of a frickin' fight, all that he's regained is his ability to regenerate. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, okay, he was too weak earlier. But nothing indicated that. Nothing actually says that it's just... I'm sorry, because even regeneration is also an instant. Because at the beginning of the paragraph, it says he couldn't heal because his mind and body were torn in different directions. Which has nothing to do with his inability to heal, by the way. Okay, cool. Then he regains his connection to the Loa, which allows him to heal, so it's contradicting itself 4 paragraphs apart. It contradicts itself because it is specifically the connection to the Loa that allows a troll to heal. That is true. That is actually how it works. And so now that he's healed, he's ready to face Garrosh. But, like, nothing in the... it doesn't properly lay down the points here to indicate why it is he felt he needed to be healed to go back to doing his frickin' job, if I'm making any sense. It's not like we can't massage this. Like, this is something that actually irritates me, if I'm being honest, is an inordinate quantity of people will try to smooth over something with headcanon and say, oh, we can make this make sense. But the problem is, the creators themselves didn't do the work to make it make sense themselves, right? The pieces are not there. The puzzle pieces are wrong, or out of place, or in another box entirely. Just structurally, this is bad. Oh my. So Vol'jin was ready to face Garrosh. It was time to... It was a short side quest. It was time to return to the Echo Isles. His people needed him. Thrall needed him. Unfortunately, before he could leave, the monastery fell under siege. The Zandalari trolls were moving through Kunlai amidst their conquest. The leader of one contingent, a prophet named Kalak, had stumbled upon the monastery while leading her troops across the Kunlai slopes. She immediately began working to claim the Shadowpan's resources for her people. Kalak was clever. After capturing Chen and several others, Kalak used these prisoners to invite Vol'jin to talk. She knew Vol'jin held no love for Garrosh, and the Darkspear could handsomely bolster the Zandalari forces. To sway the Darkspear leader to her cause, she offered him a vision, that's twice on one page, by the way, of a united troll empire to rival the glory of ancient times, one which would see the Darkspear liberated and elevated above all others. With excitement in her voice, Kalak informed Vol'jin of the Zandalari's growing power. The troll army would soon be in a position to challenge the Horde itself. No, it wouldn't. Vol'jin certainly stood a better chance at freeing his people with a well-equipped army at his side. For a time, doubts clouded Vol'jin's mind as he traveled with the Zandalari and the Mogu, considering Kalak's request. In the end, he rejected the prophet's offer. These Zandalari invaders were mired in the past, pursuit of flawless ideal from a bygone age. In truth, they were little better than Garrosh himself. Vol'jin now sought to protect his kind, not sacrifice them in a doomed gambit to reclaim a lost empire. Vol'jin rejoined the Shadowpan and fought to repel the Zandalari invaders. The battle was hard fought, but in the end, the Pandaran emerged victorious and Vol'jin bested Gallic in battle. In the aftermath, Vol'jin was tempted to stay and help the Shadowpan rebuild, but he'd already been gone from the Echo Isles too long. More than ever, the world demanded a shining example of what trolls could be, should be. Vol'jin and Chen quickly boarded a vessel bound for the Echo Isles. It was time to meet with Thrall and take action. That's a good question, Blade Jamal. I'm still going to ding it because of the way it's being used narratively. Meanwhile, so let's actually go to the Thunder Isle now. Oh man, I should be Blade Traval, because this would not be... The artwork's nice, but, like, okay. So I've talked before about how when it comes to non-interactive media, exactly what I'm with, you could still apply a gameplay axis to non-interactive media, because in non-interactive media, gameplay is all about execution, right? In like a film or a movie, it's about how they use the camera or special effects or set design or prop design. Blocking can be a thing like that. But in books, there is a structure. There is, I keep using this word lately, there is a an objective layer to novelization, to just reading, in how the paragraphs are constructed, in what words you use where and how, right? So, this would still score badly on the gameplay axis is what I'm trying to get at here. With Lei Shen once again walking the face of Azeroth, the Mogu and the Zandalari alike gathered at the old Mogu fortress on the Isle of Thunder. Are you just going to skip the fact that he lifted the island from underwater? Which is why it looks like this. There's visual storytelling here even. Jesus Christ. All right. Moving on. The Thunder King was furious to learn that the Pandaran... Oh, this is it. This is the part which I saw was bad writing. Sorry. The Thunder King was furious to learn that the Pandaran had taken control of Pandaria in his absence, though he remained confident their order would dissolve in the face of his fearsome might. After all, with the power he'd stolen from Highkeeper Ra, the combined forces of the Horde, the Alliance, and the allied races of Pandaria were no match for him, or so he thought! That's actually in the book. That's actually something that someone decided to write. After all the power, they had no match for him, or so he thought. That's in the book. I'm not making that up. It's right here. It actually specifically reads, or so Lei Shen thought, to be 100% accurate here. Negative to story. Taran Zu of the Shadowpan was already plotting out a path to Wenlock. Hang on, Wenlock. Give me a sec. Yeah. This book, I hate these books. I hate reading these books. All right. Yeah, they might as well just literally say, dun dun dun! Thank you for the musical cue there, Gabe. Okay, FF14, Patch Trail. WoW, War Within. And Stranger of Paradise. Much appreciate, Wenlock. Thank you. As always. Okay, so, dun dun dun! Yeah, he believed he could take everyone on. Taran Zu of the Shadowpan was already plotting out a path to return the Thunder King to his tomb. However, he would need the assistance from the Alliance and the Horde to overcome Lei Shen's defenses. Though the two factions were exhausted from battle, reinforcements had recently arrived from Pandaria, though they were uniquely unsuited to working together. Lorthamar Theron and his Blood Elf Sunreavers had come to Pandaria in search of Mogu weapons that could help them in their rebellion against Garrosh. Jaina Proudmoore, still upset about the theft of the Divine Bell from Darnassus and the upheaval in Dalaran, no comment, had caught wind of Lorthamar's travels and immediately took a contingent of Kirin Tor to Pandaria. She was determined to find out what the Sunreavers are up to and, if necessary, take action against them. Despite the particularly tense situation, the two factions found themselves working together as they collided with the forces of Shan Bu, general of the Thunder King, at the Bloodied Crossing. The Mogu general was attempting to resurrect Nalik, a mighty storm dragon, in service of his king. He was successful, but Lorthamar and Jaina's forces joined with the Shadowpan to bring the general low. Though they were doubtful the ceasefire between them could last, they agreed to redirect their collective anger at the common enemy, Leishen and Garrosh. The Warchief had ultimately been the one responsible for the chaos in Dalaran, and without Garrosh, neither of their people would have been put through such suffering. Reluctantly, Jaina and Lorthamar agreed to a temporary truce, while each side helped the Shadowpan overthrow Leishen. Neither of them wanted to see the world crushed by a zealous warlord. Alright, I'm glad they at least mentioned that scene, because can I just say that that cutscene is unironically one of the better cutscenes in the entire game? The entire game, the whole thing. Every act, I forget the exact quote, but it's like every action is the cause for immediate reprisal, and every reprisal leads to an immediate reaction, or something like that. More or less giving much more poetic words to the concept of the cycle of violence that they've been stuck in for a while here. After a brief respite to reassess their forces and track down Nalik, the storm dragon Shanbu had resurrected. I'm sorry, I just stuttered over that, because you cannot possibly have said that. I'm sorry, so one paragraph ago, they found themselves working together as they collided with Shanbu, the general of the Thunder King, at the Bloodied Crossing. The Mogu general was attempting to resurrect Nalik, a mighty storm dragon in service of his king. One paragraph later, after a brief respite to reassess their forces and track down Nalik, a storm dragon Shanbu had resurrected, their combined forces set out for the Throne of Thunder. I'm sorry if I feel like I'm pointing out how incredibly terribly written this is. But here's the deal. Let's talk about structure again for just a second. So let's say I'm introducing a character, okay? There are two possible, like I'm trying to think of a word other than structure because I'm tired of saying the word. There are two structural reasons why you would explain who or what that character is. When it's the first time you've introduced them, or when it's been a while. There's actually a third, which doesn't apply very often, which is where it's thematically significant. To say, I am such and such of this, right? You know the format I'm talking about, right? So, you know, saying, who are you? I am Vol'jin of the Horde. Like, that could work, right? That could actually work. That could actually be a thing. It is appropriate repetition, because at that point the emphasis is being placed there. But in this case, it is one paragraph between they're trying to resurrect Nalik, which is a mighty storm dragon, to they're trying to track down Nalik, a storm dragon that Shanbu had resurrected. You don't introduce a character and then explain who they are one paragraph apart. The heroes faced heavy odds, fighting Leishen in his ancient seat of power, fortified by his armies, ancient weaponry, and one of the best raids in the game. His Zandalari allies were fearsome fighters, outfitted with formidable mounts and the finest tools of war. Progress was slow as the heroes pushed and pursued waves of Leishen's forces in the ruins surrounding the Citadel. The heroes of the Alliance, Horde, and Pandaria were dogged in their mission. With great effort, Leishen's defenses crumbled time and again before the heroes, and they ultimately met Leishen himself before the gates of his stronghold. At the storm bridge, his power shook the ground beneath their feet, shattering the stone and sending the heroes to the depths of the fortress, in a cutscene that until recently wasn't skippable. The forgotten depths of the fortress teemed with horrible experiments and twisted fauna, both corrupted directly and indirectly by the Mogu flesh-shaping magics, and the beasts who devoured the discarded remains of Mogu experimentation. Boy, that's a sentence. As the heroes ascended into the halls of flesh-shaping, there's another sentence, they found the successful products of their research, an aberration that could detect betrayal among Leishen's followers, an early forebearer of the Saurok race, and the Dark Animus, a mechanical monster into which Leishen poured his unbridled rage. One moment. It's getting painful to hold. Even after climbing to the heights of the Citadel, the Horde and Alliance champions faced the brutal task of defeating the Thunder King at the Pinnacle of Storms, where Leishen was at his greatest strength. The Thunder King brought the full weight of his powers to bear against the heroes, who were ultimately able to overcome the tyrant through combined effort. The remaining Mogu and Zandalari scattered. The second reference, little Willie. With the Thunder King defeated, Jaina directed the Alliance to drain the power from Leishen's palace so none can use it, but one source of power could not be so easily eliminated, Leishen's heart. The Thunder King's heart held immense arcane power taken from the Titan Keeper Ra. So long as the heart existed, there would always be a chance Lei Shen could return. Raytheon requested the heart be brought to him so he could claim its power and ensure none could resurrect the Thunder King again. The Black Dragon consumed the heart without hesitation. For a brief moment, Raytheon's mind connected with the ancient arcane powers of the Keepers. Visions flashed before his eyes, showing him the truth of the Titan's fate, all slain by the fallen Titan Sargeras and the Legion. Even after thousands of years, there were those in Azeroth who believed the Titans would return one day to restore peace, but their hopes were in vain. No one was coming. The people of the planet would have to save themselves. There's a wonderful line, this is in Legion, which Edgar has, where he mentions that their gods were dead before they were even born. And there's just something, I mean, I love Khadgar's voice actor. I love him to death. And the way he delivers that line is wonderfully chilling, right? It's a fairly typical plot point. Like, there's nothing unusual about that kind of a plot point in fiction. It's just the execution that really nails it, I think. I just wanted to comment on it really quick. Don't mind me. I forget if it's in Tomb or the patch leading up to that, but it's around there. What is going on with that graphics bug? This information horrified Raytheon, but only for a split second. As quickly as the visions had come, they left, taking their knowledge with them. Raytheon forgot everything he'd learned. All that remained within was that him was a what? Wait, I'm sorry, what? What? He forgot? He forgot? Huh? What? Where did that come from? Yeah, no, like his whole shtick about the knowledge from Ra and the Lei Shen is like a major plot point for an entire expansion, actually. Okay, whatever. The information horrified him. As quickly as they came, they left, taking their knowledge with them. Raytheon forgot everything he learned. All that remained was a deep sense of unease and a renewed desire to prepare for the coming invasion. The conflict in Pandaria would have to end. The world could not simultaneously fight the Legion and itself. Although he did not know it, Raytheon would not have to wait long to see the nations of Azeroth united. Far underground, in a Titan vault deep beneath the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, agents of Garrosh's Horde had uncovered the heart of the old god Y'Shaarj. In ancient times, Highkeeper Ra had overseen the construction of this vault so the old god's heart might be stored and studied. He thought it might help the Titan Keepers understand the nature of the void and all those born of its power. Ra had charged the mogu with protecting the vault and caring for the surrounding lands as well, but the mogu had been led astray in their mission and were ultimately overthrown by the Pandaren. Over centuries, the vault was forgotten, but its contents remained intact. Horde agents delivered the heart to Garrosh, who immediately sensed its potential as a weapon to wield against his growing list of enemies. However, time had weakened the old god's powers. The heart required a new source of magic. I missed it. Where am I? I lost. A new source of magic before it could reach its tendrils into the world again. Garrosh knew just where to find a source. The waters of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms held legendary power. For the purposes of reviving the heart, it would more than suffice. Just leave this on the screen for no reason. Yeah, exactly, Ganas. We're moving on. As Garrosh's forces moved to the heart to the pools before the Mogushan Palace, they were confronted by Taranzu, but the Lord of the Shadowpan was far outnumbered, and Garrosh defeated him in single combat. That's a weird sentence. Why does him being outnumbered have anything to do with him being beaten one-on-one? Why even mention that? What's the point of... That's empty text! I think it was Lunaruth mentioned earlier that like it feels like they're trying to reach a word count, right? Like there was a word count. You know, like in essays, you have to have at least 1,000 words. Victorious, Garrosh dropped the heart of Y'Shaarj into the Veil's waters. In an instant, the pools turned a muddy black. The abundant flora of the Veil withered away, and the sky itself began to darken. Yeah, I think we actually... Oh, no, never mind, we're good. Sky's fine. Sky's fine, we're good. The abundant flora... Though revived, the heart began to awaken its one remaining champion, the Shaw of Pride. With this act, there was little left for Garrosh in Pandaria. He took the heart and his loyalists and returned to his stronghold in Orgrimmar. From there, he would plan his defeat of the Alliance, the Horde rebels, and any who dared to aid them. By the time he arrived in Kalimdor, Garrosh had determined his path forward. He would forge a new Horde, one in the image of the original. Only the strongest orcs would be allowed to join the true Horde, bolstered by a minority of useful delegates from the lesser races. Those who did not meet his standards would be expelled from his ranks. When the Alliance Horde and Shadowpan returned to the Vale, fresh from the battle at the Throne of Thunder, they were too late. With Lorewalker Cho, they surveyed the scars, trying to unearth the cause of such wanton destruction. Their investigation led them to a newly unearthed Mogu ruin, where a Shaw-corrupted manifestation of the Vale's waters rose up to oppose them. After releasing the water from the Shaw's influence, the heroes returned to the surface to regroup and further investigate, and at the ruins of the Golden Pagoda, they found themselves surrounded by the spirits of fallen Pandaran warriors, quest-givers who had been corrupted by the Shaw. For the rebels, it would seem not a foot of ground in the Vale held safe refuge. The heroes advanced through the corruption inch by inch until they came upon another excavation, the Vault of Yasharaj. Eventually, Horde and Alliance breached their way into the vault that had once held Yasharaj's heart, unaware that it was still guarded. The Titanic Watcher Narushan had failed in his charge to protect the vault from Garrosh's forces. Yeah, why? They never talk about that. They never explain that. That's just a weird thing. Moving on. The Titanic Watcher had failed, and he was determined not to fail again. The heart of Yasharaj may have been long gone, but the Shah of Pride lay ahead. Narushan would ensure Pride could not find another powerful vessel in the heroes who stood before him. He challenged these new invaders to purge themselves of their pride in battle. Yes, do this difficult task, and if you succeed, you'll lose your pride. I'm sorry. After fighting, they beat him in Hearthstone. It makes so much sense. After fighting the heroes and judging them to be of pure intent, but I thought we had a lust for power, he accompanied them deeper into the vault. The heroes were surprised to discover the badly injured Taranzu, who had previously been struck down by Garrosh and was now further injured from an encounter with minions of Pride. Taranzu was escorted out of the vault with the instruction to send word to Lorthamar and Jaina Proudmoore. With Taranzu safe, the heroes advanced upon the Shah itself. Xiao Hao had never bested this Shah, but when he gave up his physical form, the Shah splintered, its form permeating the mists that cloaked Pandaria. Now strengthened once again, its very size enough to strike fear into the heart of the heroes. Now, we beat fear already, remember? But they had Naroshan at their side to bolster their small force and cleanse them of the Shah corruption. With great effort, the heroes bested the final Shah, although the Titanic Watcher Naroshan was lost in battle. Jaina and Lorthamar arrived just after the Shah's defeat, noting evidence linking Garrosh to the Vale's corruption. The two leaders agreed to extend their ceasefire once more. Garrosh needed to be brought to justice for what transpired in the Vale. Skip ahead here a little bit. After receiving Vol'jin's message, Thrall ventured to the Echo Isles with the Horde champion who had delivered it. They found the islands under martial law by a force of Garrosh's Gorgrond guards. Reluctantly, Thrall and the champions were forced to dispatch the orcs, rallying the Darkspear as they made the way across the Isles. When he had sufficiently recovered... I have to switch characters here really quick. Vol'jin returned home to find his people liberated, but the fight was not over. Not while Garrosh held control of the Horde. In open rebellion. To my knowledge, it's the latter, Little Billy, but I mean, who knows what the book's gonna say, right? In open rebellion, Thrall, Vol'jin, and Chen took the Darkspear and any rebels who dared accompany them to the mainland and Durotar. They would burn their way from Sinjin village to Orgrimmar if that's what it took. Along the way, they gathered allies in Bane, Bloodhoof, and the Tauren, as well as some goblins within the Bilgewater cartel, who outfitted the rebellion with heavy weaponry. Thrall split off to rouse rebels amongst Garrosh's own ranks in Orgrimmar. He knew at least a few orcs who would turn to their side. Yep, there's like 5 good orcs, everybody. The rest are all pure evil. Bolstered by news of rebel victory in Razor Hill, other leaders within the Horde pledged themselves to the rebellion. Lorthamar had seen firsthand the Warchief's wanton destruction of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, and Sylvanas needed little convincing to join the rebellion. Garrosh had always seen her forsaken as dispensable. And now we're in Dalaran. With the Horde rebels aligned with most of Durotar and the Barons secured, Vol'jin set his sights on his final piece required to unseat Garrosh. The Alliance. Dun dun dun! Oh, sorry. High King Varian Rin was only too happy to lend the Alliance's strength. Why is he High King? To the Horde rebellion. A weakened Horde or a deposed Garrosh. Both presented positive outcomes for the Alliance. It was agreed the Alliance would sail its war fleet towards Garrosh's blockade over Kalimdor, while the Darkspear rebellion would clear the harbor and occupy Garrosh's forces elsewhere. Through their efforts, the Horde's blockade of the Through their efforts, the Horde's blockade of the continent crumbled. With a sea route open, the forces of the Alliance, along with the contingent from the Forsaken, Blood Elves, and Orcish rebels, made landfall at Grommashar, exposing the true Horde on a second front. Because the Horde are a council of leaders, and the Alliance is a dictatorship. That's not a joke, that's literally the truth. It seemed all Azeroth had united against Garrosh, and it would only be a matter of time before his city fell. Still, the Warchief had faith in his warriors and the true Horde, and was determined to outlast any attempt at a siege. There we go, there's a nice shot. His allies in the Black Fuse Company outfitted the city with a myriad of innovative weapons to aid in its defense. And there's a typo. He allied with the Dragonmaw clan to protect his port against the fleet. His Gorgrond guards dispatched throughout the city to quell unrest, and oversee all entrances to the Underhold, his new seat of power. Overseeing the gates of the city was General Nazgrim, who had personally led Garrosh's forces through the Pandaria expeditions, and who had returned with a force of Mantid, pledged to Garrosh thanks to his retrieval of the heart of Y'Shaarj. The city was safe. He would find a way to push his enemies out of Kalimdor in time. As naval reinforcements from the Alliance joined those of the Darkspear Rebellion, they crashed into the gates of Orgrimmar, battling the most deadly of Black Fuse Company's creations. Dark shamans wove spells to poison any who approached the gates. Waves of arrows and explosive shells rained down upon invading armies. But hope arrived for the rebels with Tyrande Whisperwind and her Night Elf Sentinels, as her siege weapons finally tore through the city's defenses. The gates stood open, but the rebels were ill-prepared for what they would find on the other side. Clearing out the Gorgrond guards impeded them. Okay, I like that they actually mentioned this. This is one of my favorite story bits, and most hated story bits of this patch. Clearing up the Gorgrond guards that impeded them, the Horde, rebels, and Alliance entered a city, not spoiling for a fight, but rather cowering in fear. Garrosh's personal forces had been holding the citizens hostage under martial law. Guards openly tortured people in the streets, including G. Firepaw, who had once come to the Horde seeking kinship. Targeted for torture and execution were anybody of any questionable loyalty, or any who did not subscribe to the supremacy of orcs. With vicious fury, the rebels slashed their way back through the Gorgrond and liberated the city. Despite their strength, the warriors of the true Horde began to lose ground. They had the power of an old god on their side, but even that could not save them from the divine might of Azeroth's greatest heroes. Yeah, we've killed 2 old gods by now. Street by street, the city's defenders fell back, as word spread that Garrosh was determined to make his final stand at the Underhold, a compound deep beneath the city. Making their way through the Ragefire Chasm, champions of the Horde and Alliance encountered General Nazgrim, who had left his post at the gates of Orgrimmar to defend his warchief. Even he did not believe in Garrosh's vision for the Horde, but he had pledged his life to the Warchief and thus would live or die by its defense. With heavy hearts, the champions of the Alliance and the Horde did battle with Nazgrim. I don't think the Alliance was sad to kill Nazgrim. When he fell by the Horde champion's hand, he was happy, seeing his defeat meant the Horde might be led out of Garrosh's shadow. Not only the Warchief himself remained. No, we've still got Thok. Or the Thok fight. Ugh. With Vol'jin's blessing, Thrall joined forces with Varrock to infiltrate the capital, and he was the first to arrive at the Warchief's inner chambers. Despite his shamanistic discipline, the Orcish leader could hardly contain his rage. Not too many years ago, Thrall had vouched for Garrosh, helped the Orcish warrior ascend to position of Warchief. Garrosh had betrayed his trust, murdered his friends, and violated everything that the Horde stood for. The Warchief deserved death for the suffering he'd inflicted on the world, friend and foe alike. It took all that Thrall had to offer the Warchief a chance at surrender, an opportunity Garrosh summarily rejected. Thrall needed no further excuse, took up the Doomhammer and leapt at his former friend, but with the heart of Y'Shaarj and the Dark Shamans at Garrosh's disposal, the elements could not come to Thrall's aid at their full strength in the Underhold. Garrosh lashed out at Thrall, knocking the Orcish Shaman back against the wall of the Inner Sanctum. He could not best the Dark Warchief alone, with the odds so stacked against him. Fortunately, the champions of the Horde, rebels, and the Alliance had just broken into Garrosh's chamber and were able to step in. The heroes encountered a Warchief desperate to win at any cost, wielding a strange weapon that whispered with the voice of an old god. It was clear that Garrosh had fallen sway of a dark power. I'm going to interrupt here. I'm sorry. I hate to do this. You know one of the most compelling things about Garrosh as a character, and I mean this with legitimate sincerity, Garrosh wasn't corrupted by anything. Like, there was no demonic corruption. He hadn't fallen to the dark side. He hadn't become infused with, like, the old god whisperers. He hadn't become corrupted by the Shah or whatever else. A lot of Warcraft villains are only villainous because, you know, they were corrupted into villainy. It's a very, 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 very common trope in Warcraft. Garrosh was just Garrosh, and that was one of the biggest points that made him an interesting villain. I even mentioned that word for word in the Lorecraft series just to help emphasize how big of a character point that is. Anyways, it was clear that Garrosh had fallen under the sway of a dark power. Nevertheless, the champions were able to best him in combat. Yeah, both eyes open. And they were able to best him in combat, and Garrosh, who seemed invulnerable not so long ago, crumbled to the ground, defeated. He was at the mercy of the unified forces that surrounded him. Thrall raised the Doomhammer one last time. However, just before the shaman could strike the killing blow, Varian intervened. While the king understood Thrall's anger with Garrosh, he argued the shaman alone could not decide the Warchief's fate. Taran Zu also stepped forward, insisting the people of the world, the people the world over deserved a hand in meting out Garrosh's punishment. We're gonna mention that terrible book too. We're just gonna mention this terrible book. Reluctantly, Thrall agreed. Taran Zu and the Shadowpan led Garrosh away from the Orgrimmar in chains. He would face trial in Pandaria, the land where he had committed the most atrocities. Citation needed. With Garrosh deposed, the rebel horde leaders occupied Orgrimmar quickly organized to instate a new war chief. The Vol'jin asked Thrall to return. Thrall surprised everyone by instead nominating Vol'jin. It was he who had sparked the rebellion, held the horde together when Garrosh threatened to tear them apart. The other horde leaders gave their assent, and Vol'jin was elevated to the position. Varian Wrynn prepared the Alliance forces to depart, but not before issuing a warning to Vol'jin. The Horde and Alliance were at peace, but only for now. The Horde might be under new leadership, but that did not absolve them of past crimes. The Horde would have to earn the Alliance's trust, and Varian would not hesitate to resume hostilities at the first sign of malfeasance. That's a powder keg just waiting to happen. Peace had been restored. Even in war-torn Pandaria, the light of hope was dim, but returning. The August Celestials gathered at the Vale to begin the complex process of cleansing Yasharaj's corruption. The spirit of the great Pandaren Emperor himself, Xiao Hao, rose from death. To assist them. Xiao Hao didn't die. He became a Loa. You yourself mentioned this. We talked to him! The land was healing. Raytheon, the Black Dragon, watched silently as the pools of the Vale slowly regained their power. Their healing gave him little comfort. He had observed the war in Pandaria from beginning to end. The new state of peace was tenuous and had come at great cost to all involved. In his mind, the Alliance should have wiped out the Horde while they were at their weakest. Without a unifying force, this world would fracture and crumble to ash in the face of the Legion's coming invasion. It would not be coming long from now. So, I'm going to try and get you a shot of this. Let's go up here so you can see this sucker. Warlords of Draenor. Of all the things that I hate about this book, the artwork is not among that list. Now, having said that, do you notice Garrosh is on this freaking picture? What is Garrosh doing here? I'm sorry to nitpick, but seriously, why is Garrosh at Bladespire Hold? Anyways. I mean, I'll tell you the reason why. It's because he's, where am I? There we go. Oh, Warlords has quite an impact on the greater plot. Absolutely. Yeah, Garrosh is in Frostfire Ridge. Why? I mean, you could say he went there off camera, but we also noticed that Grom is here. And again, I say, why? In fact, now that I'm looking at this picture in more detail, what this is a giant army of the Iron Horde leaving Bladespire Hold. Well, that's up to you, Master Man. You can make your own judgment. I've been trying to read the book. There's no trying. I've been reading the book as is and giving commentary as I go, but I will say that this book is objectively badly written. Like I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you caught that. There's literally the basics of writing tenets are not being followed by this book. Okay, so before we go forwards, I have to say something, and it's going to be unpopular, and I don't care. Warlords of Draenor's time travel was well written. In fact, it's actually one of the better written parts of Warlords of Draenor. I explained it in full detail. God, these old textures. I explained it in full detail during the Warcraft plug. But it's not like perfectly written. I'm not trying to smooth it over, but there is at least a great deal of logic and thought put into why Warlords exists. Okay, and I just want to mention that because that's going to be important. If they completely screw it up, I can just picture it. They're going to take something that was carefully written and crafted, and they're going to be like, no. Hear me out. Midi-chlorians. I can just feel it. I can just feel it. Yeah, there was some legitimate thought and care put into the time travel of this thing. Yeah, the jailer sent them a vision, and that's why they went back in time. I'm just waiting for it. Mother, here's the shot. Check it out. I know you can't see all of it, but there's Bladespire Hold right there. And there's the place where all the orcs, the Iron Horde, were fleeing from. Does time travel exist in Star Wars? It didn't until Disney showed up. Anyways, Garrosh's trial. Hold up. Okay. I'm just going to stay here, if that's okay with you guys. Garrosh's trial began in Pandaria. He was not allowed a traditional defense, as the former Warchief's crimes were indisputable. The trial's only purpose was to determine whether or not he should be executed. Naturally... Oh, God, I hate that book so much. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. The book sucks. Moving on. Not this one. That's separate. War Crimes. War Crimes is probably the worst Warcraft book I've ever read. The trial's only purpose was to determine whether or not he should be executed. Tyrande Whisperwind argued for the death penalty, while Bane Bloodhoof made case for partial clemency, punishment through imprisonment. As the highest legal authority in Pandaria, Terran Zu oversaw the proceedings, while the final sentence would be handed down by the August Celestials. Although Garrosh had desecrated their land, they were trusted by both Horde and Alliance to lend an air of impartiality to the trial. Members of the Bronze Dragonflight who safeguarded the Timeways came forward to provide evidence. By channeling their energy through an artifact known as the Visions of Time, they could conjure past events, allowing witnesses to see Garrosh's crimes and surrounding context. However, even this seemingly ironclad evidence divided spectators. Garrosh had done horrible things, but his motivations were debatable. The Bronze Dragons could not peer inside the former Warchief's mind, or determine how the Shah Old Gods or Void powers had influenced his decisions. No comment. Although he seemed confident in his belief that the invasion of Pandaria and the crimes against the Horde and Alliance would be justified in the end, at least to his warriors, Garrosh had claimed that conquering Pandaria was necessary for the survival of the Horde and its people. If Garrosh allowed the Alliance to take control of the continent, the Horde's enemies would become unstoppably powerful. The Alliance would annihilate the Horde at first sign of aggression. To Garrosh, an immediate show of force would deter the people of Pandaria from lending their might or resources to the Alliance. By the end of the first day, the August Celestials were far from resolved. Garrosh had committed unspeakable crimes, but he had motives beyond simple cruelty. If he lived, he might be able to learn from his errors and grow from them. There was no debating he was a powerful force and might yet redeem himself to prove a worthy champion of Azeroth. While the Celestials deliberated the evidence, the proceedings were adjourned. Just gonna pause for a second. First of all, I have no idea Linerith, so I'm gonna treat that as a real sub. Thank you very, very much, as always, Linerith. And I will not say thank you to Huthor. You've been missing it, Huthor. This book is trash. I am not impressed. Okay, fine. I'll say thank you. Thank you, Huthor, very, very much. Both of you. And if you know what you want to put that towards, remember, up to 3 things. Please let me know. Garrosh's staunchest opponents were troubled by the day's events. Sylvanas Windrunner, for one, felt the deposed Warchief could not be allowed to live. Amongst the war, he had treated the Forsaken as expendable, as less than, because of their undeath. She had lost many warriors to his cruelty and warmongering, and she was owed vengeance. If the trial could not deliver justice to those who Garrosh had wronged, Sylvanas would set it right. Garrosh's prison cell was guarded day and night. However, Sylvanas' sister, Varisa Windrunner, was still a trusted member of the Alliance and always had a way with people. Like Sylvanas, really, Varisa was similarly troubled by the court proceedings. She held no sympathies for Garrosh, as her own husband had been killed by the monobomb unleashed on Theramore at the former Warchief's direction. Varisa sent word to her sister, summoning Sylvanas to secret meeting. Although they had not spoken in years, the sisters agreed that Garrosh should die, and they devised a plan for Varisa to sneak a bit of carefully prepared poison into his food. The poison Sylvanas concocted was tasteless and untraceable. The world would believe Garrosh had died of natural causes. At first, Varisa agreed to her sister's plan, even poisoning Garrosh's sunfruit, but at the last possible moment, changed her mind and confessed her intentions to Anduin Wrynn. Are you going to say why you changed your mind? The good-hearted young prince himself struggled with the knowledge. He nearly said nothing as the food was served to Garrosh, but in the end, Anduin informed him the meal was tainted, saving the former warchief's life. Sparing Garrosh may have been the morally right thing to do, but all Azeroth might have been more relieved if Varisa and Anduin had let Garrosh die. The prince did not yet know it, but the Windrunner sisters were not the only ones working to undermine the trial. Raytheon, the Black Dragon, was also searching for a way to free the captive warchief. Raytheon believed Garrosh more valuable outside of jail than in. The war... I know, right, Maskerman? The Orc had certainly committed atrocities, but he also quickly accumulated power, resources, and allies, all of which would be needed in the coming fight against the Legion. He could not imagine the people of Azeroth prevailing in their current state. He saw the death or imprisonment of valuable generals such as Garrosh to be a terrible waste. I remind you, Raytheon is 2. He spoke with the Bronze Dragon Kairaz Dormu, who was sympathetic to his ideas and had been formulating a plan of his own. Kairaz Dormu had fashioned the Vision of Time himself, and had access to it as part of the court proceedings. Secretly, he was sympathetic to the ideals of the infinite dragonflight, and questioned the value of the true timeline, which we're not going to get into right now. He similarly saw the coming of the Legion, and recognized Garrosh as a valuable commander. Nope. Stronger than any assembled before him. Nope. He knew Garrosh could save Azeroth. Nope. He just needed the freedom and resources to do so, both of which Kairaz could provide. When the trial resumed, as Garrosh himself addressed those assembled, Raytheon's bodyguards burst in. Kairaz, bolstered by the infinite dragonflight, conjured a distraction, while Garrosh's loyalists sowed further chaos, giving the deposed warchief and the Bronze Dragon a chance to escape through the portal. Garrosh had eluded justice. Despite this, the August Celestials remained untroubled. They were going to show the Orc mercy, having determined the qualities the former warchief lacked could not be learned in death. Yeah, there's a line where they mention, very smugly, I feel like adding, that they were never going to find him guilty, which I just... Of all the other bullcrap that's going on in this stupid frickin' book, or the other book, sorry, the Warcraft's book, that was the one that actually really pissed me off. Anyways. The leaders of the Horde and the Alliance were not so forgiving. Both factions resolved to hunt down and contain Garrosh wherever he was. Unfortunately, it would be some time before anyone on Azeroth saw the Orc again, as Garrosh was nowhere in Azeroth. In fact, he was no longer in the same world or even the same timeline as his pursuers. Yeah, what they mean by that is, in lore, it was like a few minutes, possibly hours. But I wouldn't expect them to keep their own timeline contiguous. That would be crazy. Oh, I'm allowed to blame Goldie for a lot of this, Uthor. I'm sorry. Her fingerprints are all over here. Not about the decisions, but about the specific writing. Like, I know you haven't been here for this, Uthor, but this book is objectively badly written. Not in terms of, like, stupidity. I mean, like, as in the writing style, the word structure, the paragraph structure, the repetition, the bad choice of vocabulary. This is badly written. The portal through which Kairaz and Garrosh escaped took them to the world nearly identical to the Orcs' homeworld of Draenor, as it had been some decades ago, prior to Croatia showing up. This alternate Croatia had yet to suffer any major catastrophes. The Burning Legion had not yet fully taken the world in its grip. The Orcs were uncorrupted, still retaining their light brown skin. Garrosh himself had not yet been born, and never would be, as his mother died some time before. In this world, in this timeline, Garrosh did not exist. That's already a retcon. Thank you very much, Croatia. As always. Much appreciated. I will go ahead and put that towards Croatia. Listen, there will always be Thundercrash, an ad king. Actually, Goldie did write this. You want proof? It's right there. Now, she's not the only writer, but screw her. And also, like I said, some of this is very clearly her writing. Put that there. Okay, so this is going towards colony ship, Gothic, and Mass Effect. Okay. Not that I'm aware of Gnos, but I could be wrong. It would not be the first time. Oh, well, the Legion hasn't invaded yet, Loke. So, I should explain. The retcon there is that it's an alternate Draenor before they got there, which actually makes no sense for how time travel operates in this setting. The creation of the alternate timeline was caused by them going back to it. In other words, prior to the moment of Kairos and Garrosh arriving, it was the same timeline. Their arrival created the branch that is the alternate timeline. Really, Huthor? Wow. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. So, Garrosh demanded an explanation from the Bronze Dragon. Kairos explained that he had brought them here to find allies in the fight against the Legion. By recruiting orcs from alternate realities, they could create an army vast enough to drive back the Legion. Kairos had thought this plan out thoroughly. Had he? He even brought a shard from the Vision of Time, which had shattered in the courtroom prior to the escape, and Garrosh had knowledge of the Horde's advanced technology. How? With the combined resources of the other clans, the orcs of this alternate world would be equipped with a weaponry decades ahead of their own time and would wield unrivaled power. The shard from the Vision of Time could then take Garrosh and Kairos back to Azeroth, where they could unite the world behind his leadership and destroy any who stood in their way. From Azeroth, they could travel to any number of worlds and timelines, where they could recruit and outfit further troops to form an infinite number of hordes. When they were ready, they could make they're making a horde of hordes. Get it? When they were ready, the shard could take their forces back to the original world and timeline, where they could defeat the Burning Legion once and for all. Hang on, I want to pause real quick. So I hate Goldie, like, a lot. She's scum. But also, she's a terrible writer, right? But here's the interesting thing. How many of you know what my least favorite episode of Star Trek ever is? I swear I'm going somewhere with this. Threshold is correct. Now, what's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek ever? It's not the favorite, but it's way up there. I'll give you a hint, it's in TNG. Season 4, I want to say. Meanwhile, everyone here for Warcraft stuff is like, what's a Star Trek? I'll just tell you. It's called Cause and Effect. Now, who wrote Cause and Effect? Brannon Braga. Who wrote Threshold? Brannon Braga. Have I made my point? I could use Jerry Taylor in the same way. Jerry Taylor wrote The Drumhead over in TNG, and also, like, 10 episodes of Voyager, which I don't want to get into. Yeah, pretty much, Gnos. Just because I like or don't like a writer doesn't mean they're always going to be good or always going to be bad. She's not evil, Mr. Let's not get exaggerative. Let's not get mudflingy. She's just kind of scummy. And maybe it's just because she has really, really, really thin skin. Maybe that's all that is. So in the interest of fairness, I will withdraw that comment. I apologize. I shouldn't say that without knowing with total certainty. She's the kind of person I would not engage in any kind of conversation with in real life, and I hate her writing. Garrosh saw the brilliance of Kairos' plans, but he refused to be anyone's subordinate. He would use the dragon's plan to fulfill his own ends, chief among them revenge on Azeroth. Garrosh took the shard Kairos had handed him and struck down the Bronze Dragon. Stole everything the dragon had, and then set out on the lush open meadows of Nagran to seek his people. In the first orcish village he encountered, Garrosh met his own father, Grommash Hellscream. Garrosh had only ever known his father as a fearsome warchief, but this alternate version of his father had barely begun taking a role in leading his people. He attained the title of chieftain in his own clan, but was still a novice commander. I mean, they all kind of suck, Luthor, so I'm going to pass on that, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, sorry, Metzen. There's my actual answer to you. He had a... But even in this circumstance, Garrosh saw an advantage. He told Grommash of a tale of Draenor's future, how the traitorous warlock Gul'dan would fool the orcs into following the Legion, of how Grommash would be the first to step forward and drink of that, and seeing this power, the others would follow him, ultimately dooming the planet. This is just... I hate these books. I hate these books so much. Physically, I mean, sorry, for those of you who haven't heard me. Like this, look at this chonker. Look at this. Look how big this thing is. Very awkward to hold. Garrosh intentionally omitted much of what came after, including the myriad atrocities committed by the latter incarnations of Garrosh's true horde. Garrosh asked Grommash to help him unite the orcs of Draenor under one banner. With the weaponry Garrosh could offer, the other clans could easily bend before their might. Then together the orcs could march as one people against Gul'dan and the demonic legion, saving the world. Garrosh's tale was too shocking for Grommash to ignore, but the young chieftain was not about to march on his own neighbors without some proof of what the strange orc was saying. He needed to see this future for himself. You know it's coming! He agreed to use the vision of time to prove his words were true, and took Grommash to the Stones of Prophecy to do this. In the sacred place, he witnessed a vision! Gul'dan's bargains with the Legion, orcs drinking demon blood, the wars in Azeroth, and defeat by the Alliance, and the subjugation of their people! But before he could show him anything beyond, Garrosh knocked the shard from his father's hand. Grommash had seen enough to be convinced. He agreed to join Garrosh's cause, and warned the other clans against accepting Gul'dan's new power. They would form a new, purer horde! Again! Tougher and more powerful than ever before, the Iron Horde. Which one was Shadows Rising? In secret, Garrosh and his father set out to unite Draenor's orcs under one banner. With the aid of the Blackrock clan, they built a foundry to fashion superior weaponry. With the knowledge of advanced weapons gained from Azeroth, Garrosh brought the True Horde's most powerful weapons to this alternate Draenor. How? Like, I'm sorry. How? I hate to keep hammering. And this isn't the book's fault. This is actually a giant plot hole that I will give negatives to in Warlords of Draenor when we get there. Because the plot point, and this is not a joke, is that Garrosh magically had, like, blueprint schematics in his brain for things like the Iron Star. Remember, the Iron Star is the core centerpiece of Iron Horde technology. They use it as weapons, they use it as a power source. Like, the entire reason, it's actually well written in its own way, because the Iron Star is specifically why they're able to get a technological jump forward. And that works. That's cool, except how? How did Garrosh, who, according to their own lore, and the book is correct about this, actually just had the ability and knowledge to, like, how many of you have driven a car? Probably a lot of you, right? Right? You've probably driven a car. How many of you could now, having driven a car, go to, like, 100 years ago and build a car? You could be like, okay, first we have to put this piece here. It's, what? Ugh, okay. These designs came from the Blackfuse Company, a powerful goblin faction that had previously forged weapons for Garrosh's armies back on Azeroth. Freshly equipped, Garrosh and his father began to march across Draenor to recruit other orc clans. They knew they would have to work quickly and quietly. The Legion's insidious plans were already in motion. Gul'dan had sent word to the leaders of every clan on Draenor. He and his Shadow Council of Warlocks planned to gather all the orcs of Draenor in the Tanaan jungle, where a demonic pit lord awaited. The Shadow Council would gift them the blood of this pit lord, a Mannoroth, as a gift. Though the orcs did not know the origin of this power, once the orcs drank of the fell creature's blood, they would be inextricably bound to the will of the Legion. It was a trick that had worked in Garrosh's timeline, but in this timeline, the orcs would be ready. Grommash gathered the orcs of Draenor in the Tanaan jungle as Gul'dan hoped, but he armed them with Garrosh's weaponry. At Grommash's command, the orcs leapt upon Gul'dan, capturing him and his entire Shadow Council, even dispatching Mannoroth in quick succession. The orcs had successfully staved off the Legion. Gul'dan and his allies were the demon's only connection on Draenor. Provided the warlocks remained in confinement, the planet would remain safe from the Burning Legion. However, saving this Draenor this timeline was not enough for Garrosh. He had come here to build an army to erase his defeat on Azeroth, an army that could ensure orcish supremacy for all time. Isn't that always the way? With the Iron Horde at his side, he could accomplish this and more. The leaders who once imprisoned him would be forced to kneel at his feet. Garrosh easily convinced his father to join him on his mission. Grom was already indebted to Garrosh for helping him thwarting Gul'dan's plot. Now Garrosh painted his father another promising future, one in which his father led the orcs to conquer all who would not bow before their kind. This would start on Azeroth, a bountiful world that would provide resources and conquest for their people. That was enough to manipulate Grommash to putting his full weight behind the expedition. They would take this new world together, even if they had to steal the power of the Warlocks to do it. On Grommash's orders, the Iron Horde began constructing a new dark portal. With the shard of the Vision of Time, they located Garrosh's Azeroth, and with the power of Gul'dan's captive Warlocks, opened the gateway. Credit where credit is due. That is actually how that worked. The entire reason they were able to open a time portal was because the Vision of Time always connects to itself as a temporal artifact, which means when it's shattered, the pieces that were still back on Azeroth were still connected to the pieces in the past on alternate Draenor. So that's why the connection line exists between the two. Credit where credit is due. The Iron Horde is... Garrosh selected an elite vanguard of Orcish troops to first enter. The members of this, the Iron March, emerged on Azeroth's blasted lands. They acknowledged early on they would need allies to support their footing, so they sent word of their arrival to Warlord Zaela. How did they know where to find her? Leader of the Dragonmar orcs, who had backed Garrosh amidst the siege of Orgrimmar. Zaela led her people to Blackrock Spire, where they rejoined with the Iron Horde and took it as their first base. Garrosh also sent for loyal goblins from the Blackfuse Company who would help the Iron Horde further innovate weaponry. The amassing Orcish forces drew the attention of the Alliance authorities in the region, and their champions were dispatched to investigate. Battle between the Alliance and the Iron March quickly ensued. The Alliance heroes eventually managed to clear the Iron March from the Dragonmaw from the Blackrock Spire, but suffered heavy casualties in the process. No, that dungeon was pretty easy. Fun, but easy. We also finally killed Zaela. It was clear this new enemy was strong. The Alliance could not handle this threat on their own. A council of leaders from the Horde and the Alliance convened to discuss their options. Intelligence suggested that this Iron Horde was the work of Garrosh Hellscream. The factions decided to form a coalition to pursue him, a force powerful enough to push the orcs out of the blasted lands and back through the Dark Portal. The opening they created would provide a small strike force the opportunity to pursue the orcs into whatever chaos lay on the other side of the gateway. The combined armies succeeded in pushing back the invaders, although the orcs were still charging through the portal in an attempt to replenish their depleted numbers. With the flow of orcs briefly stemmed, Azeroth's defenders saw their chance to follow this problem to its root. A smaller force of champions led by Thrall, Khadgar, Murad, Cordana, and Lady Liadrin stormed the portal. That's interesting. It's already on YouTube. Yes, Ivanux. It's already there. I usually upload VODs like minutes after they're finished. I actually need a moment. I'm sorry. This book. Correct, Little Billy. As with every other dungeon update they've ever done in this game, wow, some lag. Did you see that? Jesus. The original version doesn't exist anymore. It's gone! Erased from history. It's... okay. Well, hang on, Ivanux. Give me 1 second. This will only take me seconds. Just grab a shareable link, and there you go. There it is. Can I just say, I was talking very recently about all this. The art direction in WoW has always been so damn good. I have many complaints about this game that I love, which some people take umbrage with because they're stupid. But the art direction has never been one of those complaints, you know? WoW has looked good since it was called Warcraft 3. Like, I legitimately think Warcraft 3, not Reforged, looks good now. And I mean that. Even WoW Vanilla, which has terrible texture resolution and just giant swaths of not great design, still looks really good to this very day. Hell, I think it looks better than some games that came out in modern times, just because of the design on display. Okay, so, Tanaan Jungle. Get a nice shot of that up there. Tanaan Jungle, and one of the best intros to an expansion. Probably I'd say the second one. Yeah, you can't hate something else. And, oh man, I know, Junk Garrosh. As soon as the Strike Force arrived in Draenor, they began efforts to close the Dark Portal. Any information or advantage they gained in this new land would be meaningless if the Iron Horde continued to raise Azeroth while they worked. The champions would be trapped on Draenor, but so would the Iron Horde. Heroes from the Alliance and Horde quickly isolated the portal's power source. Warlocks from Gul'dan's Shadow Council. And also the lives of their captured prisoners they were feeding to it. Are we stepping over that particular tidbit? I know. We can't cover everything. You're right. We can't cover everything. I'm mentioning it because I think it's important that they weren't just draining warlocks, but they were killing people and feeding their souls to keep the portal open so they could go conquer another planet. I just really need to emphasize that the Iron Horde are very much not the good guys here. Oh God, what do you want about? What do you want about? Though the warlocks escaped as soon as they were freed and would later need to be dealt with, this is actually a line that a professional writer wrote in a book. The hero's effort had the desired effect. The Dark Portal was closed. Despite this early success, the Strike Force still faced a dangerous journey through a hostile land. If they wanted to survive, they would need to find the Iron Horde's dissenters or sway its allies to their side. Fortunately, for the champions of Azeroth, not every faction on Draenor had fallen in line with the Iron Horde. While most of the ogres and orcs had fallen in, several of the orcish clans who had initially agreed to help fight the Shadow Council had rejected the Iron Horde's mission of conquest. These were the Bone Chewers, the Laughing Skull, and the Frost Wolves, also some exiles from Shadowmoon. The leader of the Frostwolf clan in particular valued strength, but also personal discipline, rejected bloodlust, and held lives of his clan members above all else. He would not sacrifice them lightly or to an unworthy cause. See you around, Adam Suda. Although that feels like a hi, not a bye, but nevertheless, hi. Oh, Jesus, Mr. Ray, don't even. No. No, this is all the Jailer's thing. He's been behind all of this from the beginning. Similarly rejecting the Iron Horde were the Draenei, a unique race of people from another world who made their home on Draenor. Grommash's raids on their settlements had similarly stirred the Draenei to anger. Grommash did not take kindly to rejection, but saw opportunity in dissidence. After all, to fuel his dreams of conquest, the Iron Horde would need every available resource on Draenor. Grommash ordered his troops to attack any rebel faction, and these attacks were still underway when the heroes of the Horde and the Alliance arrived. Many from the defending groups had already fallen in battle or had been pressed into labor. As the Strike Force fled through the Dawn Jungle, they freed several of the Iron Horde's prisoners. The former captives joined with their liberators, adding their strength and knowledge of Draenor to the champions of Azeroth. Yet with the Iron Horde in heated pursuit of the champions, the decision was made to divide the Horde and Alliance members into two parties. They could cover more ground if they went their separate ways. A brash Frostwolf orc named Gunnar, alongside a Frostwolf shaman, Farseer Drekthar, agreed to lead the Horde's champions northwest to the Frostwolf's home clan in the Frostfire Ridge. Frost. The Alliance forces, conversely, would head south towards Shadowmoon Valley. A young Draenei priestess named Yrel accompanied them. I actually lost that. Yrel had been raised by her sister in the Temple of Kerebor, where the leader of the Draenei, the prophet Velen, saw great potential in her. Velen took the young acolyte under his direct tutelage and knew a greater fate awaited her. Though he could hardly guess it, the pressures of her experience in captivity with the Iron Horde, as well as those that would follow in the Greater War, were shaping her into a new kind of leader. Yeah, a zealot. Informing her learnings was Exarch Maladar, head of a group of paladins and priests who protected Draenei's most sacred sites, most specifically Auchindoun. The two armies parted ways, determined to gather enough resources and allies to find and defeat Garrosh. Meanwhile, those resisting the Iron Horde had some of Azeroth's most powerful heroes by their side, but Grom had champions of his own. With Grommash directing the entirety of the Iron Horde, he named Garrosh leader of the Warsong. Garrosh immediately set about turning the Warsong clan and the Iron Horde as a whole into an unparalleled military force. The Blackrock forged new weapons decades ahead of their time, along with dedicated, efficient systems to produce and distribute them. As part of this push, Garrosh advised Grommash to construct an industrial citadel inside the Tanaan Jungle to serve as staging ground for the return to Azeroth. Of all Grommash's allies, Kilrog, Deadeye, and his Bleeding Hollow clan were the only ones who had the strength to call the treacherous Tanaan Jungle their home. Although small in number, they were ruthless in battle. Let's just grab a random shot of I don't know, the sky. Enjoy the sky. Although small in number, they were ruthless in battle and peddled blood magic, empowering some of their warriors into hulking dire orcs. They also dealt in poisoned blades laced with hallucinogenic venom, striking fear into the heart of challengers. South of the Tanaan jungle, Kargath Bladefist and his army knew well that victory often required sacrifice. Kargath led the Shattered Hand, so named for how Kargath had broken and severed his hand to free himself from bondage by the ogres of the Gorian Empire. Kargath had replaced his hand with sharp steel and encouraged his followers to do the same. Kargath's Shattered Hand warriors could turn back entire armies with acts of extreme brutality, carving their foes to pieces with their massive bladed hands. While the orcs of the Shadowmoon clan lacked such brutality or ruthlessness, they made up for it with ancient knowledge, delving into death-speaking and prophecy. Although Grommashar cared little for these practices, the Shadowmoon's leader, Ner'zhul, knew of forbidden powers that could be called upon to decimate the foes of the Iron Horde. Under threat of violence, he used these powers to carve out a place for himself in Grommashar's inner circle. The last of Grommashar's great allies was the Warlord Blackhand of the Blackrock clan. Let's call it what it is, the real leader of the Iron Horde. His people tirelessly smithed weapons and armor for Grommashar's forces, churning out incredible armor quickly and efficiently. Any orcs who failed, or, worse yet, refused to contribute to the glory of the clan were summarily executed. His dedicated smiths and fighters arguably accounted for the more valuable resources than all the other clans put together. In their own distinct ways, each of these fearsome clans and their warlords would menace the champions of the Horde of the Alliance throughout their time on Draenor. Short guy with a skull? Never heard of him. Long ago, the Draenei of Shadowmoon Valley were known as the Eridar and lived on a planet known as Argus. The planet was a paradise until Sargeras arrived. To the Eridar, Sargeras appeared godlike, his offer of limitless power and knowledge impossible to refuse. Unbeknownst to the Eridar, however, Sargeras led the Burning Legion, and his offer came with a hidden cost. The Eridar who accepted would be transformed into demonic creatures. Two of the planet's leaders, Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, were fooled by Sargeras' plot. Only Velen refused. Velen had been granted a vision by a Naru, a being of the purest holy light, who showed him the truth of the Legion's plot. As his fellow leaders were transformed into demon lords, Velen and his followers aboard the Ganadar, a mighty dimensional vessel powered by 3 Naru, had fled Argus. Eons passed as they traveled the cosmos until the refugee ship crash-landed on Draenor. Calling themselves the Draenei, or exiled ones, they built holy temples throughout Shadowmoon Valley. Their ageless society prospered here. Although they had occasionally tension with the local orcs, they'd never known war, not until the coming of the Iron Horde. The Alliance force, accompanied by Yrel, had only just arrived in Draenei lands and barely had time to build a proper garrison when the valley's native Shadowmoon orcs launched a major assault against their Draenei neighbors. The village of Mbari was quickly overrun, but thanks to help from the Alliance, the Draenei withstood the initial assault. However, in the chaos, Yrel's beloved sister Samara was taken by Ner'zhul, leader of the Shadowman clan, along with other captives. The Alliance reassured Yrel they would find her sister and set to work organizing the Draenei forces for a counterattack against the Iron Horde. As Ner'zhul returned to the Shadowmoon Valley of Shazgul with her prisoners, he was terrified. Though he had thinned the Draenei's numbers and taken captives, this was not the clear-cut victory the Warchief wanted, and Grommashar did not suffer weakness or failure. If the Draenei could not be defeated soon, Grommashar would be coming for Ner'zhul's head, and the destruction and dissolution of his entire clan. To eliminate the Draenei and their new allies, Ner'zhul needed a definitive strike that would fracture the people and their hope in one fell swoop. At Grommashar's direction, he turned his sights towards Karabor. It's actually right over there. It's a little bit far away now. Hang on. Karabor was well defended with advanced weaponry the Draenei had brought from their homeworld. The orcs could not easily overcome it, at least not with the resources Ner'zhul had at his disposal. Desperate to prove himself and his clan's worth to Grommashar, the Elder Shaman turned to the void powers his clan had just rejected so triumphantly. There's Karabor. High above the valley, a once holy being, a Naru, drifted aimlessly across the sky. Long ago, this Naru and its fellows had granted Velen his vision of the Legion's insidious plot and accompanied the Draenor on their journey throughout the Great Dark Beyond, acting both as guides and protectors. But as the ages passed, these holy beings began to weaken. Much like the star, their radiant energies would dim, and in the absence of light, unholy void energies would form instead. The Naru that drifted across the skies of Draenor, Ada, had once accumulated enough void energy in its body to clash with the other Naru protecting the Draenor, and in a final act of kindness, it convinced Velen to eject it from their vessel, far enough away that it would do no further harm. Velen had done just that, leaving Ada floating in the upper atmosphere. For millennia, Ada hung harmlessly overhead, even as its body continued to accumulate void energy. In time, the shadowmoon orcs began accustomed to its presence and began calling it the Dark Star. Ner'zhul knew that with enough unholy energy, he could summon the Dark Star down to Draenor's surface. This would bring the terrible creature crashing to Karebor, annihilating the temple, the city, and all who lived there. Gathering such a large amount of void energy would require sacrifice, however. He ordered his warriors to bring the captive Draenor to the Anguish Fortress. There he would ritually slaughter the captives and offer their blood to call down the Dark Star. I can't talk. The Draenor and their allies were still recovering from the initial assault and were ill-prepared for a fight. But they remained committed to the captives Ner'zhul had taken in his assault. While the bulk of the Draenor continued to defend Karebor, Yrel volunteered to lead a group of Rengari, a specialized group of scouts, to recover the prisoners, including her sister. They're actually going to do quests over there. With Velen's blessing, Yrel marched her allies across the valley to Shazgul. While Yrel and the Rengari searched the Orcish village, her alliance allies set explosives to create a distraction for their escape. But in executing their separate objectives... Oh my god. Excuse me. But in executing their separate objectives, Yrel's party was set upon by orcs. The Rengari hid the priestess as they fought, and amid the fighting she overheard the Draenor prisoners had already been relocated to the Anguish Fortress to be sacrificed. When the Alliance champions next found Yrel, she was alone, devastated, and the only survivor, having witnessed the fall of every one of the Rengari. The young priestess grappled with doubt in herself and her leadership, and that's why the Shah showed up. No. But she found the courage to keep fighting for her sister and the other captives. She rallied, helping the Alliance champions fight their way out of Shazgul and detonating the explosive they had set. After escaping Shazgul, the Alliance found an unlikely ally in Rulkan, a former elder of the Shadowmoon clan and the wife of Ner'zhul. Rulkan disagreed with Ner'zhul's use of forbidden magics, even as he did so under pressure from the Iron Horde. Under her keystone, a forward party of Alliance champions entered Anguish Fortress and destroyed the ruins, powering the magical barrier around the stronghold. Alongside Velen and Yrel, they raced to the altar of the fortress, where Ner'zhul and Grommash were discussing their plot to destroy Karebor. As they departed through a portal, Yrel surged forward, bleeding atop the altar, where her... As they departed through a portal, Yrel surged forward. Bleeding atop the altar was her sister, Samara. That's one sentence. Filled with rage, Yrel vowed to protect her people and crush the Iron Horde. With the Dark Star beginning its descent from the sky, defeat seemed all but inevitable. Back over here. Velen, Yrel, and the Alliance forces were still on their way back from Anguish Fortress and can only watch the looming catastrophe from a distance at Light's Fall. There, Velen silently watched as the creature that had once been the savior of his people now became their doom. But as the Dark Star descended, something occurred to Velen. The energies of the Dark Star could be nullified by an equal amount of holy light. There was only one source of light capable of generating such power, Velen's own body. The prophet made his decision without hesitation. He had been a spiritual guide for the Draenor for eons, but now his people would have to go on without him. He would sacrifice himself to nullify the Dark Star, in one final act, passing his Naru sigil to Yrel. Velen's physical form disappeared, leaving the purest light in its place. In the skies over Karebor, he collided with the Void creature, and he and both the Dark Star disappeared. In their place, Ada, the lost Naru, reappeared. Millennia after its weakening, corruption, and exile, the holy being had been restored by Velen's light. It floated in the sky and rejoined the Draenor, a beacon of hope amid the recent darkness that engulfed their people. While the Draenor embraced their revived ally and celebrated the survival of Karebor, Ner'zhul panicked. The Iron Fleet had amassed in the harbor to witness the city's destruction, but somehow the Draenor had neutralized his Dark Star. After such a failure and disgrace, Derzul had no doubt Grommash would have him executed. In a last-ditch effort, the shadowmoon leader ordered the full force of his fleet to invade Karabar. One way or another, they would take the city. Though Vindicator Murad had stayed behind to protect Karabar, they could not stand against such an overwhelming force. The defense crystal securing the city was destroyed, and Karabar was quickly overrun. By the time Murad had arrived with word of the crystal's destruction, Karabar had been taken by the Iron Horde. Yrel and the champions of the Alliance mounted up to return to Karabar post-haste. Though the bulk of the Draenor forces had remained pinned in the city, the Alliance garrison had rallied outside the temple. Backed by Ka'ada and its incredible light, the Alliance champions had cleared a path through their foes back to the city, where the garrison reinforcements joined them. They struck hard and fast, crushing the invading forces. Derzul and his shadowmoon forces retreated to their last remaining refuge, the ancestral burial grounds. There they fought to the end, but ultimately the Elder Shaman and his followers were defeated. The Draenor and his allies had taken the valley back. No, that was it. That was it, Little Billy. They don't even mention the fact that he's totally the Lich King. Wink. That's also getting a story negative when we get there, by the way. Sorry, I'm actually double-checking something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Actually, it goes past it, Darkrai. So, holy tends to be capitalized, but unholy tends to be not capitalized, which makes sense, since holy is kind of an element in this setting, whereas unholy kind of isn't. But yes, this goes up to the... I can tell you exactly where this ends, because I've actually already read it. The very final bit here is... The jailer is like, oh my god, there's something worse coming. Dun dun dun. And that's pretty much the end. So, moving on. While the Alliance and Draenor battled with the Iron Horde in Shadowmoon Valley, the Horde headed to the icy slopes of Frostfire Ridge, guided by Gunnar, the orc they'd freed from the events of the Dark Portal. The journey to the ridge was turbulent. Each of the Horde's champions suffered in their own ways, but none carried a greater burden than Thrall. Prior to the destruction of the original Draenor, Thrall's family had led the Frostwolf clan for generations. Both Thrall's grandfather and father had acted as chieftain. Despite his proud lineage, Thrall hardly knew his family. When he was just an infant, both of his parents had been killed by the Shadow Council, and Thrall himself had barely survived. He had been found by a human and raised as a slave. When he grew older, Thrall had escaped imprisonment to return to the Frostwolves. They told him stories of his family's heroism, and these tales affected the young orc. His heart burned with an impossible desire to know the parents who had been so cruelly taken from him. Though Thrall had long ago resigned himself to never fulfilling this dream, in this alternate Draenor of the past, circumstances differed. It's actually a little bit loud. Ah! No! 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 Oh god, I don't want to lose my place. There we go, okay. Ah. We'll see how Shadowlands reviews when we get there. And that's all I'll say about it right now. Oh wow, look! The garrison's gone! It's just gone! Oh my god! Erased from existence. Thrall had every reason to believe that his parents, at least this version of them, might still be alive. In fact, while he had yet to reveal this to anyone, he knew Gunnar, the Horde's guide, to be his uncle. If this Gunnar was alive, perhaps the rest of his family had also escaped the onslaught of the Iron Horde. Thrall eventually did locate his family, but not as he wished to find them. They were alive, but far from unscathed. The Frostwolves, who had survived or evaded capture by the Iron Horde, had retreated to the remote village of Wargol, which is actually right over... Okay, you can't see it, but it's over there, trust me. Anyways. There, Thrall's parents in this reality, his mother Draka and his father Durotan, led the survivors in a resistance effort against their Iron Horde oppressors. The Frostwolves are a migratory people, but wherever they settled they managed to hold their own against local rivals, including the Thunderlord orcs and the ogres to the far north, the Bladespire. However, Grommashar had given the other clans of Frostfire Ridge everything they needed to conquer the Frostwolves, and no amount of clever maneuvering could stall an enemy with near bottomless resources to draw from. The Iron Wolf, a brutal Thunderlord chieftain, had conquered much of the region, raiding Frostwolf villages and constantly ambushing their forces. The Frostwolves who survived these assaults were carted away to prison camps that served the needs of the Iron Horde. The Iron Wolf had no mercy. In the earliest days of the conflict, he brutally slew Garrosh, chieftain of the Frostwolves. See, Garrosh had 3 sons, Fenris, Gunnar, and Durotan, each of whom possessed the strength and skill to take their father's place. However, only one of them was in a position to take his father's mantle. The eldest brother, Fenris, would have been first in line, but his ideology differed drastically from his father. Garrosh valued the lives of his people above all else, and felt that protecting them should be a leader's primary focus. Fenris, though, had fallen in love with the rush and glory of combat. He felt that the clan's attention should be on destroying its enemies, even if it cost lives. Such differences were irreconcilable and led father and son to mock Garrosh, which is a ritual combat. The book actually says that, even though that's the 3rd time this book alone has brought it up, to settle their dispute, or maybe it's the 2nd time. Fenris lost to his father, but Garrosh spared his son's life, and in doing so shamed him. Fenris had abandoned the Frostwolf clan long before the coming of the Iron Horde. Whatever he was now, the death of his father had done nothing to draw him back. The second son, Gunnar, was eager to prove himself. Ugh. He would have volunteered for the leadership position had he not been left for dead by the same skirmish with the Thunderlords that left his father dead. Bladespire ogres picked over the battlefield and found him to be alive and forcibly hauled Gunnar off to an Iron Horde prison camp, where the Azeroth champions later found him. Only Garrosh's 3rd son, Durotan, Thrall's father, was able to lead the Frostwolves through their time of crisis. Garrosh had seen great potential in Durotan, and to the clan it seemed obvious he would succeed his father. But Durotan was young and now struggling to come to terms with the responsibilities that had been thrust upon him. Alone and with dwindling resources and allies, Durotan stood little chance against the Iron Wolf, the Ogres, and the full might of Grommash Hellscream's engine of war. Thrall and his Horde compatriots knew how to counter the weaponry and tactics Garrosh had brought from Azeroth. They had also had experienced fighters, and they even liberated Gunnar. With their aid, the Frostwolves could finally glimpse a path to victory, one that began with the construction of a well-fortified garrison. There we go. Up. Oh, Jesus, I'm not mounted. And I think I just died. Yeah, nope, I just died. Okay, hold up. We're dead. When did we dismount? Oh, Jesus. This is a new one. Oh, it's Tom. Okay, that makes sense. Where am I? Oh, my God. Yes, I know, Tom. Thank you. Oh, my God. It's just error. We're up to 50 error counts now. Why can't I fly? There we go. What the hell was that nonsense? No, up. Huh? I'm dragon flying while dead, but I don't have dragon flying abilities. Which, if you know anything about dragon flying, means that I can't really fly. Like, all I can do is hop, weirdly. Okay. Go away, please. Thank you. I mean, this is exactly why they did the acclamation patch before they did the launch event. Anyways, the garrison, it's there! It's there, check it out, the garrison. Woo! Where the hell was I? Ugh. A well-fortified garrison for the Horde to run operations in the region. While Horde champions worked side by side with the Frostwolves to construct their base, Thrall also came to know Durotan of this timeline. Despite having the opportunity, Thrall never revealed his relationship to his father. The Orc Shaman had come to accept that the Durotan of this world could not substitute what he had lost. He decided revealing his parentage would only distract from their shared mission. When the garrison was finished, the Horde turned its attention to its next move. If left unchecked, the Thunderlord clan and the Bladespire Ogres, that's them over there, the Iron Horde would only grow in power. Despite the overwhelming odds against them, Gunnar encouraged his fellow warriors to take an offensive stance. He had seen the Iron Wolf slaughter his father and been carted off by ogres to the Iron Horde's prison camps, and now he would take vengeance on both. The ogres would be first. Their stronghold, Bladespire Citadel, loomed over the ridge, an easy target. It was here Gunnar had set his sights, riding with a contingent of Frostwolves at his back against his chieftain's wishes. Horde champions and Durotan himself pursued Gunnar into the heart of Bladespire Citadel, where they helped him take the stronghold for the Frostwolves and kill its ogre king. Horde champions soon further capitalized on the attack to liberate the Frostwolf prisoners who had been put to work in the soot-stained mines beneath Bladespire. These prisoners were powerful warriors who could lend their strength to the fight. Sacking of the Citadel was an incredible victory, both for the Frostwolves and for the Horde. But it was not enough for Gunnar. While Durotan sought to secure his citadel, his brother set off again with a raiding party. His actions came at dear cost to the clan. Thunderlord's spies had caught wind of the Horde's plans to attack Bladespire. Rather than go to the aid of their ogre allies, the Iron Wolves marched on Wargol. They would take the village at its weakest moment, while its defenders were busy elsewhere. Draka managed to hold off the Thunderlord clan long enough for the Horde reinforcements to arrive from Bladespire. Together they narrowly have managed to beat back the invaders. Notably absent from the defense of the village was Gunnar, who remained on his mad quest for vengeance deep in Thunderlord territory. The Iron Wolf had taken his father's life, and now Gunnar would take the lives of Iron Wolf's sons in return. Once Wargol was secured, Durotan asked a contingent of Horde champions to track down Gunnar. They found him in Daggermaw Ravine. It's actually over there. Which is where the first of the Iron Wolf's sons was limp in his hand. No, I agree with you, Huthar. So far, this is very much like Volume 3, which, you remember, I was not a big fan of. Though the Orc needed little assistance, Horde champions accompanied Gunnar as he tracked down and killed his remaining sons, ensuring Durotan's wayward brother returned to Wargol rather than launch another attack without oversight. But neither Horde champions nor the vengeance Gunnar claimed could ease his rage or set him off his chosen path. As soon as he arrived in Wargol, he invoked rights to his elder brother, challenging Durotan to mock Garrosh for leadership of the clan. Bladespire Citadel and the success against the Sons of the Iron Wolf were proof that Gunnar's methods were superior. He could not be party to his brother's weak leadership any longer. A lesser orc would have responded to such challenge with direct violence, but Durotan threw down his weapons, refusing to fight. Pretty good scene, actually. He chided his brother for repeatedly abandoning their people to serve his selfish need for vengeance. If Gunnar wanted leadership, he would have to strike down his own brother to see who followed him then. The clan had lost enough. Now it is time to work together. Part of Gunnar remained angry, but he could not ignore the wisdom in Durotan's words. Only by uniting could they defeat the Iron Wolf on the field of battle. Gunnar agreed to stay. Together with the heroes of the Horde at their side, they rode to the Thunderlord village of Gromgar, which is right over there. Ugh. The Iron Wolf was strong, but in their hunt for the Iron Wolf's sons, Gunnar and the Horde had decimated the Thunderlord's numbers, leaving Gromgar woefully under-defended. The Iron Wolf knew that this situation had deteriorated, but he would not admit defeat. The matter had become personal. As Durotan and Gunnar challenged the Thunderlord Chieftain, the Iron Wolf revealed his true identity. All along, he had been Fenris. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, I should clarify. The book doesn't say that, because Lord knows the book has done some other stuff like that. So, it had always been their wayward brother, Fenris. Fenris had taken the Iron Wolf persona many years ago, earning the name while hunting with the Thunderlord clan. After leaving the Frostwolves, Fenris had taken a Thunderlord mate and worked his way up to the position of chieftain. One day his clan would reap the fruits of the Frostwolves' softness and weak leadership, and that time had at last come! Without hesitation, Fenris leapt upon his kin, sicking his Rylak on them as well. The madness in the chieftain's eyes made one thing clear to both Durotan and Gunnar. Their brother was long gone. Still, Gul'dan and Gunnar hesitated to attack Fenris head-on, setting their blades against Fenris's fearsome Rylak instead. The Horde champions tackled Fenris himself. Fenris is a mighty warrior, but even he could not stand against their combined strength. I mean, we've killed Lei Shan by this point. With Fenris's defeat, the war between the Frostwolves and the Thunderlords came to an end. The victory may have been narrow, but the Frostwolves now faced one fewer threat. While the Frostwolves and the heroes of Azeroth celebrated, Grommash Hellscream's armies continued their march. The Iron Horde had been dispatched to put down the rebellion in Frostfire long ago, and they would soon be at the Horde's doorstep. They would retake whatever ground had been given to restore order, even if it meant a brutal display of force. The Frostwolves had only just secured the ridge, and a few ramshackle defenses they had along the border and holding Bladespar Citadel were far too thin to be of any use. Fortunately, Draka had much experience with long odds and small numbers. She came up with an idea that could wipe out the invading army in a single swoop. The Thunder Pass was the only reasonable way to march an army of the Iron Horde's size into the interior of the Frostfire Ridge, and it would serve as a perfect choke point. Once the attackers arrived... I'm sorry, Huthor. The Drekthar would call upon the elements to collapse the pass, burying the invading army under a mountain of rock and soil. But calling that kind of elemental power would take time. The Frostwolves would need to enter the pass and engage the invaders, holding them until Drekthar could complete his elemental magic. Their plan worked well for a while, but it's only a matter of time before the Iron Horde broke through. As the Frostwolves lost ground, Durotan gave the command to fall back. He and Gunnar would go to the grave together, sacrificing themselves to buy Drekthar the final moments he needed, but in the last moment Gunnar urged his brother to safety. The clan's recent victories had made it clear to Gunnar that Durotan was indispensable to the future of the Frostwolves, and that Gunnar had been wrong to ever doubt him. The sacrifice would be his way of making amends. Durotan reached for his brother, but Draka held him back. As he watched, Gunnar rushed headlong into the enemy line against hundreds of waiting warriors. Gunnar fought to the last breath, even as Drekthar completed his ritual. Gunnar and the invaders went down under ensuing avalanche. Durotan's heart lay heavy now at the loss of both his brothers, but he had little time to mourn. Now, while Grommash was on the back foot, the Frostwolves needed to go on the offensive. Alongside heroes of the Horde, Durotan and a strike force of Frostwolves rode east, out of the Frostfire Ridge and into Gorgrond. Durotan hoped that in the Iron Horde's center of manufacturing he could execute a series of counterattacks. Gorgrond was home to the Blackrock clan, which supplied the Iron Horde with the bulk of raw materials and weaponry. If the Blackrocks fell, then Grommash and his allies would be all but defenseless. And then we just walk through the very same thing. Deep within the deserts of Gorgrond, right here. Nope, I'm wrong. It's actually over here. There we are. The Horde champions reunited with their compatriots in the Alliance. Both factions agreed to work together, if somewhat independently, on the long battles ahead in order to defeat the Blackrocks. It was hard. I wish we could defeat the Blackrocks in real life. It was hard enough for the heroes to simply survive in Gorgrond. The region was an elemental wasteland, a glimpse back into the ancient origins of Draenor. You see, eons ago, Draenor had been covered by a single great jungle called the Evergrowth. All life on the planet was connected, and thus the Evergrowth was all-powerful. Nothing could challenge its supremacy. When the Titan Agrimar visited Draenor, he saw the dreadful imbalance and sought to remedy it by using a portion of his powers to give strength and form to the earth itself, creating a giant named Grond. Over the millennia, Grond battled with the Evergrowth, and the two forces fractured each other into smaller and more diverse beings. And in Gorgrond, to the very day the champions arrived there, the two factions remained locked in battle. The rocky, mountainous descendants of Grond were known as the Breakers, and the descendants of the Evergrowth were known as the Primals. Day and night, the Breakers waged war against the Primals, their cataclysmic battle reshaping the face of Draenor. Across all time, few people had ever been desperate enough or mad enough to live amongst Gorgrond's chaos, but to survive the trek, the Alliance and Horde needed allies who knew the land. To that end, champions from the Horde sent a diplomatic mission to contact the Laughing Skull, an orc clan native to Gorgrond. The orcs of the Laughing Skull were, and by and large, as dangerous and unpredictable as the land itself, and barely have any story relevance for some strange reason. Now I'm going to get into that. Although one of my favorite little quotes is right up here. Right here. See those two? They're smiling. The sign says, "We got them to laugh. Eventually." Though they could hardly be trusted, they shared common enemies with the Alliance and Horde, and agreed to help them if it meant defeating the Iron Horde and thinning the Primal and Breaker's numbers. The Alliance received their own assistance from the Draenor. Their elite scouts, the Rangari, operated a base in Gorgrond that could assist the Alliance. It's over there somewhere. I don't feel like going to it. While the Rangari were not native to the region like the Orcs of the Laughing Skull, they knew the dangers of this untamed land and had experienced fighting through it. After aiding the Rangari in recovering their captured personnel from the Botnai, the Draenor agreed to help the Alliance with their effort. In their travels, both factions sought any advantage they could leverage against the Iron Horde. Their efforts revealed ancient weapons, such as the Heart of Magneron and the Will of the Jinissar, which harnessed ancient powers of both the Grahn and the Evergrowth. With the help of the Laughing Skull and the Rangari, Horde and Alliance obtained both artifacts, enabling them to deal a strong blow to the Iron Horde. With their forces prepared, the champions of Azeroth targeted the Iron Approach, which is actually way over there. A major Blackrock outpost for their next attack. The outpost served to protect the Iron Docks, which has one of the funniest bosses in the game. There's so much repetition here, Uthor. Oh my god, don't even get me started on it. Where the Iron Fleet docked and launched its ships, but its guards also defended the Grimrail Depot, one of the better dungeons in Warlords, where the Iron Horde's trains, known as the Grimrail, were stored and loaded. It was from this port and its outlying territories that the Iron Horde received all their weaponry. Destroying it would be a critical step towards breaking their supply lines. No, it would be the only step in breaking their supply lines. No ships, no trains, no supply lines. Sorry. Champions from the Horde and the Alliance stormed the Iron Approach, felling wave after wave of Blackrock defenders. Both factions were backed by the ancient artifacts they had obtained in Gorgrond, each of which summoned the power of the Magneron and the Jinissar to fight them. Although Azeroth's champions defeated the forces guarding the Iron Approach, the artifacts they had used were shattered by the heavy ballista they encountered. There we go. Get a nice shot of the foundry there. The power that had helped them get this far was lost. Still, the heroes remained stalwart in achieving their objective. As the heroes breached the Iron Approach, which is actually over there, but whatever. It's a better shot. What do you want from me? I think you're right, Uthor. I think they legitimately have written this with the perspective that someone didn't read anything before this and has never played the game. I'm not sure I would agree with that. Let me explain that a little bit. I get the reasoning. I get the logic behind that approach. I could see the discussion in the meeting room deciding, okay, do we write this from the perspective of you've read Volume 1 through 3? Do we write this from the perspective of you've read Volume 1 through 3 and played the game? Or just for people who played the game? Or do we write this for people who have no context with anything? And they decided to go with the latter, obviously. Because that is a debate we could have. It's very much... this. I know Uthor's going to hate me for this. It's very much relevant to the continuity discussion, like with long-running shows or movies or even long series of games, right? Anytime you get like kind of a franchise thing going on, you have to have the debate of how much do we assume that the viewers, players, readers are aware of what came before. And that's not a binary thing, and that's not a one and done. That's always a debate. At the docks, the Iron Horde was preparing to send one of the most brutal fighters into the field, Skullock. Skullock was a Grahn, a giant race descended from the original Grahn who had faced down the Evergrowth on ancient Draenor. So, that right there, for example... Yeah, I love Warlords music. Just, whoa. That line there right there, that's bad writing. And I mean that. So... put this in a little bit of perspective here, okay? Because I know I paused for a second, but check out the page, right? Right over here is where they talk about Grahn and his fight with the Evergrowth. And then when they talk about Skullock, they say he's a Grahn, and he's descended from Grond. Now, that's all they have to say, but right here, right on the opposite page, not even a full page away, is where they talk about how he's part of Grond, which was an ancient giant which fought the Evergrowth. That's unnecessary. There's no reason for that level of repetition to be there. Negative to gameplay. That's the kind of thing that's been all over the place in this book. I've been trying not to call out every single instance of it, because that would get old. Probably has gotten old. I'm sure everyone on YouTube is like, just get on with it! So I've been trying not to call out every single iteration, but this is just badly written. Rushed is the word I would actually use. This feels like it didn't have an editing pass. Yeah, hi, YouTube. So, Skullock was a Grond, a giant race descended from the Grond who had faced down the Evergrowth on ancient Draenor. He was outfitted with powerful cannons that would decimate the Iron Horde's enemies. Heroes of the Horde pursued Skullock in an Iron Horde ship where they defeated the Grond and the ship's captain, Koromar, who destroyed the docks. At the Grimrail Depot, or Depot if you prefer, Alliance forces were launching an equally important attack on another vital hub in the engine of the Iron Horde. The Grimrail Depot transported both materials and troops quickly across Draenor, but the Iron Horde could also attach weapons powerful enough to shatter stone, steel, and magical defenses. Even the shields protecting Shattrath, capital city of the Draenei, would have a hard time holding fast against these weapons. The Alliance champions charged through the depot's halls, killing the chief foreman and his assistants, and boarding the train housing the Iron Horde's railgun. As the train departed from the platform, the heroes of the Alliance fought their way to the engine, dispatching the overseer of the Grimrail artillery. With the defeat of this overseer and the train's weaponry, they sabotaged the train itself, derailing it and destroying its terrible siege cannon. But even in defeat, the threat of the Iron Horde was not so easily quelled. At the crash site, the heroes faced and eliminated Skylord Tolvra, master of Rylax from the Thunderlord clan. With the successful assault, the champions of Azeroth had brought the Iron Horde's operations in Talador to a halt. While the Horde and Alliance could not hold the docks and depot indefinitely with their finite number, they sabotaged much of the Iron approach as they could on their way out. Grommash's reinforcements, weapons, munitions, and armor would not be so quick to arrive when needed. Significant as this was, it did little to hinder the forces already in motion. A fleet of elite Iron Horde ships had taken off from the Iron Docks sometime before the heroes had disrupted the hub. Led by Warlord Blackhand himself, the full strength of the Iron Fleet made its way south, heading towards the Draenei capital of Shattrath. Blackhand may have lost Skullock at the Iron Docks and his railgun, but he still had another weapon capable of splintering the city's defenses. Dun dun dun. Let's scooch this way. Unfortunately, the champions of the Horde and Alliance could not hold out in a hostile land forever without some measure of resupply. The mages of the Kirin Tor worked hard to create and maintain a number of small portals that led back into Azeroth. These portals were not nearly large enough to allow for the mass movement of troops, but they did permit the heroes to get some supply lines from their allies back home. One of these supply lines was set up within the small Gorgrond region known as the Everbloom Wilds. From the outside, this untamed man's land seemed like a perfect place to establish a base, easily defensible, surrounded by mountains on all sides, and free from enemies. The Kirin Tor would only have one foe to contend with, which they had not yet encountered, a species of primitive creatures known as the Botnai. Though the Kirin Tor felt themselves capable of handling the threat, matters took a turn when the Botnai attacked the Kirin Tor camp, corrupting many of the mages therein. To make matters worse, they stormed through a portal to Azeroth, where the Kirin Tor's last line defense was tasked with preventing them from reaching Stormwind City. Ultimately, a group of Alliance champions were called in to reinforce the mages and defeat the Botnai. The ordeal was costly and made it clear the Iron Horde was not the only threat they had to protect Azeroth against. Yeah. Unbeknownst to Warlord Blackhand and the Iron Horde. Yeah, we're going this way now. Another group from Azeroth yet remained in Talador. Separate from the main strike force, Archmage Khadgar, Cordana Felsong, and the Kirin Tor had established a garrison to run operations hunting down a very different but no less dangerous enemy, Gul'dan and the Shadow Council. Actually, over here. Upon arriving in Draenor, the champions of Azeroth had freed him and his warlocks from captivity, closing the dark portal they were powering, but they slipped away quickly as the Horde and Alliance had liberated them. The champions knew that given time, the Shadow Council would regroup and resume their schemes, and then the heroes would face two enemies instead of one. Once they saw the Alliance settled in Shadowmoon Valley, Khadgar and Cordana volunteered to hunt the warlocks down. Where am I? Ah, okay. So I want to be over here. Yep, right over here. Accompanied by a contingent of Kirin Tors and champions, they tracked Gul'dan through the valley and into Talador, where they established a base, which is actually right there in the distance. But Gul'dan evaded capture at every turn. Garrosh may have foiled his plans to corrupt the orcs, but the warlock was still determined to bring the Burning Legion to Draenor. With Azeroth's heroes on his trail, Gul'dan dispatched his most trusted agents to prepare for the coming of the Burning Legion. In this way, the Shadow Council could cover the entire length of Draenor while keeping the Horde Alliance's focus elsewhere. The Shadow Council leader assigned the ogre Cho'Gall to subjugate the fallen Naru and Oshugun. To Auchindoun in the southeast, he sent the sadistic orc warlock named Terengar to drain a Draenei burial ground of its power. Both Terengar and Cho'Gall set out on their missions, but neither of them intended on ever reporting back to Gul'dan. They had joined with Gul'dan because the warlock offered them power, and now they had a chance to see even greater power for themselves. One of the two warlock agents, Terengar was the first to find some measure of success in Auchindoun. Up, we're facing the wrong way. Where am I? Auchindoun, a sacred burial ground where the living Draenei could convene with the spirits of the long-dead ancestors. The powers of these souls could be feasted upon and harnessed as void energy. Fortunately, as Terengar and the Shadow Council began their infiltration of the mausoleum, their presence tipped off Draenei in the area, who brought word to Khadgar's base in Talador. I am actually a little bit too much to the right. There we go. The news was troubling, but Khadgar was pleased as he was concerned. The Shadow Council had tipped their hand. At last he had a chance of destroying them. That's actually a line they wrote on this. The Archmage sent a team of Azeroth's mightiest champions into Auchindoun. While a group of Alliance heroes worked to secure the upper levels of the mausoleum from further sabotage by Draenei traitors, heroes from the Horde delved deep into the heart of the tomb to take out Terengar and the Shadow Council warlocks assisting him. By the time the Horde champions located Terengar, he had already been consuming the souls of many Draenei, bolstering his fearsome powers. Still, the Horde bested the warlock in battle. Terengar would not be so easily dealt with, however. He was surrounded by a massive source of power and began drawing on it quickly to begin the fight anew. Fortunately, this plan backfired, and the massive surge of energy he tried to take in knocked him from the platform into the depths, from which he did not emerge. The mausoleum was safe, but Khadgar, Cordana, and their allies had taken back to square one. With Terengar gone, they had no leads on the Shadow Council. They would have to wait until the warlocks revealed themselves again. It was of little consequence, for the hero's attention was required elsewhere. The Iron Fleet had made landfall on the Orhenai coast, and they were bent on conquering northern Kalimdor. With the Horde and Alliance facing perhaps the greatest foe yet in the Iron Fleet, led by the warlord Blackhand. In partnership with Solog Roark, a master shipwright of the Iron Horde, the Warlords' Blackrock underlings had built the Iron Docks as well as the Iron Fleet, outfitting their ships with naval weaponry that was staggering in its power. With Solog's designs and Blackhand at the helm, the Iron Fleet could siege any port. Bolstering Blackhand's fleet was the Warlord's chief lieutenant, Orgrim Doomhammer, someone whose story arc is definitely going to be a multiple negative when we get to reviewing this. Initially, Orgrim was eager to aid the Iron Horde, but as the war dragged on, he became internally conflicted, torn between his duty to the Iron Horde and his personal sense of ethics. In their youth, Orgrim and Durotan had been inseparable. They were more than friends, they were something closer to brothers, but as they became older, their responsibilities had torn them apart. Durotan became chieftain of the Frostwolves. Orgrim became a powerful and respected warrior amongst his own Blackrock orcs. Orgrim had not seen Durotan in many years, but he had learned of how the Durotan clan and many other factions had suffered under Grommash's more brutal reign. Despite its complicated history, Orgrim remained a staunch supporter of Blackhand, who led the clan through many tumultuous battles with fellow orcs and ogres. Some time ago, Blackhand had personally reclaimed Orgrim's own legendary weapon, the Doomhammer, from the elemental fires in which it was forged, and in so doing he'd saved their clans from annihilation. For this alone, Orgrim owed the warlord a debt of gratitude and his unquestioned allegiance. As Orgrim and the Iron Fleet sailed towards Talador, burning coastal towns as they went, the lieutenant had a fateful encounter with his old friend, Durotan. The Frostwolf chieftain had come to convince Orgrim to turn the tide against the Iron Horde. There was no honor in Blackhand's campaign of terror. To Durotan's surprise, Orgrim rebuked him and returned to the Iron Fleet, which continued on its way to Shattrath. Though neither of them knew it, this would be the last time either orc would ever speak to each other. Blackhand and Orgrim docked their ship outside the Draenei capital sometime later. Equipped with the latest siege weaponry, which we'd already said 5 paragraphs ago, the Iron Fleet laid into the Shattrath defenses, downing magical barrier that protected the city with its Iron Star cannon. Hundreds of Blackrock warriors made landfall and swarmed inside. The Draenei fought hard, but the Blackrock orcs had greater numbers and superior strength. Inch by inch, the Draenei lost control of their city. On Blackhand's orders, Blackrock invaders hauled entire armies of Draenei out of their homes, executing men, women, and children in the streets. Why? Internally, these massacres outraged Orgrim. He realized Durotan had been right. There was no honor or glory in the massacre of innocents. It became clear that Blackhand had no intention of declaring victory until every last Draenei in Shattrath lay dead. Fealty or not, Orgrim had to put a stop to this brutality and refused to be a party to it. Some distance away, the Horde and the Alliance forces on Draenor had been monitoring the movements of the Iron Fleet. Khadgar led every available champion to Shattrath to help the Draenei defend their capital, but by the time they arrived, most of the city had been lost to the invaders. The combined forces of the Horde and Alliance faced long odds before, and they began to counter-siege and reclaim the city. Khadgar, Durotan, Yrel, and Murad agreed to lead the charge into Shattrath. Reinforced by an army of orcs, Draenei, and Azeroth's heroes, they slowly fought their way through the harbor. The Draenei and their allies would take the city back in the same way they'd lost it, inch by inch. As the first wave of Azeroth's forces breached the docks in the far end of Shattrath, Orgrim raised his hammer against his superior, but was quickly struck down. The Blackrock warlord was about to finish the job when Durotan raced forward to defend his fallen friend. At his side were the champions of Azeroth, Yrel, and Murad. Although few in number knew it, the journey through Draenor had been a deeply personal one for Murad, despite hailing from a different timeline. As a Vindicator, Murad was part of a special military class of protectors who guarded Draenei and defended their most sacred places. When his timeline's Draenor had faced the coming of the Horde, Murad was not powerful enough to overcome them. The orcs had killed or kidnapped members of Murad's own family, including his sister. It was everything he'd ever feared. Murad had been there, too, on his Draenor, when the Horde laid siege to Shattrath. The Vindicator may have been powerful, but he was of little aid to the people against fell-empowered threat. He tried to save those he could, but his rage against the orcs continuously distracted him. In the end, the Vindicator briefly abandoned the refugees he was guarding to indulge in a thirst for vengeance. By the time he returned, the people he'd sworn to protect were dead. After years of regret, fate and circumstance saw fit to return Murad to another Shattrath and another Horde siege. It would be a test of the Vindicator's resolve. Silently, Murad feared he would give in to his anger once again. He and Yrel were among the champions who embarked with Durotan for the final charge of the Iron Fleet, and together they engaged Blackhand. Right up there, actually, on that ship in the distance. Murad was furious with the Blackrock chieftain, and for a moment anger overcame him. This time, however, he bent all of his strength, rage, and resolve into protecting his allies. When Blackhand's attack triggered an explosion, Murad's first impulse was to shield Yrel, leaving himself vulnerable to the blast. As Murad lay dying, Yrel was stunned by his sacrifice, but she found the strength to fight on. She rose amongst the smoke and destruction just in time to see Blackhand taunting a weakened Durotan. She hurled Murad's weapon at the warlord and challenged him to fight her. While he was distracted, she called on the light to heal Durotan. The two turned the tables on onto Blackhand, heavily wounding him. Khadgar teleported them to safety as the Alliance fired on the ship, destroying it. In the aftermath of the attack, Yrel rededicated herself to her people. She would be their protector and become a Vindicator just as Murad had. With the sinking of Blackhand's flagship and the best of the Iron Horde siege weapons, the Iron Star, out of commission, With the sinking of the Blackhand's ship, the best of the siege weapons, the Iron Star cannon, had been put out of commission. Durotan, Yrel, and the champions of the Horde and Alliance soon found the remaining forces of the Iron Fleet out of Shattrath. Still, even after a ferocious battle that left Orgrim, Doomhammer, and Vindicator Murad dead, they were unable to kill the Warlord himself. Heavily wounded after his fight with the champions of Azeroth and Draenor, Warlord Blackhand managed to swim out of Shattrath's harbor and into safer waters. He made the journey back to Nagrand on foot, and every attempt the heroes made to capture him failed. To all involved, Shattrath was a reminder that great victories came with great costs. The city had been secured for now, but most of it lay in ruins. The fighting had been destroying entire swaths of the capital, and countless innocent Draenei civilians had been needlessly perished. Worse yet, new threats were arriving to the south, amongst the spires of Arak. In ancient Arak, avian creatures flourished. The three greatest among them drove the primals and the breakers from Arak and rose to become godlike in the eyes of their fellows. They were the firebird Rukmar, the raven Anzu, and the wind serpent Seath. Rukmar and her Kaliri settled the highest points of Arak, the mountainous spires. Anzu and his ravens settled the forest canopies, and Seath and his wind serpents could not fly as high or as far, and thus settled on the forest below. As time passed, Seath became jealous of Rukmar, despising to fly forever in her shadow. He decided to overthrow her and tried to make a deal with Anzu. But Anzu harbored feelings for Rukmar and instead fought by her side to destroy Seath. Their battle was fierce, but Seath was ultimately defeated, and with his dying breath, Seath crafted a curse of his own flesh and blood, one that would poison all of Arak. There's the spire. I'll just give you a nice shot of the spire over there. Where the hell was I? Oh my god. Anzu, seeing the way the curse blighted the land, ate the wind serpent whole. The curse corrupted the great raven's body with dark energies, destroying Anzu's magnificent wings, but also giving him mastery of the shadow magic Seath was versed in. Fearing what Rukmar would think of his twisted form, Anzu concealed himself from the Firebird, never to be seen again. It's funny, you can experience that now, Uthor. Not long after, Rukmar gave her life to create a new race, one gifted with both the grace of her people and the intelligence of Anzu, the Arakoa. Over the course of millennia, the Arakoa's empire, the Apexis, grew. Although they worshipped both Anzu and Rukmar, zealots of each deity pushed the empire to civil war. No comment. Apexis was shattered, divided, but the survivors of the war formed a new society, one in which the history and teachings of Rukmar and Anzu became distorted. Rukmar was elevated above all, and respect for Anzu and his sacrifice vanished. Any Arakoa who fell awry of this new order were punished, cast into the Sethic Hollow, where the blood of the ancient wind serpent, while contained, continued to blight the land. The curse twisted these violators, making them flightless, half-mad, and empowered with shadow magic. The curse twisted these violators, this is how the first outcast Arakoa came into being. The High Arakoa, the outcasts, and the wind serpents continued to occupy Arak, even as the Iron Horde began its incursions. In the aftermath of the battle for Shattrath, heroes of the Horde and Alliance had much chaos for which to deal with. Countless Draenor were displaced, injured, or dead. To make matters worse, reports that arrived that the city of Arunar in Talador was burning. Locals told of a hot white light from an unseen source, which is totally not in front of us right here, burning the surrounding forest and the city itself, followed by Arakoa swooping down from the spires of Arak to harry survivors. The champions of Alliance and Horde agreed to investigate, and in Aruna they discovered the crystal mines beneath the city harbored a prism from the Arakoa's Apexis Empire. When the heroes defeated the Sun Sage leading the attack and secured the prism, they met with the outcast Arakoa named Iskar, who was leading the outcast to stand against the High Arakoa's recent incursions. After aiding Iskar and his people, the heroes ventured further into the region to establish their garrison to extend their operations. In this pursuit, they met with an old storyteller named Rashad. Rashad taught the heroes much about Arak, including its history and its politics. At his behest, the champions sought out the Eye of Anzu, a powerful scrying orb wielded by the ancient Talon King. The ancient Talon King and mythic hero to the outcasts, Tarok. Tarok had been the first to pull the newly outcast Arakoa from Sethic Hollow and protect them. He had used the scrying orb to convene directly with Anzu, but Seath's blood gnawed relentlessly at Tarok's mind until his people had no choice but to lock him away in the Shadow Realm, hoping one day they would find a cure for their king. With the scrying orb in hand, however, Rashad knew of a ritual that could summon Anzu to help the outcasts stand against the High Arakoa. Champions assisted in this endeavor, and the Raven God was successfully summoned back into the mortal realm. Reinforced by Anzu's power, champions of Azeroth aided in the outcasts in quelling the threat of the resurgent children of Seath, cultists intent on bringing back the Wind Serpent God. As Seath was reforming, Anzu, the outcasts, and the heroes of the Horde and the Alliance fought the cultists and ultimately defeated them. With this, the allies turned their attention to another threat in the region, Kargath Bladefist and the Shattered Hand. Kargath had been urged to expand the Iron Horde's holdings, and Arak initially appeared to be a prime target. The orcs were fierce, but even they were little threat to the High Arakoa. From atop their spires, which were thwarted with typical siege tactics of the orcs, the Arakoa wielded their super weapons against outcast and orc alike. Although the orcs were slowly gaining ground, it was primarily against the outcasts, as they would cut down the fleeing survivors of the High Arakoa's attacks. Although the champions had faced many threats, their forces were spread thin across Draenor. To counter Kargath and his Shattered Hand, they would need power. Here the outcasts suggested summoning Terok, the Talon King, from the Shadow Realm. After the summoning was a success, they bested him in battle to prove themselves worthy of his avatar. Thus empowered, champions of the Horde and the Alliance stormed Kargath's stronghold, slaughtering many of his finest warriors with hardly a swipe, until they faced the leader of the Shattered Hand himself. Though the heroes fought valiantly, they were bested by Kargath in battle, barely saved by outcast Shadow Sages. Kargath's final blow also severed Terok's connection to the heroes, rendering them unable to wield his power again. A power that would have aided greatly in facing the High Arakoa. Fortunately, the champions had still dealt a significant blow to the Shattered Hand. With his forces blunted, Kargath had no intention of fighting both the Azeroth champions and the Arakoa. He left a small contingent of warriors in an outpost and led his remaining followers to Nagrand to reconvene and discuss a path forward. With the Shattered Hand subdued for the time being, the champions of Azeroth and outcasts turned next to the High Arakoa, who were led by the arrogant High Sage Vyrix. As ruler of Skyreach, he had taught her followers, the adherents of Rukmar, to believe that the Arakoa were the highest form of life in all existence. Though these adherents claimed the source of their incredible power came from Rukmar herself, the truth was far more simple. Vyrix's zealots had excavated and repaired a weapon of unfathomable power, long since buried by their ancestors, the breath of Rukmar, which channeled magic and the sun into an energy beam that could decimate entire settlements. With this weapon, the High Sage bent her will towards incinerating the lands surrounding Skyreach, and any inferior race that dared oppose the establishment of her new Arakoan empire off of the face of Draenor. Though the Iron Horde had mostly moved on from Arak, the Azeroth forces would not abandon the outcasts, knowing that Vyrix and her superweapon would continue to threaten those beyond her borders. She had to be stopped. Here the heroes faced the same problems that the orcs had encountered, however. How to transport armies up the towering spires of Arak. The outcasts could not fly, making their enemy nigh untouchable. Anzu stepped forward with one solution, to approach the cult of the Raven Speakers and their patron Ka'alu, the Raven Mother, consort of Anzu. After helping the Raven Speakers secure their holdings and conducting a ritual, they summoned the Raven Mother, who agreed to grant them an audience. With some convincing by Rashad, Ka'alu agreed to lend her dread ravens to the champion's cause. Led by a contingent of Horde and Alliance champions, hundreds of outcast warriors charged into Skyreach, determined to unseat High Sage Vyrix and her zealots. The task was difficult, but the champions fought their way through the most devout adherents until they encountered the High Sage herself. She was a fearsome foe, made all the more powerful by her command of the advanced Apex's technology. After a pitched and terrifying fight, champions brought her low and were able to complete their siege of Skyreach, destroying the two focusing legends integral to the Breath of Rukmar's superweapon. The victorious outcasts might have been quick to exact revenge on their fellow Arakoa, but they were determined to heal rather than to deepen old wounds. Together with the rebel Arakoa who had been silenced by Vyrix and the adherents, they instituted a new order in Arak, one that venerated the contributions of both the high and the low. With the superweapon destroyed and the regional threats averted, the champions turned their attention to Nagrand. You know what's funny, Hudor, is I completely disagree with that mentality. No offense. I mean, Warlords is certainly rather designed, I think is the way I put it. And most of the empty space in Warlords is there because of accident, not by design. But think about Legion zones for a second. Think about how naturally and seamlessly they bleed into each other. Think about how much space there is there that you can navigate that no quest takes you to. And then there's BFA and Shadowlands. And then you get to Dragonflight, which has some great zone design. Holy crap. Also huge, giant-ass zones. My goodness. Either way, all I'm trying to say is that Huthor is literally Hitler. Alright, so. I have to admit, when I was designing the Lorecraft for Warlords, I had a hell of a time figuring out what order stories should be done in. Because if you actually, like, if you just take a moment, I know you can't really see the whole map, but if you take a moment and look at the actual map there, the actual route of questing makes no sense narratively. Like, alright, but then here, but then here, then here, then here, then here, then here again, then here. Huh? So, yeah, I kind of had to really restructure and redo the order of events to make them make something approximating sense when it came to the Warcraft. So if you ever wondered why, that's why. I got a couple complaints about that, too. Welcome to Nagrand. Ugh. Thrall had gone ahead of the Horde forces to establish a base in Nagrand, enemy territory. In Warvar, he was joined by Draka and Agra, who has arrived from Azeroth with a contingent of reinforcements. Oh, I'm sure they'll do something, Mr. Red. Pandaria Remix has simply been too successful not to. When the Horde champions arrived, Thrall urged them to seek out the Burning Blade to retrieve blueprints that the Warsong had stolen from the Horde caravan and taken back to the Burning Blade's base. In this pursuit, the champions met with Lantresor, an exile of the clan who was chained within the base. The exile helped the heroes in challenging the leader of the Burning Blade to retrieve their blueprints. With the defeat of their leader alongside many of the Burning Blade's most powerful warriors, Azuka Bladefury was installed as the new warlord of the clan. She allowed the champions and her new ally to return to Warvar unharmed with their blueprints. Across Nagrand, Rengari Dakan was running operations to regain Talar. The Draenei Enclave had fallen to the Warsong, and he required help evacuating their survivors. After helping Dakan secure a means of escape and cutting down the Warsong forces, Alliance champions rallied the Rengari to retake the town. Unfortunately, the Warsong pack leader activated the town's defenses before they could lead the assault against her. Destroying the Arcanite crystal powering the shields, they stormed inside and reclaimed Telar for the Draenei and the Alliance. Ugh. Now established in Nagrand, Horde and Alliance began dispatching scouts to secure their hold on territory. In this pursuit, they learned of a budding operation by the ogre leader Imperator Margok, whose overwatch had become the seat of research for the Great Empire. Yeah, there's a story as old as time. Distant outpost of the Empire becomes its capital. Never heard that one before. After intercepting 2 orders from Grandmaster Reglak, the champions of Azeroth discovered plans to strengthen the ogres with the power of the Breakers. The heroes confronted Reglak directly, assaulting his base of operations. Although they destroyed his research, they failed to eliminate the Grand Magister, who escaped to Highmaul. Reglak and the machinations of the ogres would need to wait, however. The time had come to push the advantage against the Warsong. Oh, there it is. There's the Warsong. Up there. Together, Horde and Alliance operations had spread the Warsong thin, but they would have to take the garrison at Lokrath to claim a chance at reclaiming the capital of Grommashar. Duratan and the Frostwolves, along with Yrel and her Rengari, moved the west to establish a forward base along the Skysong River. By the time champions of the Alliance and the Horde caught up with the advanced forces, they were shocked to learn that Lokrath had already fallen. But as the heroes moved in to accept surrender of Uruk Folkleaver, he broke free of his bonds and sprang a trap. The champions surged forward to cut down Uruk and the Warsong forces, and with their defeat, the way to Grommashar was at last clear. All forces convened on Grommashar, bursting in through the gate of the Iron Horde stronghold and forcing the enemy out into the open. While the Rengari and the Frostwolves held back against the Warsong forces, Yrel, Duratan, and the mightiest champions took the fight to Garrosh. Despite their fearsome strength and skill, the most they could do was wear down the Warlord. When Thrall saw the fight turning against them, he stepped in and challenged Garrosh to mock Garah. Garrosh was furious with Thrall, as he has a right to be. It was Thrall who had first appointed him Warchief, who trusted him with the fate of the Orcish people and the Horde as a whole. If they were to fight, it would be at the Stones of Prophecy, the place where it all begun. Garrosh placed no limitations on what weapons or skill could be called upon in the heat of battle. He saw himself as the superior warrior and wanted no question of his victory. Initially, the Orcs seemed evenly matched, but as Garrosh unleashed the years of pent-up rage that had festered in Thrall's absence, his words caught the shaman off guard. Garrosh unrepentantly struck his former mentor while screaming in anger, accusing Thrall of betraying him, of betraying the Horde itself. Garrosh believed he had Thrall beaten, but in reality Thrall had been holding back, as the shaman had yet to call upon any shamanistic powers. Until the very last moment, a small part of Thrall saw truth in Garrosh's words, saw his own failings reflected magnified in his former protege. But the ferocity of Garrosh's blows dispelled that illusion. The orc who stood before him was little more than a power-hungry lunatic, one who would not hesitate to kill him, one who had made his own choices and would not accept the weight of his failures. With a heavy heart, Thrall called down the elements and wielded them in a fight. In the end, the shaman struck the final blow. Garrosh Hellscream was dead. Though Garrosh had started the war, his death was far from the one needed to end it, because somewhere in Nagrand a great darkness was brewing, and soon it would consume all of Draenor. How not to write 101. Thank you very much, Pillars of Snow. Always appreciate your donations. If you would like to put that towards something, do please let me know. Yeah, I never thought Thrall cheated, and I never even cared about the argument. Like, to be blunt, who gives a crap? Unbeknownst to much of Draenor, even to the forces of the Iron Horde, yet another force was at play in Nagrand, which is over there. At Gul'dan's behest, the Shadow Council warlock Cho'Gall had continued his search for sources of power that could aid the Legion on Draenor. His search led him underground to a network of unholy caverns that snaked beneath the surface of the world. Here dwelled the Pale, a group of orcs who worshipped Void Lords. Cho'Gall scryed to study these Pale, and in so doing discover the source of their power, a fallen Naro in Nagrand beneath the sacred mountain of Oshugun. So great was the void within this Naro that the Pale had used it to awaken a great bone worm, which the Horde champions had slayed during their time in Frostfire. Cho'Gall reported these developments back to Gul'dan, who dispatched him on a mission to Oshugun to subjugate the fallen Naro and harness its power for the Shadowfallen. Or the Shadowfallen. Wow! Was cheating supposedly done? No. The Thrall cheated thing was always kind of done, to be dumb, to be quite honest with you. FF16, Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor. Thank you. People accused him of using magic in a fight to the death. That's really all it is. That's what it boils down to. Though the orcs of Nagrand considered Oshugun a sacred mountain, it was far from true mountain of earth and stone. It was the overgrown crash site of the Genedar, the dimensional fortress which had first brought the Draenei to this world. When the Genedar first crashed on Draenor, the Naru K'ure had become tangled within the wreckage. It urged the Draenei to leave it there, as K'ure's light was slowly fading, and it would soon enter a void state in which it would only accumulate dark energy. Time passed as K'ure remained trapped within the remains of the fortress, and indeed, this fallen Naru was corrupted by the void. While the Draenei stayed away from the wreckage of their vessel, the orcs knew no such wisdom. The Naru's dark energy attracted the spirits of fallen orcs, who were in turn suffused with light energies that had lingered in the Genedar. The light granted these spirits wisdom, which they in turn passed down to the shamans who would visit the mountain, which the orcs then named Oshugun. In search of the fallen Naru beneath Oshugun, Cho'Gall sought out and employed the Pale, who allowed him to enter their innermost sanctum, wherein lay the decaying Naru. It was amidst this scheme, however, that Horde and Alliance, still battling the Warsong, were alerted to multiple elemental disturbances. They had recently dealt with the Warsong clan's Dark Shaman, who were using their powers to channel the Void, opening powers from the Twisting Nether to feed the Void Lord Invalidus. Though the heroes had successfully slain the creature and closed the portals, they received word of more dark forces at work. The Elemental Furies had called to Farseer Drekthar for aid against Gordog, the Great Earthen Fury, and they had gone missing. But while investigating this matter, the elements sent heroes of the Horde and Alliance a vision. Oh my god. This was not something I anticipated. So they sent him. God, I actually lost my train of thought. Where was I? They sent the heroes of the Horde and Alliance a vision of Cho'Gall finding the fallen Naru beneath Oshugun and betraying his master. As the champions of Azeroth fought their way to Oshugun, they found that the Pale had enslaved the elements to their will. Not even Drekthar could reverse what the Pale had done to the elemental spirits. Those enthralled by the Pale had to be put down. Fighting their way to the core of the sacred mountain, the champions came across Gordog, the missing elemental fury they sought. With this bitter discovery, Farseer Drekthar bade the heroes free him from a heavy yoke that the Pale had placed upon him and retrieved his heart. Oh my god, Uthor. So that it might one day kindle a new earthen fury. After delivering a swift death to Gordog, the heroes continued on, and oh my god, the sentence structure. Continued on to end the work of Cho'Gall and the Pale in Nagrand. But while the heroes had been distracted with the Pale and enslaved the elemental spirits, Cho'Gall had convinced the fallen Naru. I'm sorry, my eyes are blurring a little bit. But while the heroes had been distracted by the Pale and enslaved elemental spirits, Cho'Gall had convened with the fallen Naru in Oshugun. In the span of a horrible moment, he was filled with the secrets of the void and its maddening emptiness. Filled with forbidden knowledge and near-limitless power, he turned towards an unyielding conquest. Cho'Gall started transforming K'ure into a void god, a being even more powerful than the Dark Star. This was the creatures that would cause untold destruction, decimatus. Unfortunately, they like to use that word, champions of the Horde and the Alliance had just breached the innermost sanctum of Oshu'gun and were ready to face down the creature. With great effort, the combined forces narrowly defeated Decimatus, but Cho'Gall had fled the mountain upon glimpsing the heroes. After all, we've already killed him. I'm kidding. After leaving Oshu'gun newly empowered, the warlock ventured to the ogre capital of Highmaul, whereon he sought magical runestones to further enhance his power. The ogre's leader, the dread Imperator Margok, had entered an alliance with Grommashar and the Iron Horde early in their rise, to avoid a war that would surely see the ogres crushed in uneven battle. Cho'Gall knew he stood little chance of conquering the combined might of Highmaul and Iron Horde, so he allowed himself to be captured by the city's guardians and taken to a prison. There he bided his time, waiting for the right moment to summon his pale army and take what he had come for. Where are we going with this? Oh, to Highmaul. Okay, sure. Let's go to Highmaul now. Let's just. Though the forces of Azeroth had made great strides to unseat the Iron Horde, in many ways the war had just begun. No, by this point the war was over. Many of its fearsome clan leaders, including Kargath and Blackhand, had evaded capture, and the champions remained untested against Kilrogg and the ogres of Margok. With many enemies remaining, the Horde and Alliance divided their forces once again. The Horde champions would go to Blackrock Foundry. The Alliance would march on Highmaul. Conquering Highmaul would require an extended siege, and the city's guardians were not weak. Brute force would take time, so they turned to infiltration, which would allow them to take the city quickly and unawares. Fortunately, Highmaul was well known for its Colosseum, which you can actually see there on the left, where fights drew throngs of spectators. The strongest champions of the Alliance arranged to enter the city under the auspices of participating in the tournament, where several heads of the Iron Horde were bound to be in attendance. At last, the champions were inside the city, their greatest enemies, Kargath and Grommashar, in sight. As the heroes prepared to fight, they were surprised to see Cho'Gall imprisoned in a cell amongst the other potential combatants, but they had little time to investigate as they ascended the arena above. In the Colosseum, they felled any challenger who came against them, until Kargath recognized the heroes from their prior battle in Arak. Actually, no, he recognizes us from Tanaan Jungle. Eager to defeat the heroes once and for all, he leapt into... He even references it, for God's sakes. Eager to defeat the heroes once and for all, he leapt into the arena and challenged them to gladiatorial combat. At this news, Imperator Margok himself left his throne to witness the battle. Kargath was confident he could not lose, seeing as he'd spent many hours in this very arena, fighting for the amusement of the ogres who were now his reluctant allies. Defeating Kargath took no small effort. He's actually an interesting fight. But it fell as the Alliance's other foes had. Still, in the intervening time, Grommashar himself had fled, and the heroes had lost their chance at ending the war right then and there. In an unexpected turn of events, Cho'Gall took advantage of the distraction in the Colosseum to spring his trap. Since the champions had disposed all the challengers, only the guards remained to keep safe Imperator Margok. Cho'Gall easily escaped from his cell and opened a portal into the center of the arena, challenging Imperator Margok. Cho'Gall dispatched the Imperator's guards as his pale orcs crawled over the walls of the city, intent on taking Highmaul for themselves. With them came many elemental beings that they had twisted to their will. I know, Huthor. The combined forces of Azeroth and Draenor found themselves wedged between multiple forces in a chaotic struggle for control of Highmaul. The fighters of the Colosseum had been freed in the chaos, the Butcher fiercest amongst them. I like how they name-drop, of all people in this parade, the Butcher. After dispatching the heroes faced an earth fury enthralled by the pale Rise Mountain. The chaos of the fighting drew a great walker of the deep, a fungal giant known as Brackenspore, whose only desire was the eradication of all civilization from the face of Draenor. Drawing close to the seat of Imperator Margok, the champions came before the leader's personal guards, as well as the greatest of the magic breakers, Korog. Fighting their way to Margok's throne room, the heroes came upon Imperator himself. The leader was highly guarded and himself presented a difficult opponent with powerful magic, but the heroes ultimately defeated him and all his forces. Unfortunately, this presented Cho'Gall with exactly the opportunity he'd been waiting for. As the weakened Imperator struggled to remain standing, Cho'Gall burst into the throne room, mythic difficulty is canon, ensnaring Margok in a field of dark magic. Drawing power from the runestones, he channeled the incredible energy of Evo into the Imperator, killing him in the act. The champions of the Alliance were swift, but the Warlock had been faster. Cho'Gall was a near insurmountable foe to a host of heroes who had already worn down from a series of intense fights. His void powers presented a challenge to the champions, who had hardly expected to face when they embarked on their journey to Highmaul. Through their combined efforts, however, Cho'Gall fell as the others had done. Though Grommashar had escaped to fight another day, the Alliance and their comrades had emerged victorious in Highmaul, disposing 3 major foes as well as the Shattered Hand and the Ogre's Gorian Empire from Grommashar's arsenal. Meanwhile, What? 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 Hold on. Hold on. I don't mean to be negative here, but like Highmaul is given almost a page and a half, right? How much time do you think is devoted towards Blackrock Foundry, aka one of the best raids in the entire game? Three paragraphs. Well, let's get to it. As the Alliance was fighting in Highmaul, Khadgar remained troubled. Though the heroes of the Alliance and Horde had overcome some of the Shadow Council's most powerful warlocks, Gul'dan himself eluded them at every turn. Khadgar turned the champions of Azeroth towards gathering various items from Skyreach, Oshagun, and Highmaul, powerful artifacts he could use to track and subdue Gul'dan. When Khadgar was made yet another attempt to spy on the warlock leader, he received a nasty surprise. Gul'dan himself taunted the Archmage that his scrying went both ways, and the warlock had used this to learn much about Khadgar, including his location. From there he dispatched his greatest assassin, a half-orc, half-Draenei named Garona Half-Orcan. Sure, Ross, go for it. Garona did not volunteer for her life as an agent of the Shadow Council. In fact, she never had a choice. The warlock had forced her to become a killer, controlling her mind with fell magic. Now Gul'dan armed her with a fell blade and commanded her to hunt down Khadgar, even though you literally just said that. Repetition! Through the Archmage and his bodyguards, Cordana fended off Garona once. She succeeded in her second attempt, poisoning Khadgar. Horde champions pursued the assassins and managed to retrieve both Garona and the antidote to the poison of her blade. Khadgar could have directed the heroes to kill Garona then and there, but the Archmage sensed the dark influence over Garona's mind. After speaking with Cordana, he decided to work towards freeing Garona instead. The recovering Khadgar sent the heroes on another mission, one which he would hope turned Gul'dan's agent into a valuable resource for the forces of Azeroth. He asked them to gather various items, including... Here it is. You ready for this? The arm of Blackhand from the Blackrock Foundry while in pursuit of Blackhand. These items could be used to free Garona from Gul'dan's control, so she might provide them with useful information. With list in hand, they went back to the fortress of the Blackrock Orcs. After his defeat at Shattrath, Warlord Blackhand had returned to his seat of power at Blackrock Foundry and began preparing his forces for a siege. The clan's rail line to the Iron Horde capital at Hellfire remained intact, so Blackhand and his men continued to manufacture and ship weapons to Grommashar. And given the Iron Horde's more defensive posture, the Foundry remained well-staffed, operating day and night to arm their allies. Though the Horde had cleared the Blackrock's Grimrail Depot and Iron Docks during their last sweep of Gorgrond, they hardly had the time or resources to infiltrate the Greater Foundry before the Battle of Shattrath began. This time, they would finish the job. Without the Foundry and the Blackrock clan, Grommashar would be hard-pressed to recover from such a blow. Okay, so here it is. Here's the whole raid. You ready for this? The Horde fought their way through the engine of the Iron Horde's war machine all the way up to Blackhand himself. In an intensely personal battle for the Horde, champions dispatched the Blackrock leader and claimed his hand, alongside the other items on Khadgar's list for their own use. End raid. Unfortunately, didn't even make it to Blackrock before we finished it. Unfortunately, after returning the items to Khadgar at his tower in Talador, the Archmage was unable to overcome Gul'dan's magical influence on Garona. Khadgar turned to the champions to infiltrate a Shadow Council hideout in Shadowmoon Valley and retrieve another potentially useful artifact, the Orb of Dominion, which Khadgar theorized was being used to mind control many of Gul'dan's minions. After the retrieval mission, Khadgar successfully freed Garona from the sway of Gul'dan. As she came to, grateful to the heroes for releasing her from Gul'dan's spell, she revealed Gul'dan was at this very moment on his way to meet Grommashar in northern Talador. Actually, like right over here. The heroes, Garona and Khadgar, wasted no time in embarking for the rendezvous point. Yeah, right there. There they learned Grommashar was struggling to maintain his grip on the Iron Horde. What Iron Horde? Demanding that every loyal follower fall back to the Tanaan jungle to regroup. It was at this point that Gul'dan brought the fell blood of Banneroth back into the conversation. He offered Grommashar and all the desperate orcs assembled one last chance at power. By drinking the blood of the Pit Lord, they would indeed be bound by the will of the Burning Legion, but at least they would have a chance at defeating the champions of Azeroth, as well as the faction of Draenor that had been brought over to their side. Grommashar flatly refused. To him, defeat would be a far better fate than the one bound to the will of demons. Unfortunately, Grommashar was alone in his convictions. Kelrog Deadeye and his clan of bleeding hollow orcs betrayed Grommashar. As Gul'dan incapacitated the former warchief and locked him away, Deadeye and the followers drank the Pit Lord's blood. In an instant, their bodies were corrupted and their minds clouded with rage. Once the ritual was over, the corrupted orcs pledged their loyalty to Gul'dan. Under his command, they would be known as the Fell Horde, supreme warriors of the Burning Legion. As Khadgar, Garona, and the champions witnessed Deadeye's full empowerment, Khadgar bade them return to the main army and tell the leaders to marshal their forces. They had to invade the Tanaan jungle and strike the Fell Horde quickly before they could summon the Legion to Draenor. If that could occur, Draenor would be in greater danger than ever before. See, you say that, Huthor, and I can't quite disagree, but I know you weren't paying attention because that would involve listening to me. But did you notice how they bothered to list and give a tiny little tidbit of every single boss in Highmaul? Whereas Blackrock Foundry got one sentence that only mentioned one person. That's Blackhand himself. Like, I question your decisions, you know? And by you, I mean there, whoever. You all. Yeah, they actually name-dropped the Butcher for some reason. Mr. Red, why did you write this book? Why did you curse me so? At this point, I just want to get this over with. The Alliance and the Horde rallied their soldiers for war, but Gul'dan had twisted the very land to work against them. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm actually going over to Hellfire now. From the throne of Kil'jaeden, he said, "Ah!" I mean, like, if they were consistent about it, I could believe that, right? They've been doing this whole time. Like, the Heart of Fear was just a quick, and then they went and they fought the Emperors, you know? And it's like, okay, that makes sense. But, anyways, there's Hellfire Citadel. From the throne of Kil'jaeden, he summoned forth the Fellblight, a river of fell energy to erupt from the mountainside. Massive spikes piercing the Hellfire Citadel, and the land becoming as twisted and corrupted as the Fell Horde itself. Sensing they would not make much headway through the jungle, champions from both factions found an unlikely ally in the former master shipwright of the Iron Horde, Solog. Roark was loyal to Grommashar and was eager to undercut Gul'dan's plans for the orcs of Draenor. All the green stuff's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. With the help of this new ally, the champions quickly set to work on a harbor and fleet for their factions, which they did, like, nothing with, and allowed them to fight the Fell Horde at sea. The new fleet sought a less guarded landing point in the Tanaan jungle, while the remaining Horde Alliance and allied Draenor forces would continue their assault at Tanaan's main entry point. The heroes at last found their harbor on the southern reaches of the jungle. As they pressed inland, they set up new bases of operation and recruited several of Gul'dan's enemies to their side. All the better. Gul'dan was recruiting allies of his own, some amongst the Arakoa, including a former leader of the outpost Arakoa and the Sethic, who still worshipped the fallen wind serpent Seath and sought to revive him. Through all these preparations, Khadgar remained singularly focused on infiltrating the Citadel before Gul'dan could summon Archimonde and the full might of the Burning Legion. Ahead of the battle, he tasked champions with retrieving the Tomes of Chaos, ancient volumes of fell knowledge, which he feared would empower future warlocks to Gul'dan's same aspirations. While the conflict with the Legion and its devotees seemed unavoidable in any universe or timeline, Khadgar hoped to at least blunt future incursions by stealing this forbidden knowledge. And yet, keep in mind, 5 separate writers wrote this book, and I'm starting to think it really shows, you know. As much as I make fun of Gul'dan, because I hate her, the fact of the matter is, that's exaggerated. I hate her writing. But the fact of the matter is, this reads a lot like, okay, Mr. Red, I want you to write the section about Hellfire. Magister, you write the section about Highmaul. Huthor, you write the section about Blackrock Foundry. And none of us were talking to each other. And that's the important part. There's actually nothing wrong with splitting out writing like that. In fact, it can add some flavor to our work. Dragon Age Origins is a good example of that. But you need someone or someone's whose job it is to kind of keep everything coordinated, right? Like, you need the writing room. You need to have the place where each of the writers get together and can actually talk to each other and be like, all right, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Come on. What is going on with my chair? Ugh. Oh yeah, Blade Taval, you also write something else. I don't know what. Write something. I don't even care. I don't even care. Retcon something, Blade Taval. I don't even care what. Just retcon it. Make it make less sense. When the champions brought the tomes to Khadgar's Mage Tower, they were all in for a nasty surprise. Cordana Felsong, who had been acting as Khadgar's trusted bodyguard, had been corrupted by the Orb of Dominion, the very same artifact that had been used to bind Garona to Gul'dan's will. She had been tasked with destroying the orb and failed in her duty. Now, as servants of the champions were able to destroy the tomes and thus their defenses, Cordana escaped before the heroes could stop her. Khadgar was devastated by this turn of events, but he quickly redirected the champions' focus towards Hellfire Citadel. Yeah, Blade Taval, you write about Farallon. Let me know when you've got the book on my desk, because that's the exact moment I'm going to burn it. Anyways, can I just say, by the way, I talked about this in the Lorecraft, and I will... pretty sure I talked about this in the lore run. I will absolutely talk about this in the review. The conversion of Cordana is actually one of the most critical story points in the entire series. A shatter point, if you will, to borrow the term from Star Wars. It is shocking how many events all hinge on one extremely minor event, which is the conversion of Cordana to the Legion side. Just funny little anecdote. I'm curious if it'll actually cover the significance of that when we get to Legion. So, the Rengari and Frostwolf forces had at last cleared the Fell Horde from the main entry point at Tanaan and joined their forces with those of Azeroth. The combined armies fought their way through the surrounding orc encampments, penetrating Hellfire Citadel itself. Within the Citadel, the fighting was unlike anything the champions had ever faced. No? As the brutal, fell-empowered orcs were reinforced by Arakoa and warlocks. Though it cost the Horde and Alliance many lives, Azeroth's champions defeated Kelrog Deadeye, but still more enemies stood in their path, including those they had thought long dead. Among these was the Shadow Council warlock Terengar, who had fallen into the mausoleum of Auchindoun during his battle with the heroes of Azeroth. While the champions moved on to greater concerns, the warlock gorged himself on the Draenei souls who dwelled there, becoming a bloated abomination known as Gorefiend. The fearless heroes took up arms once again, however, and slayed the foul creature anew. Shouldn't that be slew? Fighting their way into the heart of the Citadel, the champions of the Horde and Alliance discovered Grommash Hellscream being tortured by a Fell Lord. After they freed the former Warchief, Grommash offered little by way of thanks, asking only that the champions leave him. For some reason, we didn't kill his ass on the spot, even though we probably should have. The heroes continued on, battling their way to the pinnacle of Hellfire Citadel, which is actually, like, visible. It's right up there. To the pinnacle of Hellfire Citadel, where Gul'dan awaited them. Upon seeing the heroes, he reanimated the remains of the Pit Lord Manaroth to fight in his stead, and fled through a portal. Please ignore how little sense that makes. Even after dispatching the reanimated demon, the heroes despaired. Gul'dan had escaped, and no doubt continued his evil work while the heroes were distracted. Khadgar transported the champions to the ruins of the Dark Portal, where they witnessed Gul'dan create a new, smaller portal, the Black Gate. Out of this stepped Archimonde, flanked by his lieutenants Asgalor, Anetheron, and Khazrogal. The heroes were caught off guard in disarray. With the battle unexpectedly moved, it had scattered their offensive positions. The Demon Lord was among the most powerful enemies they'd ever faced, and indeed is one of the strongest things we've ever faced in the entire series. The Demon... They would have to fight him without their frontline defenses. Still, the forces of Azeroth and Draenor managed to rally, fighting within a plum that knew neither boundaries nor factional conflicts. They were soon stunned to find Grommashar amongst their number, wordlessly fighting for the freedom of his people and vengeance against Gul'dan. Though the champions were suspicious of his intentions, it was clear the orc was a powerful warrior, and the losses they'd already taken meant they needed every fighter to repel the Legion. The former Warchief fought side by side with Durotan and the Frostwolves, Yrel and the Rengari. Azeroth's Horde and Alliance stood back to back in defense of their shared world and their new allies on Draenor. All who were there gave everything they had, even as Archimonde pulled the heroes into the twisting nether. By the time the dust had settled, Archimonde had been defeated, and the Legion would not be invading Azeroth this day. Although he was on the brink of death, Archimonde knew that so long as Gul'dan lived, the Burning Legion had a way into Azeroth. All he had to do was preserve the Warlock. With his final breath, Archimonde propelled Gul'dan through the Black Gate. Champions of Azeroth raced through the portal to recapture him, but were too late. The portal closed, their only path gone. They may have lost Gul'dan, but the heroes of Azeroth still found reason to rejoice. With the last of the Shadow Council expelled from Draenor, the planet was finally free. Grommashar turned to Yrel and Durotan. The former Iron Warchief had much to atone for. You think? But he hoped to have a chance to fix all that he had broken. Grommashar still had some sway amongst the orcs of Draenor. Just as he had persuaded many of them to fight the Draenei, he could persuade them to help rebuild the world instead. If Yrel and Durotan agreed, then their people could work together. They could mend Draenor together! Though time and effort could never restore all the Iron Horde had taken from them, Yrel and Durotan agreed this seemed like a first step on the road to healing. Both leaders had lost much to Grommashar, but losing more while they nursed their hurts seemed foolish. Grommashar himself saw the heroes off, as they prepared to return to their proper universe and timeline and warlords. Yeah, no kidding, Master Man. This is an interesting shot. Is this the Tomb of Sargeras? Yes, it is. That's the avatar right there. You can see the avatar's hand down here. And up there's, over in the upper right, is where the portal is to the Kil'jaeden fight. It's time for Legion. Let's see where we started. Broken Shore. Yeah, that's not a surprise. All right. First, we're going to get a sub from Dr. Winter. Very important, very important. Then we're going to stab ourselves. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm scared for Legion. Honestly, they butchered Pandaria. Just butchered it. I was not happy with the Pandaria section. So, Legion, like, Warlords is actually mostly just weird. Thank you, Evo. So, putting that towards Darkest Dungeon. Whoops, that actually goes here. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Echoes of Wisdom. Thank you, Dr. Winter. Now with the worst expansion ever. The one that'll probably score the best when we get there. Really, I can only picture 2 expansions scoring better than Legion. And that's a big maybe. You can probably guess what both of them are. Don't do this. Well, I have no idea about War Within. But it's Dragonflight and Pandaria are the 2. Listen. You probably don't remember this, Mr. Red, but when Shadowlands was new, they were flat out saying that Zoval is totally stronger than Titans. He's so, his dick is so big. It's just huge. Chapter 3. The might of the Burning Legion had threatened Azeroth many times over. Centuries ago, a powerful guardian of Tirisfal. I mean, I managed it, Lunarith, in the Warcraft series, plug. Centuries ago, a powerful guardian of Tirisfal, a mage named Egwene, had battled an avatar of Sargeras and narrowly managed to prevail. However, even with all her mighty powers, she could not destroy the avatar's body. To ensure the avatar would never rise again, she sealed it in the sunken Temple of Elune in the middle of the ocean, where none could reach it. Interred with the body were powerful artifacts the Titan had used to combat her, including the jeweled scepter of Sargeras and the Eye of Sargeras. This became known as the Tomb of Sargeras, and for centuries many tried to access it. They all inevitably failed. The original Gul'dan sought the Eye of Sargeras amidst the Second War, even raising the tomb and Thaldranoth, the island that held it, above the sea. He planned on seizing the powers of the Eye for himself. Though his lieutenants sought to retaliate, Sargeras commanded them to wait. It was only after Gul'dan raised the broken shore and the tomb that the Dark Titan permitted his forces to tear the Warlock to pieces. The infamous demon hunter Illidan similarly broke into the tomb to obtain the Eye, seeking a way to defeat the first Lich King during the Third War. Though he had more success than the original Gul'dan, he was later defeated at the Black Temple. Led by Maya of Shadowsong, wardens from a contingent of elite night elves known as the Watchers brought his body, along with his demon hunters, the Illidari, to the vault of the Wardens for eternal imprisonment. Within this, the tomb remained abandoned for years, until the schemes of the Bronze Dragon Kairas Dormu and Garrosh Hellscream changed everything and history began to repeat itself. As alternate Gul'dan stumbled through the Black Gate on Draenor and into the Horde and Alliance's native Azeroth, he remained under the thumb of the Legion. Although his efforts on Draenor had ended in failure, with his fell hordes spent and the Shadow Council defeated, Gul'dan still had plenty of allies. Archimonde was far from the only powerful being within the Legion. When Gul'dan arrived on Azeroth, he was contacted by Archimonde's brother, Kil'jaeden, another once wise Eredar leader turned demon lord. Kil'jaeden had been there when Gul'dan, native to this timeline, had tried and failed to overthrow his demonic masters. He had personally watched as demons ripped the traitor apart, and thus knew that if he sent this alternate Gul'dan to the tomb of Sargeras, the Warlock would again attempt to betray him. Still, desiring to seize his chance, Kil'jaeden filled the Warlock's mind with his voice and kept him on a tight leash. He ordered the Warlock to travel across the ocean and infiltrate the tomb of Sargeras, where a portal to the Twisting Nether could be empowered, allowing the Legion a new gateway to Azeroth. Gul'dan, power-hungry as ever, agreed. All through his journey through the tomb, Gul'dan's every move was dogged by Khadgar. More than anyone, the Archmage knew that Azeroth would never be safe while Gul'dan lived, and he bent his considerable skill towards tracking down the Warlock. By the time Gul'dan reached the tomb of Sargeras, Khadgar was practically at his back, and had even received some measure of support from Maiev Shadowsong. Maiev was still the head of the Watchers, who kept Illidan in his Illidari prison to this very day. You just talked about that! Sorry. And she feared that their vault... Oof, I don't like that song. She feared that their vault, also located on the Broken Isles, could be used as the Legion's true target. Although Gul'dan knew his pursuers were close at hand, Kil'jaeden had ordered him to enter the tomb of Sargeras. The Warlock disabled the ancient locks and loudly blasted open the doors. Khadgar pursued him while Maiev and her wardens left to secure the vault of the Wardens. Deep within the complex, Khadgar caught up to Gul'dan. They engaged in a duel of magic, but Kil'jaeden commanded Gul'dan to exercise restraints. He had plans for the Archmage and would see no harm done to him. Gul'dan blinded Khadgar, cloaked himself in a spell, and broke Egwene's seals on the tomb. The Archmage recovered and located Gul'dan as he approached the final seal. He knew he did not possess enough power to both break the barrier and defeat Khadgar. Gul'dan pleaded with Kil'jaeden to grant his lowly servant a portion of the tomb's power. Kil'jaeden did not trust Gul'dan, but ultimately relented, sensing the Warlock's success in charging the portal was close at hand. With his new fell power, Gul'dan crushed the final seal. Before the unbridled power of the tomb could charge the portal below, the Warlock took it for himself. He attacked Khadgar, hurling him from the chamber and collapsing the only path inside. Emboldened, Gul'dan held the power to challenge the might of all Azeroth, without the direct aid of the Legion. But he also realized his fight would be unending. On his Draenor, he had lost to Grom, to the champions of the Horde Alliance, and ultimately to the Draenei and rebel orcs. Bringing the Legion to Azeroth was his best chance at capturing the victory that had thus far eluded him. As Khadgar and Maiev re-entered the chamber and hurled seemingly ineffective attacks at Gul'dan, the Warlock assessed the risks and found a solitary path to power pointless. Reluctantly, he relinquished his new fell powers to activate the portal to the Questing Nether. Just that sucker. Right up there. Kil'jaeden commended his servant for his choice, a wiser one than the Gul'dan of this timeline made. Khadgar and Maiev fled as the portal opened and demons erupted from it, trampling their way through the tomb. Within moments, fell creatures overran the broken shore and the sky darkened. Maiev headed north to secure the vault, it's actually west, and inform her people while Khadgar changed himself into a raven. Word had to fly fast to the world's leaders. The Burning Legion had returned. Yeah, all of Gul'dan's motivations and character and backstory aren't even touched on, which I get. It's a summary. It's a zoomed out study of everything. But it is interesting how they've turned Gul'dan, the alternate Gul'dan, from an interesting and fascinating character into nothing. Like, even the giant internal monologue he has, which eventually makes him end up siding with the Legion. Not even, it's just skipped right over. And again, I get why, but it makes me wonder exactly how much character can be retained in a summary like this, in a story so dominantly about character. I don't know. Food for thought, I suppose. It was not hard for Khadgar to convince the High King Varian Wrynn for the need for immediate action. He was old enough to remember the first war between the humans and the Orcish Horde. He had seen the kind of chaos just a fraction of the Legion's true power could wreak. Khadgar similarly found an ear in Varian's counterpart in the Horde, Warchief Vol'jin, who put out the call to the Horde faction leaders. The champions of Azeroth were needed once again, and they would answer their leader's call. At a joint council of war, the faction leaders agreed to lead the forces of the Horde Alliance against the Legion, though this was not all. Even groups that could seldom be roused for combat agreed to aid the war effort. Thrall rallied the shamans of the Earthen Ring. Although the shaman despised war and valued preservation of harmony above all, they knew the Legion would leave nothing to preserve. Whatever the risks, the Earthen Ring would join the fight. The paladins of the Argent Crusade had vowed on the day of their order's creation to fight only the creatures of pure evil. Though their focus remained on containing the Scourge in the Plaguelands, the paladins could not ignore the threat the Legion presented. The legendary hero Tyrion Fordring pledged the Crusade's support. Whether they won or lost, Tyrion would share in the fate of the order he had founded. The combined forces of the Horde and Alliance sailed for the Broken Shores, led by gunships carrying leaders Varian Wrynn and Sylvanas Windrunner. The land, sea, and skies teemed with thousands of fell creatures. Is it not going to mention it? I'm going to interrupt here very, very quickly. Because I find... Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized I'm so sorry. Wasting you with looking at me. Here you go. Something a little bit more interesting to look at. I find it interesting. This is such an important plot point, really. Because we find this out during the Rogue quest chain of all things. And it turns out that several of the scouts and spies had actually discovered that this was a trap. That this was designed to be a big trap for the Horde and the Alliance to wreck their initial forces. But the problem was the Legion had infiltrated the intelligence organization of the Alliance, SI-7, and therefore covered and smothered over knowledge of that trap and said, yep, smooth sailing. Nothing there. Great spot to land. Normandy is the perfect attack spot. Okay, that's a bad analogy. But it's such an important thing because so much of what went wrong with the Broken Shore happened because of an act of sabotage. Anyways. And you never know that unless you play a rogue. By the way, that's a good thing, in my opinion. Allowing you to experience the story like that, good thing, especially in a game that is as alt-friendly as this one. The land, sea, and skies teemed with thousands of fell creatures. Varian's ship was set upon by fellbats in an abyssal, which set the two ships crashing into each other. In the aftermath, Varian took up his sword to combat the threat alongside Sylvanas. As Azeroth's defenders began to arrive on the beach in earnest, fell creatures crashed against unsuspecting heroes. At the tip of the spear, Jaina Proudmoore and Genn Greymane led the alliance, joined by Varian and Gelbin Mekator. Warchief, Vol'jin, and Thrall rallied the Horde some ways away, bolstered by the forces of Sylvanas and Bane Bloodhealth. Together they fought to stem the flow of reinforcements and thin the demons' numbers. Tyrion Fordring was among the first leaders to fall. I would say this qualifies Uthor. Gul'dan captured the old paladin hero during the Argent Crusade's initial push and used him to draw the forces of the Horde and Alliance further inland. Many brave warriors died trying to save Tyrion, but in the end he was lost amid the battle against the demon Croesus, dealing a heavy blow to the morale of both the Alliance and the Horde. Alright. Let's see if they're going to screw this up. Because the real-life marketing team at WoW completely freaking screwed up the scene that's about to happen and absolutely fueled the fires of the players to the detriment of the overall narrative. So let's see what they do with it in the book. Both sides turned their attention to chasing down Gul'dan. The Horde took the ridge, covering the Alliance's flank. When they crested the overlook, it became clear the odds were stacked against them. Despite hours of fighting and endless numbers of fell slain, the Legion's ready reinforcements still stood between the champions of Azeroth and the tomb of Sargeras. Even in the face of poor odds, the Horde fought to the last moment, giving Kai King Varian Ring an opening to pursue the Warlock into the valley below. But while the Alliance forces rallied to their king, demons converged on the Horde above. Thrall had been knocked down, and Vol'jin was gravely wounded. Through a gasp of pain, the Warchief urged the Sylvanas to not let the Horde die this day. With this order, Vol'jin lost consciousness, leaving Sylvanas as acting leader of the Horde. Seeing what the Warchief had, that the tide of the battle had turned, she ordered her comrades to retreat. Okay, so far so good. Below, Genn Greymane was furious at the Horde's retreat, knowing the battle was assuredly lost without them. Varian commanded Genn to redirect the remaining forces to the gunship for immediate evacuation, but as the Alliance took to the skies, a Fell Reaver grasped the ship, bringing it down. To buy time for his troops to escape, Varian handed Genn a letter he'd written for his son should the worst befall him. He sacrificed himself to free the ship from the Reaver's grasp and fell to the broken shore below. The king fought to the very end to get to Gul'dan and to give the heroes of Alliance any advantage in their fight against the Legion, but was overwhelmed by demonic forces. Gul'dan personally executed the king, using his fell powers to reduce Varian to ash. The battle for the broken shore was over. Both Horde and Alliance had lost their greatest fighters, weapons, and leaders. Fear gripped the survivors and all of Azeroth. Okay, I'm with it. But yeah, for those of you not aware, a lot of the marketing team at Blizzard really turned that into an HVA thing. Like, the Horde abandoned the Alliance and betrayed the Alliance to the demons, and they're evil and awful, we'll go kill them. And just was trying to stoke the fires, you know what I mean? Hated that. With the Horde and Alliance broken and scattered, Gul'dan took advantage of the chaos to further enact the Legion's will. The next phase of the plan was to bring Sargeras, who is the ruler of the Legion, thank you for telling me that, book, to Azeroth, but he needed a body strong enough to withstand the power of a Dark Titan, a body capable of becoming the new avatar of Sargeras. The Legion identified Illidan, their old, hated enemy, as their best possible host, but Illidan had been dispatched by the champions of Azeroth and the Watchers long ago. His body, as well as the Illidari, had seemingly vanished. Fortunately for Gul'dan, Cordana Felsong remained pledged to the Warlock's service from her time on alternate Draenor, and her unfortunate interaction with the Orb of Dominion. Cordana had once been a Warden, which meant she knew the Wardens imprisoned the legendary demon hunters they had captured. Cordana told Gul'dan that in Ajuna, it's actually way over that way, apparently can't even see it in the fog, it's over there, I swear, that not far from the broken shore, that Illidan and his Illidari were being kept in stasis within the Vault of the Wardens, a secret underground chamber. The vault was well protected, but Cordana knew how to access it and combat Maiev and her forces. Gul'dan and Cordana, backed by an arm of demons, set out for the vault. And thus does history turn. With the demons breaching their walls, Maiev knew that she and her wardens would soon be dead. To stop Gul'dan from reaching the Vault of the Betrayer, she would have to commit an act that defied every fiber of her being. She would have to free the Illidari. Sorry, this isn't as powerful a moment as I would like, because I'm on my Illidari right now. I'm playing this is my Demon Hunter.
Alright.
Freeing the Illidari, themselves untrustworthy fell magic users, would bolster their defenses. In a race against time, the Wardens and Illidari banded together to break through the fell swarms and reach Gul'dan and Cordana, but it was too late. The heroes arrived just in time to see Gul'dan and Cordana vanish into a portal, along with Illidan's body. The Demon Hunters and Wardens had failed in their charge, but to make matters worse, they were still trapped in the vault with the army of Legion forces that accompanied Gul'dan. The Illidari ultimately fought their way out, claiming every ounce of the fell creature's power for their own. As they cleared the exit, they were joined by Khadgar and continued in their quest to enlist power from every corner of Azeroth. The Demon Hunters agreed to join the allied forces against the Legion. They knew it would not be long before Sargeras walked the body of Azeroth in his new host. Where are we going with this? Okay. We'll stay here. The Horde Alliance were still recovering from the Battle of the Broken Shore. In such short order, they had reduced to a fraction of their former strength. They had lost resources, allies, and leaders. Before they could get back in the fight, the Horde Alliance had to set their affairs in order and pass the mantle of leadership. In the Horde capital of Orgrimmar, Warchief Vol'jin was still suffering from grievous wounds sustained in battle. As he sat slumped, dying on his throne, Warchief for one whole expansion, which it canonically only took place over a very short period of time, too. As he sat slumped, dying on his throne, Vol'jin received a vision from the Loa. The Loa had guided Vol'jin throughout his life. Now at the end they would give him one last piece of wisdom. They told him to appoint Sylvanas Windrunner as his successor. Vol'jin was confused by the request, but he would not question their will. With his dying breath, Vol'jin told Sylvanas to step out from the shadows and lead the Horde as its new war chief. The Banshee Queen was outwardly honored, but inside she struggled to contain her shock. This marked the second of the jailer's prophecies that had come to pass, though she dared not tell anyone, even those closest to her, of her experiences in the afterlife. She quietly sent word to the jailer, pledging herself officially to his cause, and mulled these recent developments as she stood watch over Vol'jin's funeral pyre. But even in this quiet moment of introspection and mourning, the Legion found opportunity to take aim at the new war chief. Agents of the Legion infiltrated Vol'jin's funeral and were only intercepted by the Illidari, who had come to Orgrimmar seeking a place among Horde forces. After saving her life, Sylvanas welcomed them into her ranks, though she told them that a betrayal akin to the one Illidan had committed would land them a fate worse than death. What betrayal? I know they call him the Betrayer, but I actually feel most people don't even remember why he's even called that. How long ago that happened. Anyways. With Legion assassins rooted out and the Illidari settled, Sylvanas turned back to the business and appointed Varrock her second-in-command. Saurfang was leader of the Orcs, besides an intelligent warrior and a capable weapons expert. His leadership would be vital in the fight against the Legion. Just as the Horde buried their dead and passed on power to new leaders, the same was true of the Alliance. Stormwind held a great funeral to commemorate King Varian Wrynn. Nearly every citizen mourned as the great king's empty coffin was entombed at Lion's Rest, overlooking the harbor. The king's body could not be recovered, so Prince Anduin Wrynn, still a young man and now without either of his parents, gained little closure from the affair. Anduin was set to succeed his father because, remember, the Alliance is a dictatorship, but rested with the prospect of leadership. His father had distinguished himself as a gifted warrior, but martial prowess had not come so easily to the prince. He had trained under the Draenor leader Prophet Velen in study of and devotion to the light, and only considered violence as a last resort. But now as king, he would need to lead his people into battle against a powerful enemy who threatened their very survival. Anduin was not alone, however. He had the full might of the Alliance at his back. Prophet Velen and Gengremain, king of Gilneas, knew that the young king would struggle with the weight of his father's responsibilities. Together with the other Alliance leaders, they promised to help Anduin find his footing, even amidst so much uncertainty and strife. On the advice of his new peers, the young king began ordering Alliance troops to both Stormheim and Dalaran. They would work in parallel with the champions of the Horde to strike back against the Legion. You know, that's actually a good point, Master Man. Oh god, FF14 Chronicles. Now that would kill my throat. After the loss of life at the Broken Shore, the Kirin Tor were re-examining their own leadership under Jaina Proudmoore. who, I remind you, once again, canonically has not been in charge for a very long time. Longer than Vol'jin, but, you know. Anyways. Years had passed since the destruction of Theramore and the exile of the Horde mages from Kirin Tor. No they hadn't. That's fundamentally a lie. It has been about a year since the destruction of Theramore, and maybe weeks, possibly a couple of months, since the purging of Dalaran. 2 warchiefs had come and gone, and the Horde had done their best to make amends for past transgressions. Still, Jaina distrusted the faction. Even at this low moment, she pointed their retreat at the Broken Shore as proof they could not be relied upon. As the head of the Kirin Tor, she continued to prevent Horde mages from joining their order, effectively having the power of the Kirin Tor. The Mage Order would need all the power it could to fight the Legion, but Jaina's edicts could only be overridden by a vote of the Order's leading members. The Council of Six heard arguments from both Jaina and Khadgar, but ultimately overruled Jaina's ban in a tense 4-2 vote. In anger, Jaina resigned from the Council and the Order, and from the expansion, actually, and wouldn't be seen until the next one. Yes, I'm still irritated about that. Negative to story. Leadership of the Kirin Tor was handed to Khadgar, who in turn turned the Order towards dispatching an invitation to the Horde Warchief. The time for division was over. Whatever the Horde's past transgressions, the Kirin Tor would be united again. Khadgar had scarce disbanded the meeting when a new revelation came to light. Word arrived that after years of being frozen in diamond, the Dwarven King Magni Bronzebeard had returned. His long sleep had granted him new insights into the nature of Azeroth itself, insights the Kirin Tor would need to hear. On behalf of the Council of Six, Khadgar departed immediately for Ulduar. Merging with the Earth had allowed Magni to hear the voice of Azeroth herself. The World Soul had warned him of both Sargeras and the Legion, and said there was only one way to defeat them. When the Titans had first visited Azeroth, they had created powerful tools to help order the planet. These artifacts, which were known as the Pillars of Creation, held unimaginable power. They could easily close Gul'dan's portal to the Twisting Nether. Only one problem. As Khadgar learned, the Pillars of Creation had been lost on the Broken Isles following the War of the Ancients. Finding them would mean inching closer to the heart of Legion territory. Despite the risks, the leaders of the Kirin Tor rounded up as many powerful Alliance and Horde champions as they could, and wove a spell to transport the entire city, which is where we are right now, to the Broken Isles. One moment. Okay. The Alliance and Horde had a plan to close off Legion access to Azeroth, but their numbers had been significantly thinned. With many of their resources depleted or lost at the Broken Shore, they were ill-equipped to face the Legion at their seat of power. To make matters worse, the Legion was spreading across Azeroth almost unchecked, penetrating every corner of the planet, from the Barrens to the Maelstrom to Karazhan. Though the Alliance and Horde were weak from the fight, order halls, dedicated to every class, were established or re-emboldened to train up new generation and hone the skills of existing members. We gotta bone those skills. Beyond instruction and knowledge sharing, these groups held information on ancient weapons, artifacts, one might say, that could be found and wielded anew. Across the world, heroes of every discipline gathered at their respective order halls to heal, train, and find fellowship. Armed with legendary weapons and backed by new leadership, they were ready to take the fight to the Legion. Not every weapon was unfamiliar to these fighters. Some came from leaders seeking to pass on mantles to new champions. Thrall was one such leader. He had been disheartened since the mock Gorah with Garrosh at the Stones of Prophecy. The Doomhammer felt like a dead weight in his hands, and the elements did not heed his call as they once did. Something was wrong, though he did not know what, and witnessing Vol'jin fall in battle at the Broken Shore only amplified this feeling. This problem turned to catastrophe when the Legion attacked the heart of Azeroth, the shamanistic order hall, and Thrall lost the Doomhammer in the ensuing fight. Fortunately, a champion stepped forward to retrieve the legendary weapon, but Thrall could not find it in himself to take up the Doomhammer once more. With some encouraging words, Thrall passed the weapon on to the worthy champion who had retrieved it, urging them to heed its call and lead the Earthen Ring in the fight against the Legion. For Thrall, his part in this fight was over. He and Agra packed up their children, intent on moving to Nagrand, although Thrall paid one final visit to Varrock. He told Saurfang to watch over the people and not let them be swayed by their path again. He had put the wrong trust in Garrosh, but he knew what Saurfang had sacrificed for the Horde, including his son. Thrall trusted the Orc, even as he could not bring himself to trust Sylvanas. Please tell me we get more than that for, like, the Order Halls and the artifacts. That is a colossal amount of lore and story and content. Are we just skipping right over all of it? I think we are. Yeah, here's Argus. Here's Legion Fall. Yeah, that's what we get for artifacts and order halls. Some of you may or may not even remember this, but I was doing the Warcraft series. I had to do an entire episode just on the artifacts. And then another entire separate episode just on the order halls. Like, those were huge, colossally difficult to line up, and took a huge amount of thought and effort and work to try and do a good summary of all of that content. And holy crap, you're just going to summarize that in a brief story about Thrall and the Doomhammer? I know you can't share everything, but Jesus Christ, this is MSQ content we're talking about here. While the people of Azeroth were rallying their forces, fair point, but legible, at Dalaran, Gul'dan had already begun marching his armies north across... Sorry, we're actually going over here. Hang on. Had already begun marching his armies north across the Broken Isle. Swarms of his demons prodded at the magical protections around Suramar, home to the secretive Nightborn elves. Suramar's defenses were strong, but against the unbridled might of the Legion, there was no telling how long they would hold. Most of the Nightborn had not set out foot outside the gates. We'll go up here. In over 10,000 years, since the final days of the War of the Ancients. Some were willing to fight, but others pushed for an immediate surrender. They feared that if they did not submit immediately, the demonic forces would wipe them out. No, I'm just... Hey. This is just me, Evo. So, I just want to show this off, because this is such a cool bit of visual storytelling. Check it out. We can actually see the edges of the boundary that they had up. And if you zoom in here, we can actually see how much the terrain is different on both sides. It's actually more obvious in other places, but I love this. I love this visual indicator of where the boundary used to be prior to us reaching here in-game. Of all the things I dislike about the storytelling of Blizzard, visual storytelling is not on that list. Look at that. Look at that contrast between the type, just literally even just the leaves and the types of foliage. Because all the foliage in here had to be magically constructed. It has to survive off of magic rather than sun and water and soil. So that's why all the foliage in here is weird. Like, did you notice these trees? This is not a natural tree formation, right? Brilliant stuff. I love it. Meanwhile, out here we have trees. Trees that have soil and sunlight and water. I'm sorry. Moving on. Suramar. Oop, hang on. Next page. The leader of Suramar, Grand Magistrix Elisand, received an offer from Gul'dan. Fall before the might of the Legion or surrender and let the Nightborn forces join with his own. Gul'dan wanted access to the ancient arcane powers of the elves and, far more importantly, to the Nightwell, which is actually in that tower up there in the upper left corner. Lost my place. Though Gul'dan did not know it, a pillar of creation also resided at the center of the Nightwell, the Eye of Aman'Thul, a resource the heroes of the Horde and Alliance desperately sought to stop the Legion. Elisand's chief advisor, First Arcanist Thalyssra, urged the Magistrix to not accept Gul'dan's terms. She knew the Legion could not be trusted to keep their promises of protection, and the city remained safe so long as the barrier held. Further, if the Legion truly possessed the might to bring down the barrier, they would not need to negotiate. They would simply eradicate the Nightborn and take what they wanted. Elisand heard her advisor's counsel, but she saw that Suramar could not stand alone indefinitely against the Legion. So Elisand was a freaking moron. Elisand and the Nightborn knew nothing of the Horde and Alliance and the heroes who still stood in defense of the world. The Magistrix only knew that if the Nightborn fought the Legion, they would assuredly lose. Surrendering to the demons was their best path to survival. She was prepared to accept Gul'dan's terms. Thalyssra organized a coup to overthrow the Grand Magistrix, but was thwarted by Elisand's guards. Thalyssra used the ensuing skirmish to escape, but was making her way to Elisand and was betrayed by advisor Melandris. He stabbed the first Arcanist and dumped her body off the walls of the city into the harbor below. Miraculously, Thalyssra survived this attempt. In a state more dead than alive, she crawled out of the bay as the magical barrier fell, determined to return Suramar and take it back from the Legion. Actually, yeah, as I was saying, I noticed they're completely skipping over Elisand's visions. But what's interesting here, first of all, there's two conjoining things happening with Elisand's visions, if I might derail into that for just a second. First is, obviously, they're not actually visions. They are probability calculations. You run a simulation. What if? And a simulation... Fiction tends to forget this, but Warcraft actually remembers this. Simulations are not real life. They're simulations. In fact, if anybody who's ever done any kind of designing of any situation ever, whether it be programming or engineering or whatever, you know that simulations are a nice first step in deciding how things are going to go. But real-life experience is pretty much mandatory, testing in the field kind of a stuff, in order to actually figure out how things actually work, right? That's the first point. The second point is it's very likely with the sheer amount and quantity and styles of demonic energy which is pouring out everywhere, including, I might mention, a giant fellstorm in visible range of her portal, was probably causing some interference and disturbance, either deliberately or otherwise, to her ability to run these simulations. So... No, this happens like right after the Broken Shore, Lanruth. Regardless of the book for a second. It's like, we charge the Broken Shore, we get our butts kicked, and while we're licking our wounds, while that's happening, Gul'dan reaches out to Suramar and convinces them to lower the shield. Long ago, Suramar had been a major trade city within the Night Elven Empire. The ruling class had empowered themselves with the Well of Eternity, an arcane basin born from a wound in the world soul itself. In time, the upper caste of the Night Elves became addicted to the powers that magic gave them. They began to call themselves the Highborn. For centuries, the Highborn ruled the Night Elves as sultans, until the War of the Ancients and the first invasion of the Burning Legion. The war began when the Highborn Queen, Ashara, made contact with Sargeras, who promised the Queen and her people untold power, and marriage, don't forget that part, should they find means of bringing him to Azeroth. Ashara trusted the Dark Titan and foolishly harnessed the energies of the well to open a portal for the Legion. The war only came to an end when Malfurion Stormrage used the Dragon Soul to reverse the portal through which the Burning Legion had entered. However, this altered the well, and it resulted in an apocalyptic implosion. Millions perished in a single instant, and the largest landmass on Azeroth, the supercontinent of Kalimdor, was torn apart in an event known as the Great Sundering. Queen Ashara shielded herself and her closest followers from the blast, but they were not protected from its consequences. Her grand city fell into the Sundered Sea. In this moment all seemed lost, but the voice of N'Zoth, the old god, whispered to her from the depths. Ashara struck a deal with the old god, one that would both save and condemn her people. Ashara and her Highborn were corrupted by N'Zoth, transformed into monstrous serpent-like creatures called Naga. In return, the old god tasked Ashara with finding a way to free him from his prison beneath the sea. The rest of the Night Elves suffered less monstrous fates. Suramar had broken from Ashara some time ago, as Grand Magistrix Elisand feared the monstrous demons and saw clearly the destruction of all that the Night Elves' empire had made beautiful. When she discovered the Legion planned on repurposing Suramar itself as a new staging ground for their war, she sought to free her people from the Legion and Ashara's grasp. With the Well of Eternity corrupted by Legion fel magic, the Night Elves of Suramar used the Eye of Aman'Thul to build a new source of magic, the Nightwell, that would satisfy their arcane needs. To further protect themselves from Ashara and the Legion, they sealed off their city, and thus survived the catastrophic Sundering unscathed. Across millennia, the Night Elves who drew their power from the Nightwell slowly changed, and warped into a new race distinct from the Night Elves who became known as the Nightborn. So far, Legion's been not bad. There's been a couple of stumbling points, and the structure of the storytelling is still kind of not great, but at least they haven't been massively screwing everything up like they did in Pandaria and kind of in Warlords. Anyways, I suppose that's a damning statement, isn't it? At least it's not screwing up too bad. But no, I mean that as a positive thing, I do. By the time the Horde and Alliance had rallied at Dalaran, both the Broken Shore and, actually, yes, Little Billy, and Suramar had been completely overrun by the Legion. Only one of the provinces that neighbored Dalaran remained free from demonic control, Azsuna, the Haunted Island. In ancient times, Azsuna had been a highborn paradise, but when the War of the Ancients began, the region became a battleground for Queen Azshara and the province's ruler, Prince Ferandus. The prince did not trust Ashara's demonic allies and planned to use one of the Pillars of Creation, the Tidestone of Golganath, in order to destroy the Well of Eternity, thus closing the Legion's portal to the Twisting Nether. Unfortunately, Azshara discovered the prince's plan. She traveled to the city of Narthalos and shattered the Tidestone. The destruction of the stone, well, caused all this crap. Unleashed a magical explosion that consumed Azsuna and all who lived there. In one moment, the region's people were annihilated, but in the next, they returned. The elves had been cursed to walk the earth until the end of time, never knowing the release of death. Over the ensuing millennia, few would come to resettle the region. Some among the Blue Dragonflight would come here. That's, up. Yep, right over there. Over there. There we go. Along with other things. Along with Nightfallen, Nightborn who had been exiled from Suramar, as well as the Withered. They're actually, well, you can't see them over the hill, but they're over that way. Anyways. Yes, Lunarith, the shield would help protect him from the Legion from 10,000 years ago when they invaded the first time. Some 10,000 years after the Sundering, the champions of Azeroth came to Azsuna seeking the Tidestone. They were shocked to find the region's residents engaged in a fight with not just the Legion, but Naga as well. As the forces of the Horde and the Alliance clashed with the Naga to establish a foothold in Azsuna, its ghostly residents encouraged them to seek out Prince Ferandus. He's, like, right up there somewhere. Yeah, right over there. Though many resented the prince for what had befallen Azsuna, he still sought to protect his people and their remains. To repay the champions for their assistance in repelling the Naga, he led the adventurers to the ruins of Narthalos, where he and his former subjects guarded the pieces of the Tidestone. However, the hero's mission was complicated when they learned the Naga too were in pursuit of the Mystic Stone. Queen Azshara had not wavered in fulfilling her end of the N'Zoth dark bargain. She had seen what the Tidestone was capable of, and knew that its power would be crucial in future plans to free her patron. With the chaos of the war against the Legion, Azshara at long last found the opportunity she needed to retrieve her prize. The champions of Azeroth had just located the fragments of the Tidestone, when the Naga agents of the Queen burst in and captured both the Pillar of Creation and the heroes. With the Tidestone in their hands, the Naga could at last harness its power in full service of the old gods. Ferandus was wise to Azshara's plans. He pursued the Naga back to their base of operations, fighting through her followers in an effort to free the champions before harm could come to them. Amidst this rescue, he encountered a vision of Azshara herself, who tried to bargain with the prince, promising Ferandus she would release him and his people from their curse, if only he would kneel. The prince knew better than to trust the Naga Queen and rebuffed the offer, yet even after he freed the heroes, the task of retrieving the Tidestone yet remained. Azshara's followers had absconded to their island stronghold, the Eye of Azshara, with the Pillar of Creation, and there they created a monstrosity to vanquish the heroes. The heroes pursued the Naga there, and after a brutal battle against both Naga and Terror, they emerged triumphant. In the monster's remains, they found the Tidestone of Golganath, its fragments now unified. The capture of the Tidestone marked a turning point in the war with the Legion. Although the champions had suffered significant setbacks, hope still remained. No mention at all of any of the quest stuff over there, I notice. That's an entire subzone just ignored. No mention of one of the best quests in the game. That's okay. This is a recurring trend I've noticed, and I can't decide how much it bothers me. Because they just skim over a lot of the good stuff, because a lot of the good stuff is smaller scale. And I can see why. It's supposed to be a zoomed out, thing of everything, but like no mention of any of those quests over there, Remember the guy that Jim Cummings voiced? The Withered? None of that. From north of Azsuna, among an independent group of Tauren living on Highmountain, a courier came to Dalaran. He carried a message of unity. that even the Highmountain Tauren sought to join the Horde and Alliance's fight against the Legion. He even possessed one of the pillars, the Hammer of Khaz'goroth, and had guarded it for years, but recently it had been stolen from their possession. In ancient times, the Tauren and the Drogbar had suffered brutal oppression at the hands of Deathwing, the fallen... We know who Deathwing is! The fallen Black Dragon aspect who had been corrupted by the Old Gods. After the Sundering, the Black Dragon had retreated to his lair in Highmountain, which also held the Hammer of Khaz'goroth. There, Deathwing recovered for many years, gathering his strength for a new fight. Eventually, the great Tauren hero, Holn the Highmountain, managed to steal the hammer, and used its power to banish the Black Dragons to the elemental plane of Deepholm. With Deathwing's expulsion, his lair was raided. Holn and his allies found a clutch of black dragon eggs, and the Tauren hero used the hammer to purify one of the eggs. Interesting little anecdote really quickly here. Probably the only thing that is consistently capable of removing Old God corruption is Order. Arcane, in other words. Titan stuff. It's just interesting to me, because that is a fairly consistent point. If you remember, that's exactly how we freed Raytheon back in the place I suddenly can't think of the name of. Oh my god. Not the Blasted Lands, not the Burning Steppes, not the Searing Gorge. The Badlands. The Badlands. There it is. Jesus. There's a lot of blasted terrain in Azeroth. You ever think about that? It's just Utah as far as the eye can see. From this egg hatched Ebonhorn. Whoops, it's actually, sorry. It's right over here. You can't really see it, but like, in this mountain is Deathwing's lair. Just trust me. Just trust me, bro. From this egg hatched Ebonhorn, an uncorrupted black dragon. The wards installed around Highmountain cleansed the region of void corruption, allowing Ebonhorn to mature free of void power that had driven his kind to madness. As thanks, Ebonhorn, who later took the draconic name of Abyssian, remained in Highmountain, taking on a Tauren visage and becoming a spirit walker. There he would watch over Holn Highmountain and his descendants for generations. Many millennia later, having witnessed the battle from the Broken Shore from afar, the leaders of Highmountain gathered for a summit to deliberate their next course of action. At this summit, Ulan, the High Chieftain of the Tauren, opened the floor for debate. Many, including his daughter Maela, had seen the battle firsthand and wanted to join with the Horde and the Alliance. Dargruul, the Drogbar Underking, similarly wanted to engage the Legion, but was less convinced of the need to invoke outsiders. After all, the Highmountain Tauren already had a powerful weapon in their possession, the Hammer of Khaz'goroth. High Chieftain Ulan turned the Underking away from this plan, however, saying the Tauren had been entrusted with guarding this weapon, not wielding it. Spirit Walker Ebonhorn supported Ulan, saying he had a vision... Oh my god. Wasn't ready for that. Saying he had a vision about something. Where was it? That the hammer would protect the people of Highmountain from the demons, but it was destined to be wielded by the outsiders. Under King Dargruul refused to stand idly by while the Tauren waited for outsiders to save them. In the midst of the summit, Dargruul took the hammer for himself and murdered the chieftain, after which he and his followers barricaded themselves within the mountain. Maela had dispatched the messenger to Dalaran, seeking heroes who might help her reclaim the hammer from the Underking. Fearing the wrath of both Legion and Drogbar, the other tribes of the Highmountain had returned to their homes, leaving Maela mostly alone in her fight. Her messenger had found a kind ear in Dalaran, but Maela and the heroes would need to reunify the tribes of the Highmountain Tauren if they were to stand any chance of reclaiming the hammer from Drogbar. In their trek through the region, champions of the Alliance and Horde helped Maela earn the allegiance of several tribes, including a subgroup of Drogbar who did not follow the Underking. With her new allies, Maela underwent trials to become the new High Chieftain and, ultimately, reunified Tauren and Drogbar, along with the heroes of the Horde, and led them into Dargul's territory. While Maela and her forces engaged the Drogbar outside, the heroes Ebonhorn and leader of the rebel Drogbar entered Dargul's underground lair to take him unawares. Without the hammer, the heroes might have easily dispatched him, but wielding the Pillar of Creation, he possessed near-boundless might. No, he's still a pretty easy fight. He refused to be taken alive, and the heroes were forced into a vicious and dangerous fight. What Dargruul did not know was the hammer respected only those possessing true strength, and had found the Underking wanting in this regard. After a fierce battle, thanks for giving that victory to the hammer and not the players who actually beat him, game. Or book, excuse me. After a fierce battle, the heroes emerged triumphant, with the hammer finding the champions worthy to wield it. What is this, Mjolnir? As thanks for their efforts, Maela pledged her strength to the heroes of Azeroth. She and her allied forces of Highmountain, Torrent, and Drogbar would do all they could to aid in the fight against the Burning Legion. The heroes of Azeroth made great strides in Highmountain, but the neighboring province of Stormheim, Gul'dan, and the Legion were at work. Soon the warlock would have both the Vrykul and a pillar in his possession. Dun 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 dun. Oh, sorry. The Horde and Alliance leaders had heard of an ancient Vrykul legend surrounding the Pillar of... I'm not even halfway through this thing. Had learned of another legend surrounding another Pillar of Creation, the Aegis of Agramar. A series of trials had been set long ago for worthy champions to enter the halls of valor and claim the Aegis. As the Horde and Alliance raced to Stormheim in pursuit of the other artifact, Warchief Sylvanas sought a different prize from the Vrykul, something that would secure future supremacy for herself and for the Forsaken. What I find interesting about this, hey, spoke off. If they're giving us a canon route here, right? Which is clearly going from Ashuna to Highmountain to Stormheim to Val'sharah, right? Like, that's their route. I find that amusing because the route I took was almost exactly the opposite of that. Stormheim to Highmountain to Val'sharah to Ashuna. And then, obviously, Suramar. I just find it interesting because I put a great deal of thought and effort into what order certain things should be done in, and I bet they didn't think about it at all. The Horde and Alliance leaders had heard of ancient Vrykul legends surrounding another Pillar of Creation, the Aegis of Agramar. Sorry, I just read that. I apologize. When Sylvanas met with the Jailer years ago, he had granted her some of his own Valkyr. No, he didn't. That's not... I'm sorry. That is a retcon, and retcons are not inherently bad. However, this is also a bad retcon. But the years since their meeting had seen some intense fighting, assassination attempts, otherworldly threats beyond her imagining. Sylvanas had used the lives of her Valkyr to keep her tethered to Azeroth. Each one of these Valkyrs had gone to the Shadowlands in her place, or had been used to raise more Forsaken to bolster her ranks. Now her Valkyr were running low. Soon she would be left vulnerable. Fortunately for Sylvanas, Helya was an ally to the Jailer. Why? Never explained. None would know better than the first Valkyr how to obtain more of her kind. However, Sylvanas was tenaciously pursued by Gem Greymane, who was determined to keep a close eye on the Warchief and thwart whatever she was planning. No, he was there for revenge for the death of his son and his kingdom. I'm not blaming him for that, it's just let's be honest about his motivations here. Despite the shared goal of stopping the Legion, tensions remained high between the two factions. Many within the Alliance resented the new Warchief for calling the Horde's retreat at the Borkhan shore, blaming her for the death of their leader. For Gen, his hatred of Sylvanas was personal. She had invaded and razed the kingdom of Gilneas and killed his own son, all they remembered. Though her arrow had been aimed at Gen himself. Without hesitation, the Worgen king ordered Alliance troops to Stormheim, where his feud with Sylvanas came to blows. As their forces collided, Sylvanas escaped on her own mission, trailed by Gen. Yeah, I would say there's actually quite a few retcons that are good retcons, throughout all of fiction in general. But in Warcraft in specific, the easiest way to point to good retconning is to point to Warcraft 3, which retconned everything before it, effectively. Ugh. You know, actually, yeah, Spokov. I would agree with that. While her troops traversed Stormheim in search of the Aegis, Sylvanas sought out Helya. In Helheim, on the precipice of the Shadowlands, Sylvanas met the Titan-forged sorceress. Helya was only too happy to help another ally of the Jailer, particularly as she saw in Sylvanas an opportunity to both enrich herself and take further revenge on Odin. Helya gave Sylvanas a powerful artifact called the Soul Cage, which could compel the soul of any being it was used against. Where did Helya get this thing? With its power, Sylvanas could dominate... Oh, right, got it, the Jailer. The spirits of the Valkyr who remained loyal to Odin and bring them into her service. With the Soul Cage in hand, Sylvanas made for the Halls of Valor, where she planned on capturing Aegir, leader of Odin's Valkyr. With Aegir imprisoned, the rest of the Valkyr would be forced to fall in line. Actually, yeah, I agree with the Draenor being a good retcon, too. That's another good one. Probably not intended to be, but I think it was. Sylvanas would have likely accomplished her goal if not for the interference of Genn Greymane. Genn had tailed the Warchief to the vault of Aegir at Skol the Shield, watching as Sylvanas captured Aegir. While Sylvanas was distracted, exerting the artifact's power over the Valkyr leader, Genn struck. In the resulting skirmish, he stole the soul cage from Sylvanas and smashed it on the ground. Aegir went free, and Genn, injured by the arrow, took his leave of the furious Warchief. Sylvanas had been set back, but she was far from defeated. Her mission had demonstrated the power and reach of the jailer and how he could help her accomplish great things. Yay. Absent leadership from Sylvanas and Genn, champions of the Horde and Alliance bent their efforts towards finding the Aegis. Their search brought them to Agrimar's vault, where the champions were given 3 seemingly impossible trials that would prove them worthy of fighting the Aegis. As the heroes conquered these tasks, however, they came into contact with the Vrykul, who had already fallen under the Legion's sway. Some time ago, Gul'dan had approached the court of Skovald, the self-proclaimed God King of the Vrykul. The Warlock promised to grant Skovald and the Vrykul of Stormheim power beyond their wildest dreams, should they join with his demonic forces. Skovald was won over by these promises of conquest and glory, and his people became known as the Fellscorn. So you're mentioning the Fellscorn, but not the Fell Hooves. This is what Huthor was talking about earlier. It's inconsistent what they mention and what they don't, regardless of relevance. Anyways. Newly empowered, Gul'dan tasked the God King with attaining the Aegis of Agrimar for Legion purpose. Thus, Fellscorn began pursuing the necessary trials to obtain the Aegis. Alliance and Horde champions clashed with the Fellscorn throughout their trials, but at every turn the heroes managed to succeed. They allied with the Thorngir, a storm dragons who made their home at the peaks of Stormheim, and gained approval of the long-dead Vrykul leaders by besting them in combat. They escaped Helheim after falling into a trap and bargaining with Helya herself, but even after the champions succeeded in their trials and the Hall of Valor were open to them, the Fellscorn continued to harry them. The Fell Vrykul invaded Odin's fortress, intent on retrieving their prize whether or not they had been found worthy of it. Backed by the Thorngir, the champions did battle with Skovald and his demonic allies at the Gates of Valor, but Skovald escaped. He claimed to Odin that he too had been found worthy, but the Titan Keeper told Skovald he was too late. The Horde Alliance had already claimed the prize he sought. The God King lashed out at the heroes and was soundly defeated. In the light of their victory, Odin rewarded them with the Aegis, and with the capture of the Aegis, 3 of the pillars now lay safe within Dalaran. Oh god, I don't remember the name of the actor. Mask Man. I know, right, Little Billy? It's like, can we just pick sides? Can we have a one-front war for once? No, of course not. Of the Pillars of Creation, only the Tears of Elune remain unclaimed by either Legion or those who stood against them. For eons, the Tears had been kept safe in Val'sharah. It was here, millennia ago, that Malfurion Stormrage first learned of Druidism under the tutelage of the wild god Cenarius, who bestowed with him the power to commune with nature itself. In channeling this early druidic magic, Malfurion found his own pathway to the Emerald Dream, a vast dimension of pure untainted nature, a blueprint for what Azeroth might have been were it never touched by mortal hands. The green dragon aspect Ysara watched over this realm, studying and stewarding its verdant life along with most of her green dragon flight. The Night Elves who followed Malfurion into the Emerald Dream became druids as well, finding lessons in every blade of grass and all manner of life, deepening their connection to nature and the understanding of its power. They turned Val'sharah into a paradise, as close of an echo to the dream as Azeroth could have. Ignore that music. Here the world tree Shaladrusil grew, and many, many beings, dryads, furbolgs, keepers of the grove, moonkin, and more, tended the forest in harmony with the Night Elves. Here's a nice shot. Thousands of years ago, the relative peace of Val'sharah had abruptly ended. Xavius, the insidious lord of the Satyrs, had helped Sargeras and the Burning Legion invade Azeroth, beginning the War of the Ancients. Prior to Sargeras' coming, Xavius had been a night elf and a master of arcane magic who had risen until he was second only to Queen Ashara, but Sargeras twisted his form so he might better serve the Dark Titan. After many battles, Malfurion eventually defeated Xavius by imprisoning him within a tree, but this tree was lost amidst the sundering. Thousands of years passed at the bottom of the sea as Xavius was touched by the same void corruption that had claimed Queen Ashara and turned her followers to Naga. Now as a servant to the old gods, Xavius desired nothing more than the total corruption of all that was good in the world. Later, when Gul'dan of this timeline raised the Broken Isles, he also raised Xavius' tree. The Satyr was quick to seize on this chance and manipulate an archdruid into grafting a branch into the sapling Teldrassil. This gave Xavius a path to the Emerald Dream. For many years, the druids and keepers closest to nature sensed a dark influence threatening the dream, but could not determine its source. Malfurion had already ventured into the Verdant Realm to drive back the Nightmare and defeat Xavius once of all, sealing him in the Rift of Aln, but the Satyr Lord's Dark Master sought to keep its hold on the dream. With the arrival of the Legion, however, Xavius and his master grew bolder, sensing their hour was close at hand. Khadgar appointed heroes from the Horde and Alliance to meet Malfurion in Val'sharah. They were here to accompany Malfurion to Cenarius, where he could tell him where the Tears of Elune are being safeguarded and grant permission to retrieve it. But upon finding the Lord of the Forest, they discovered he had entered the Emerald Dream in meditation and would not awaken. Corruption had spread through his body at an alarming rate. The heroes ventured farther into the wood to summon the forest's archdruids for aid, but the champions soon found themselves under siege. Corruption was slowly choking not just Cenarius, but Val'sharah itself, its denizens under attack from satyrs, the lieutenants of Xavius. After repelling the foes and saving the archdruids, they brought forth Ysara, the green dragon aspect, who identified the source of the corruption. It's pretty bad, Spokov. Or I guess Spokov's girlfriend. But yeah, no, it's bad. Like, this is not great writing. Like, I realized something a minute ago. I should interrupt myself for just a second here. I've been editing this live on the fly without meaning to, correcting sentence structure using different word choice. I should stop doing that so you can understand how bad it actually is. Because I've been doing it without meaning to it. I only noticed myself doing it literally a few minutes ago. I'm just too much of an editor. And anybody who's ever worked with me on a creative project knows I've just kind of got that editing brain. And so I swear I have not been doing it on purpose. Speaking of which, how does this compare to the previous three? So far, I'd say this is worse than Volume 3. Volume 1 was pretty solid. Volume 2 was pretty damn good, too. I liked both of them. Volume 3 had pretty bad issues and was overall just aggravating. But this one is just not great. This is so far the worst one. In fact, I would say it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of quality. Like, there's entire sentences I've been skipping over here just to skip over some of the repetition. Like, it even gets worse because in some cases they do this thing where they always use proper nouns, whereas by most metrics of good writing, you don't do that. Like, if I said Mr. Red 97 every time I referred to Mr. Red 97, it would get kind of weird as I say, hey, Mr. Red 97, we should go grab a bite to eat. Where would you like to eat, Mr. Red 97? Dialogue, even narrative dialogue, allows for translation of terms once we've become more accustomed and used to a particular creature or a particular entity or a particular identity or object or whatever, location, a proper noun, to the point where we could start to use shorthand to indicate it. So you don't always have to say High King Varian Rin. You don't always have to say the green dragon aspect Ysara. You don't always have to say Xavius the Nightmare Lord. Like, they've been doing this the whole time. Grommash Hellscream was consistently referred to as Grommash Hellscream. Garrosh Hellscream was consistently referred to as Garrosh Hellscream. You probably noticed that I was actually doing this thing where I just called him Garrosh or Grom. That's not in the book. That's me. I apologize. Where the hell was I? Quite possibly Spokov. Like, she's... I don't know. Like, I can't stand her writing personally. And I'm not going to shy away from that opinion, because it is my actual opinion. But I do wonder if we have a Brandon Braga situation, right? Like I was mentioning earlier. Someone who can be a really, really good writer or a really, really bad writer, essentially depending on a flip of a coin, right? I don't know. Either way. Hey, a player. Hashtag other players. Where the hell was I? Ysera. the Emerald Dream, urged the champions of the Alliance and Horde onward to the Temple of Elune, where the Pillar of Creation they sought, the Tears of Elune, was kept. I'm sorry, even that sentence right there, right? Let's run through this here. Ysera urged the champions of the Alliance and Horde onward to the Temple of Elune, where the Pillar of Creation they sought, the Tears of Elune, was kept. That is a hell of a run-on sentence, and it's also completely unnecessary. By this point in the book, we know who the champions are. You don't have to say champions of the Alliance of Horde, so let's edit that down. Ysera urged the champions onward to the Temple of Elune, where the Pillar of Creation they sought, the Tears of Elune, was kept. We already know the Tears of Elune is here. They've already established that. We already know it's the Pillars of Creation. We've already established that. So you could just say, this sentence could be restructured as, Ysera urged the champions towards the Temple of Elune, wherein lay the artifact they sought, or something like that, right? That's literally having the length of the sentence and changing nothing about the information it's conveying. Give me a few more minutes and I could probably edit that down even further, but you get my point. Like, Jesus Christ. The Tears were perhaps the only thing that could save Cenarius and prevent its corruption from spreading further, but even Elune's sacred temple was not invulnerable to Xavius' will. Already Shaladrisel's corrupted roots had extended to its very doorstep, and demons had infiltrated its vault. As the heroes arrived, Xavius absconded with the Tears of Elune in hand. By the time the champions of the Alliance and the Horde returned empty-handed to the Grove of Cenarius, the Lord of the Forest had been completely overtaken by corruption. As the Emerald Nightmare claimed his mentor, Malfurion was blinded by rage. He took flight, determined to defeat his ancient enemy once and for all. Ysera and the heroes gave chase, but when they reached the Druid, he was being tortured by the Nightmare Lord, bound by the corrupted roots of Shaladrisil. Ysera swooped in to protect Malfurion and the champions, but she was unwittingly playing right into Xavius' hands. The satyr launched the corrupted Tears of Elune at the green aspect, and the Nightmare consumed her. In an instant, Malfurion disappeared, and Xavius departed with the now corrupted Dreamer, triumphant. Reeling from the loss, Azeroth's heroes were joined by Malfurion's wife, the High Priestess Tyrande Whisperwind. Tyrande aided the champions in tracking Ysera and Xavius, purging the corruption that went as they went about their work. Little did they know, Xavius was moving Malfurion about the forest as a pawn to keep the High Priestess distracted, while Ysera completed the satyr's conquest of Val'sharah. That's not true. It was a lie, right? It was an illusion. It was a phantasm the whole time. Malfurion was always in the freaking dungeon, along with the freaking the projection of oh god, I can't think of. I'm breaking my brain here. Along with the projection of Xavius. Upon realizing this, Tyrande and the champions raced back to the Temple of Elune. No. I'm sorry. No, you made a whole point about the fact that Ysera had to choose between Malfurion and the Temple. And she chose the Temple. It's not, oh my god, it's not really him. We must go back and fight at the Temple. As the green aspect died on the temple stones, a sudden lunar eclipse occurred. Ysera's service of Elune and her connection to the Emerald Dream had bound her soul to the cycle of life and death. Her soul was drawn into the Shadowlands, to Ardenweald, where it would slumber until such a time it could be reborn into the dream. Ysera's soul disappeared in a burst of starlight, and a shadow of flora blossomed before the champions. From a large vine, the purified Tears of Elune bloomed, in which the champions claimed and entrusted to Dalaran. The forces of Azeroth now had 4 of the 5 pillars of creation. All that remained was a single pillar held by Gul'dan, the Eye of Aman'Thul. Though the heroes had gotten what they came for, their work was far from finished. Malfurion remained missing, corruption still blighted Val'sharah, and Xavius had not yet been defeated. Another good raid, by the way. All Legion's raids are good raids. The champions had lost valuable allies in Ysera and Malfurion, but now they had gained a foothold at the Temple of Elune, where more heroes had rallied to their side. Now was the time to venture into the Emerald Nightmare to confront Xavius and purge all that he corrupted. Are we completely skipping over half of the zone again, by the way? Right? Like, you remember that, right? Blackrock Hold? There was an entire arc over here. Not over here. God, I'm actually turning around. No, it's right. I was right. Yeah, Blackrock Hold and the entire story arc around it, which is some really good stuff, including some good character stuff for Illidan, just gone. Just gone. My God. Anyways, whatever. Back to the dream. Excuse me, the nightmare. Back to the nightmare. Nightmare. Alunadore. Just yeet it. It's gone. Get out of here. Get out of here. We ain't got time for that. Alright, so let's see how much time they spend on the Nightmare, which is a very important raid for many reasons, and has quite a bit of lore significance for the story as a whole, for the Nightmare in general, for Legion in specific. The Nightmare raid is the culmination of story arcs that go all the way back to vanilla. That's not a joke. We'll talk about it when we get there in the review. The Nightmare raid is actually a really good raid from a story axis. It also happens to be a good raid gameplay-wise, but still, right? Like, it's great stuff, right? So here we go. Now was the time to venture into the Emerald Nightmare to confront Xavius and purge all that he'd corrupted. The heroes pursued the Nightmare Lord into the Darkheart Thicket, that's the dungeon, within the tangled roots of Shaladrosel. There Xavius tortured his ancient enemy, Malfurion. Yeah, no, the Nightmare in the Warcraft series, I actually mentioned the Nightmare in the first episode, because it's part of vanilla. The Nightmare goes back to frickin' vanilla, for God's sakes. Sorry. After vanquishing the Nightmare Lord, Malfurion was freed and remained thankfully uncorrupted. However, he explained to the heroes that we had only felled Xavius' shadow, not the fiend himself. To find Xavius, the heroes would have to climb the heights of Shaladrosel to where the Veil of the Dream was at its thinnest. There, a portal to the Emerald Nightmare, which is actually right there in front of you, could be found amongst the boughs of the Rotting World Tree. Accompanied by Malfurion, the champions wasted no time. Okay, here we go. This is it. The raid. Let's do this. It looks like it's going to get less time than Highmaul, but more time than Blackrock. While the Emerald Dream had been a vast, ever-changing dimension bursting with nature, magic, and verdant beauty, the Emerald Nightmare was its opposite, a realm of decay and rot, where growing things were snuffed out or twisted into dark predators that fed off of the weak. As entrance to this realm of terror was Nythendra, the green dragon, who once was the guardian of Shaladrosel, now reduced to a husk of all that she'd stood for. The champion defeated her and many others besides. Once noble creatures, such as druids and ancients, now turned into moldering corpses, satyrs, and warped beings of the darkest horror. Inside, the heroes faced down more tormented guardians of the dream. The Nightmare Dragons, the corrupted remains of Yerazer's flight, trapped in the wild and in the Dreamway, and the wild god Ursok, patron of the Furbogs. Little could prepare the champions for the foe that stood before them, and Xavius, the corrupted Cenarius himself. That is a pretty rough fight, I'll give you that one. Xavius had distorted the demigod's perception of reality. In Malfurion and the heroes, Cenarius saw the source of the dream's corruption and attacked them with his full might, thinking he was defending the dream. The heroes reluctantly fought Malfurion's mentor, but only bringing him to the point of death that would allow Malfurion the opening he needed to purify Cenarius' soul. Once the Lord of the Forest was subdued, Malfurion urged the heroes forward while he tended to his mentor. Ahead lay the Rift of All, where Xavius was at his most powerful and Malfurion his most vulnerable. He would not risk falling into the influence of the Nightmare as Cenarius had. The Rift was dark and endless. As the heroes wandered its depths, they fought swarms of creatures seeking to devour them, until they found Xavius himself. By their hand he breathed his last, in the nexus of his own nightmare. With his death, the path that the powers of the void had opened to the Emerald Dream had closed to them. The Emerald Dream was saved, but Val'sharah had nearly been lost. It would take time to heal Shaladrosel and the land corrupted by Xavius, though the Druids remained committed to restoring their home. Some Druids, including Malfurion, decided to help the Horde and Alliance defeat the Legion. The entire world was imperiled. They had an obligation to protect it. You know, I feel like maybe we should go stop the Burning Legion from wiping out all reality. Maybe we should do that. My face is blocking the portal? No, it isn't. It's right there. Here, look. It's right here. See? You lie, Lunaruth! How dare you lie to me? Just for that. No, okay, so where are we going now? Are we going to cover Dumb? Or are we going to get to Suramar? What in God's name? We are bouncing on all over the place here. Okay, so it looks like we're doing Dumb, then Suramar. I can live with that. Let's get out of here. Fun place. There we go. Delicious. Oh, tastes like cherries. The forces of Azeroth had a new ally, and they were making great strides against the Legion. Yet Gul'dan still had the advantage. He did? Oh. Yeah, chaos cherries. The Warlock had finished preparing Illidan to become the new... had become the new avatar for Sargeras within the ancient elven fortress of Blackrock. Gul'dan used fell magic to rip the last of Illidan's soul from his body, turning it into the perfect vessel for Sargeras. The hold had stood for thousands of years, dating back to the War of the Ancients, and its walls were host to a fair share of spirits, the perfect fuel for Gul'dan's ritual. Gul'dan's fell magic had reawakened these lost souls who were forced to relive their final moments of life amidst the War of the Ancients. In their confusion, these ghosts could not tell friend from foe and beset upon any who crossed their paths. The Alliance and Horde were only alerted to Legion activity when the resident of Val'Sharah's settlement of Bradensbrook reported such after coming under assault from the spirits. Champions led their efforts to repelling the dead, and in so doing discovered that Mayev's Shadowsong had been captured while investigating. After freeing Maiev, heroes of the Horde and Alliance fought their way up the hold, laying the spirits of rest to rest and destroying the remnants of Gul'dan's forces. But the damage had been done. Gul'dan had already cast out the last remnants of Illidan's soul and absconded with the body. Okay, cool. I'm actually cool with that. They actually covered the hold a little bit. Okay, thumbs up. Champions departed for Dalaran to regroup and report these findings, now knowing an avatar of Sargeras could soon be among the Legion forces. The last time an avatar of Sargeras had walked the earth, it had taken the most powerful guardian of Tirisfal, Egwene, to defeat him. Her son, Medivh, the last guardian of Tirisfal, had been driven mad by the fragment of Sargeras' soul resting within him. Well, that's a pretty shot. Pretty shot. Yeah, let's do it like up here. Gerard who, little Billy? Yes, Linear, that is correct. That is in the game. I even mentioned it in the Warcraft series. At least I think I do. I know I mentioned it in the lore run. Lorecraft. Lore review. There's too much lore in my life. Time to remove some lore. There we go. After Medivh's fall, it was agreed that no one person could resist the corruption of such incredible power, not even one as immutable as Khadgar himself. The Archmage wondered after his mentor. Medivh had disappeared some time ago, but Khadgar knew Azeroth would find another way of countering the avatar of the Dark Titan. Khadgar would not have to search for long. A mysterious light-bound object had fallen from the Fellstorm over the Broken Isles, landing just outside Suramar. He asked members of the Horde and Alliance to recover the artifact. Although the Archmage did not know exactly what the artifact was, it radiated with enough holy energy that it might be wielded as a weapon against the Legion. Once the artifact was safe within Dalaran, Khadgar reached out to examine it. His actions triggered a message left by an old friend, Turellian, whom the Archmage had long ago presumed dead, lost in the fall of Draenor. Turellian's message asked that its receiver find the Prophet, noting this message represented the last hope for the Army of Light. With the light-bound object in tow, members of the Horde Alliance departed for the Draenei capital of Exodar to seek out the Council of Velen. They arrived to find the Draenei under attack. Rakish, and a fallen Eridar now become a High General of the Burning Legion, had seen the light-bound artifact crash amidst the Fellstorm and knew exactly what it was. He and his army of demons had made their way past the Exodar's outer defenses, determined to destroy the Draenei and Oros, the last of the Naaru whom the Draenei sheltered in their dimensional fortress, before the Legion's enemies could seize the power the artifact held. The champions fought their way past the demons, breaching the innermost reaches of the Exodar to the Vault of Lights, where they finally met with Velen. The Draenei leader identified the artifact as the Light's Heart, the sentient core of a prime Naaru, Zira, which contained her vast knowledge of the universe. She would know of a way to defeat the Legion. All the heroes had to do was bring the artifact before the Naaru Oros and the last of Zira's line to... Oh, Jesus Christ, this sentence structure. All the heroes had to do was bring the artifact before the Naaru Oros, the last of Zira's line, to unlock it. Velen and the heroes went immediately to ask Oros for its assistance. Unfortunately, they were skirted by the Legion. Skirted, really? When the heroes arrived at the seat of the Naaru, Rakish had already critically wounded Oros. Velen attempted to heal it, but Rakish quickly intervened and slaughtered Oros. Aided by Velen, the champions were able to put High General Rakish on the defensive, but after a sudden revelation, the Prophet urged the heroes The Prophet urged the heroes to subdue but not kill him. Notice how I say that, by the way. Not to subdue but not kill him would have made sense, but instead it's to subdue but not kill him. The pacing of this sentence structure. Seeing the Exodar and all its inhabitants' lives would be forfeit if they did not defeat Rakish, the champions laid low the fell general. Velen rushed to the villain's side as he died, having realized mid-attack that he knew this fallen Eridar. In another lifetime, Rakish had been Velen's son, the one he had lost when Sargeras and the Burning Legion had taken control of Argus millennia ago. Prophet Velen had seen a vision of this moment when his son had been born, but he did not understand it at the time. This, the hour of his son's death, also marked their bitter reunion. While Velen grieved for his son, the champions of Azeroth returned to Dalaran, bringing word of what transpired in the Exodar to Khadgar. With Oros gone, they would need to find another way to access knowledge within the Light's Heart. Also, just kind of glancing over one of the critical plot points of Legion. There's two so far we've already covered. One, was Cordana betraying the Wardens to the forces of the Legion in Gul'dan, and the second was the death of Velen's son, which I know that seems like a weird thing, but these are critical moments, both of these. Khadgar scoured the archives of Dalaran before discovering a text saying that Zira and Elune may have shared a celestial connection. It stood to reason the Tears of Elune could similarly unlock the Light's heart, and using the Tears, the heroes found success. As the artifact's power was unleashed, the consciousness of the champions of Azeroth were projected to Zira's location, to the crucible of all of creation in the Great Dark Beyond. There the Prime Naru revealed that the Titans had long ago fallen in battle to Sargeras and the Burning Legion. Dun dun dun. From the remains of an endless number of ravaged worlds, survivors had come together under one banner to form the Army of the Light. This group was even now making its last stand on the remains of Argus, the Burning Legion's homeworld. Should they fall, the Legion would relaunch its burning crusade, putting even more worlds in their sights. To triumph over the Legion, however, Zira needed to find Illidan's Stormrage, the one destined to end the Age of Demons. In the aftermath of the First and Second Wars, the Death Knight Terran Gorfiend hatched a plan from Draenor to find a new world to conquer and settle. This is a weird direction to go with this. He convinced the Orc shaman Ner'zhul to join him in these efforts. Together they would reopen the Dark Portal and dispatch their agents all over Azeroth to covertly seize magical artifacts. These artifacts would then be used to open portals to new worlds they might target. Ner'zhul and Terran nearly succeeded in this plan, but were opposed by the Sons of Lothar, a strike force of Alliance heroes who were sent through the Dark Portal on a mission of counterattack. Among this force was Turelion, a heroic human leader of a paladin order known as the Silver Hand, and a high elven ranger, Illyria Windrunner, who will totally not be relevant in War Within. Illyria trained from birth to become the Ranger General of Silvermoon, a post she relinquished and nominated to her sister Sylvanas for when she felt her calling to be outside her native Quel'Thalas. Illyria and Turelion had fought side by side for many years in defense of Azeroth, and in that time they fell in love and had a son, Eretor, who we introduced in BC and then forgot even existed, until Legion, who we then forgot about again. The Sons of Lothar would succeed in their mission to cut off contact between the two worlds, Khadgar himself destroying Draenor's side of the Dark Portal, but it was too late. Ner'zhul had completed his dark ritual. Portals were open across Draenor, and the magical stress began tearing the world apart. As Draenor became a wasteland, an outland, you might say, the Sons of Lothar... I'm sorry, I'm editorializing again. The book actually says, as Draenor became a wasteland, an outland, the Sons of Lothar escaped through various portals to unknowable fates. Khadgar had remained on Outland until the Dark Portal opened again amidst the Legion's burning crusade. But in that time, he did not find many of his companions. Yes, they did, Mr. Red. For decades, the Alliance presumed the Sons of Lothar had perished in Outland. Statues to Illyria, Turelion, and the others, you're not even going to name them, had been created in the Stormwind's Valley of Heroes, but this had not been the case. Like Khadgar, some would survive the fall of Draenor and settle for a time within the Hellfire Peninsula, where they were later rescued. But Illyria and Turelion's portal had launched them into the Twisting Nether, from which they had been rescued by the Army of the Light. Led by Zira and its Light-forged forces, the refugees from hundreds of fallen worlds had come together to form the army and fight Sargeras. Please remember they just mentioned this one page earlier. On the planet Argus, once the homeworld of the Draenei, now the Legion's seat of power, also mentioned on the previous page, the Army of Light waged an endless war with the demonic forces. Zira and High Commander Lorthraxion, a light-infused Nothrazim, commanded these holy warriors in their eternal battle. Zira and Lorthraxion had chosen Turelion and Illyria to bolster their forces as they saw a unique destiny set before the two heroes. They would discover an emerald star, which could put a stop to the Legion. Knowing their actions there could save Azeroth where their son Arator lived, the heroes gladly lent sword and bow to their endeavor. Turelion swore fealty to the light and ascended into an immortal, light-forged body, but Illyria's parallel path would sharply diverge. On a raid of a Legion prison, Illyria fell victim to an attack during which she was infused with void energies. The power granted her visions, and she became determined to learn more about this strange force. But the void directly opposed the light, and Zira forbade her from exploring it further, even if it could grant their army an edge against the Legion. Sometime later, Illyria and Turelion were dispatched on a mission to Argus, but as they acted upon their objective, they were set upon by endless swarms of demons. Defeat seemed inevitable, but Illyria called upon the void, opening a portal for them to escape. Turelion's light-forged body was in agony as she pulled him through, their hands burning at each other as they emerged on the other side. Illyria told her beloved to return to Zira and Lothraxion. She had to know more about the void powers blossoming within her. She left through another portal as Tyrolean mournfully watched. Illyria's search would eventually land her in a Legion prison world alongside the Locust Walker, an ethereal who had mastered the powers of the void. The Locust Walker taught Illyria much about the relationship between light and void, including how to find and maintain sanity in its maddening emptiness. She learned that neither light nor void held every answer, and that her destiny and the destiny of all things lay somewhere at their crux. Illyria would ultimately cut her lessons with the Locust Walker short to return to her husband in the Army of Light, who needed her help repelling a Legion assault. Unfortunately, though Zira granted Illyria some leniency in exploring void magic, she was still deemed too great a risk to continue amongst their ranks, and was imprisoned. Time passed. I'm sorry, hold on. You can go ahead and study this stuff, but you can do it from prison. Did I catch that right? Time passed, and the Army of the Light continued the fight, and lose. As their situation grew more dire, Tyrolean recorded a plea for help within Light's heart and ejected it, hoping their message would make it to the people of Azeroth. By the time Light's heart safely arrived on Azeroth, a negative to story had passed for Illyria and Tyrolean in the Twisting Nether, yet only a few decades had elapsed on Azeroth. The Sons of Lothar and their exploits were still within the living memory of those in the Alliance. As soon as Khadgar heard the Lost Paladin's voice, he knew the message that Light's heart held was real. Let me ask you something. Why make Tyrolean and Illyria millennia old? Like, what's the change? What's the point of that? What does that do narratively? What does that accomplish? Keeping in mind, I talked about this during the lore run, even if it had just been the years from Warcraft 2 to the event of Legion, that's still like 36 years, or something like that. I forget the exact number, please forgive me. We'll just say 30 years to even it out. 30 years of constant war is insane. Like, that is a huge chunk of war. Especially total war, which is the state they're at against the Legion, right? 30 years of total war is plenty. There's no reason to make it 1,000 years for no reason. They don't even do anything with it. They all act as if it's been, like, just a couple of weeks since they left. It's ridiculous. Negative to story. That'll be for the game, not the book. Moving on. Time was running short for the heroes of Azeroth. Gul'dan would soon summon the souls of Sargeras into his chosen vessel. If the heroes had any hope... Where's my phone? Where's my phone? If the heroes had any hope of finding the lore runner's phone. Yeah, exactly. 1,000 years of fighting against the Legion in 30 years. Which I remind you, we've been fighting the Legion off and on for 30 years. And yet it's been 1,000 years for the Legion. Explain that discrepancy, please. Like, for real. There's an old type of sci-fi story you've probably heard of before. It's the idea that, time moves differently thanks to gravity on a different planet. So, they advance and they advance and they advance, and they eventually become more advanced than the people observing them. Voyager had an episode like that, but there's also a book based on that premise, and it's a fairly old concept. Hell, there's a movie that I just realized I shouldn't name because it'll give it away something. But there's a movie that came out which had the same freaking premise. You have that kind of time discrepancy, that kind of different perception of time or different elongation of time. What you have is someone who immediately gets past the other person, right? You can't tell me that after 1,000 years that the Legion and also the Army of Light are just at the exact same point as they were 1,000 years ago. I know stagnation is a theme in Warcraft, but Jesus Christ. What is this, Star Wars? Anyways. Please forgive me 1 second. I'm just going to take a throat break for a moment. That's true, Blade Travel. That's a valid point. Which at least makes a little bit more sense until you consider the thousands and thousands of years that are involved. We get into Argus soon? No, we're about to get to the Nighthold. Okay. I apologize for not talking. I've discovered over the years and years and years of doing this job that the best possible thing I can do when my throat hurts is to just not talk. Nothing helps better than that. Time was running short for the heroes of Azeroth. Gul'dan would soon summon the soul of Sargeras into his chosen vessel. If the heroes had any hope of thwarting Gul'dan's plan, Illidan's soul would have to be recovered and reunited with his body. Fortunately, Illidan's faction of demon hunters had located their master's soul. Gul'dan had struck a bargain with Helya to guard the soul in Helheim, which is actually over there. So I'm just gonna get a shot here. Though members of the Horde Alliance had ventured into Helheim before, finding Helya again would not be so easy. To get to Helya, the champions of the Alliance Horde sought entry to Helheim but made limited headway on their own. They discovered one method to gain entry, crossing the perilous Maw of Souls on the dread ship Naglfar, which ferried the souls of the damned to Helheim. Run-on sentence. After fighting their way through Stormheim and gaining access to the ship, they battled for control of the Naglfar and cleared their way to Helya herself. Though the champions engaged in and bested the ruler of Helheim, she escaped before the final blow could be dealt. Fortunately, Odin put out a call to any champion who would answer, challenging them to a trial of valor. If they could prove they were worthy of the task, Odin would grant them his blessing to enter Helheim and slay Helya. Okay. Despite the hero's earlier concerns, Odin and his Valorjar remained trapped within the Halls of Valor, bound by Helya's ancient curse. The price of their liberty was the Titanforged sorceress. Only with her death could the curse be lifted. Heroes from the Horde Alliance answered the call and narrowly bested Odin in combat. The Titanforged Keeper conceded the fight and granted the heroes passage to the domain of his enemy. The ruler of the underworld would not willingly give up such a powerful soul, but Azeroth's champions were prepared to see Odin's task through to claim their prize. In the depths of Helheim, Helya fell by the heroes' hand, relinquishing Illidan's soul, which the heroes captured within an Eldari soul prism. As she took her final breath, the hero sorceress cursed Odin's name, but there was no malice. There was only malice, not magic, in her words. The curse she'd placed on the Halls of Valor disappeared, and Odin and his Valorjar were freed of their lofty prison. I do like having boats thrown at me. It's a fun thing to have happen. With Illidan's soul in their possession, they now needed to ascertain the location of the demon hunter's body. Intelligence revealed that Gul'dan had retreated to the Nighthold, planning to use the powers of the Sunwell. And by the Sunwell, I mean the Nightwell, to achieve his ends. Elisande and her kingdom of Suramar had willingly gone over to his cause, surrounded by swarms of fell demons and... Ooh, I'm facing down. I don't want to be facing down. Go this way. Surrounded by films, demons, and loyal Nightborn, the Warlock in Illidan's body were well protected. Khadgar and his allies could not break through these defenses alone. They would need an army, one capable of taking back the entire city. Fortunately for the champions of Azeroth, not every Nightborn had quietly followed Grand Magistrix Elisande into the Legion's swollen ranks. Khadgar picked up the magically encrypted message from the former First Arcanist Thalyssra of Suramar, seeking help in taking back her city from the Legion. You see what I mean by these proper nouns? Khadgar dispatched heroes from the Horde and Alliance to investigate. There they soon found Thalyssra, who was assembling other exiled Nightborn into the Nightfall Rebellion, determined to liberate her city from the Legion control and depose the Grand Magistrix. The time was short, however. The Nightborn banished from Suramar would not last long in their current state. Deprived of magic from the Nightwell they had thrived on, they would soon waste away into terrifying mindless creatures known as the Withered. Thalyssra enlisted the Horde Alliance's help in solving this problem. Their combined efforts soon yielded a possible solution, an Arkandor seed found deep within the ruins of Shalaran and the Moonshade Sanctum. Thalyssra ordered the seed planted, and it soon grew into a full tree, and so did her rebellion. I like how they casually walk over a permanent solution to arcane addiction, by the way. Like, one of the biggest setting points for every elf or elf-adjacent creature in the entire setting, just kind of walked over in one sentence. Integral to Thalyssra's efforts was Chief Telemancer Oculeth, a master of portal magic who created an elaborate series of portals into and out of the city. Within his network, the Nightfallen slowly began to turn against Elisande. When the Grand Magistrix rationed Arkwine, a vital source of magical sustenance from the Nightwell, the rebellion used the network to steal and distribute it in secret, winning supporters to their cause. The Nightfallen and the champions from the Horde and Alliance secured an advisory seat on Elisande's inner council for Lilith Lunastray, a rebel sympathizer. The heroes also helped Arcanist Valtois obtain a map of Suramar's ley line from the Archway, a matrix of abandoned tunnels beneath the city. Throughout all these efforts, the Nightfallen ran targeted insurgent operations around the city, assassinating Elisande's generals and advisors, including Melandris, Thalyssra's betrayer, and attacking the demonic forces occupying the city. As time passed, the Arkandor tree reached full maturity thanks to the efforts of both the Nightfallen and the allies in the Horde Alliance. Yay! When fully grown, it bore a unique fruit, one very much welcomed by the rebels. Its fruit could reverse the withering and cure them of their dependence on the Nightwell's magic. With this development, Shalaran went from a crumbling ruin to a lively hub for both Nightfall and Rebellion and the growing number of refugees fleeing Suramar. None of these actions went unnoticed by the Grand Magistrix, however. In an act of cruelty and desperation, she deployed her demonic as well as Nightborn followers into the waning Crescent district of the city, a known hotbed for rebel activity. On her orders, they slaughtered nearly every citizen there. A sad few escaped the massacre. Matters only worsened as more citizens continued to disappear from Suramar. An investigation revealed the terrible lengths Elisande was willing to travel to achieve peace in her city. These vanished citizens' souls were being siphoned to power the Legion. The Nightborn of Suramar had seen enough. Open war bathed the once peaceful city's streets in violence. Yeah, it's gonna be fine, Magister. It's gonna be fine. Just wait until we go back to Silvermoon. I actually think they haven't forgotten that plot point, especially since Silvermoon is going to be in a future expansion. Looking to seize their chance, Khadgar called in all those willing within the Alliance and the Horde to aid the Nightfallen. Though many factions were fighting but the Legion elsewhere, the Elves of Azeroth heeded the call to help their fellows. Night Elves led by Tyrande Whisperwind, High Elves led by Varisa Windrunner, and Blood Elves led by Lady Liadrin assembled on the edge of Suramar to support the Nightfallen in the coming invasion. Though the Legion and Elisande's forces desperately attempted to thwart and undercut these efforts, they found little success. Instead, the Nightfallen leveraged their forces to repeatedly weaken and disrupt the city defenses until the moment came. The combined Elven force soon marched on Suramar, but the Grand Magistrix had intense powers of her own. She captured the assembled army in a time lock. A time lock enchantment. Desperate few rebels escaped, including Thalyssra, Liadrin, Tyrande, and Khadgar. Reassembling their much smaller number, the Nightfallen scoured their intelligence for a less direct access point into Elisande's seat of power. Their path came from Lilith Lunastray, who had discovered a breach in the Sanctum of Order. With help clearing the way and destroying the magical barrier that protected it, Thalyssra's rebels had at last penetrated the Nighthold. Their first priority, disrupt the magic powering Elisand's time spell and free their allied army. With the elven forces freed, the battle resumed in earnest outside, and with forces of the Horde attacking the Archway, which fed power to the city above, the Alliance attacking the Court of Stars, the noble district of the city. Just gonna scooch over here for a second so we can actually see the fortress over there. Another great raid, by the way. Legion had a lot of great raids. Dragonflight had some good raids. It did. But Legion had some great raids. Where was I? Having dispatched Elisand's most loyal captains and lieutenants. Not really, Mr. Red. Like, the Halls of Valor raid is probably the weakest raid in Legion, and it's still a good fight. Like, there's still good stuff going on in there. Gameplay and story-wise, actually, now that I think about it. Sort of lost my train of thought. Where was I? Having dispatched Elisand's most loyal captains and lieutenants, heroes closed in on the Night Spire, where the Grand Magistrix herself resided. That's the thing in the middle there. Get a better shot of that thing. There we go. Conquering their way through the palace, the heroes found themselves before a lone Elisand, still a fearsome and powerful foe without her court. For the hero's strength and cunning, however, she fell as every other follower had. With the Grand Magistrix's defeat, one battle yet remained. Gul'dan, who even now performed the ritual to put Illidan's body into the service of the Dark Titan. Khadgar personally led a force of both Horde and Alliance to the height of the Betrayer's Rise, high above the Nighthold, where they encountered Gul'dan. Unfortunately, the Archmage and his allies arrived just as Gul'dan locked himself inside the massive Eye of Aman'Thul, calling forth his demonic lieutenants to defend him while he completed his spell work. The spirit of Sargeras was already entering Illidan's body. After 10,000 years, the Dark Titan would have a new avatar on Azeroth. No. The last time he had an avatar was when he was in the Avatar of Sargeras. You know, which fought Aegwynn, which you yourself mentioned like a few pages ago. But the heroes would not be so easily beaten. Vanquishing Gul'dan's allies, the Warlock himself was forced to do battle and was subsequently defeated before the ritual could be completed. With Light's heart, Khadgar joined the heroes, reuniting Illidan's soul with his body. In an instant, the Demon Hunter was reborn, more powerful than ever before. His first act was to slay Gul'dan, in the same manner the Warlock felled King Varian, infusing him with raw fell magic until all that remained was ash and bone. In doing so, Illidan utterly destroyed the Warlock's body, crumbling Gul'dan's skull in his hand. Gul'dan's defeat marked a major turning point against the Legion. His efforts to return Sargeras to Azeroth had severely harmed the Legion, providing his enemies with a powerful new ally to their cause. His gambit had also lost the Legion the final pillar of creation. Khadgar teleported the final pillar, the Eye of Aman'Thul, back to safety in Dalaran. Along with the rest of the Nightfallen Rebellion, Thalyssra would lead Suramar into a new era, one without the influence of the Nightwell. The Eye of Aman'Thul had stabilized the magical font, but without its power the Nightwell would die. Though several Nightborn came forward with solutions to this matter, Thalyssra felt the font should fade, along with the Nightborn's troubled past. They would move forward free from their magical addiction, thanks to the Fruit of the Arkandor, and in lockstep with their fellows in Azeroth, whose defense they would now lend to their strength, and become one of the cooler allied races. Meanwhile, with Gul'dan's death, the champions of Azeroth were poised to retake the Broken Shore. Beside their new allies, they now possessed all of the Pillars of Creation, meaning they could at last close the portal to the twisting nether that had brought the bottomless might of the Burning Legion to their world. The Horde and Alliance, stronger and wiser for their last defeat, amassed around the tomb of Sargeras once again. In ancient times, this place had been a sacred temple of Elune, where Aegwynn, the most powerful guardian of Terrasfall, had battled and locked away the Avatar Sargeras. We just talked about this a few pages ago. This isn't even like in a previous book or in an earlier book, this isn't even I'm saying this wrong. It's not even like in an earlier chapter, in a different book, or in the game. This chapter explained what the Tomb of Sargeras was. Why are you repeating yourself so much? Hey, look, it's a mage tower. We should build it so we can do some challenges. Yeah, we'll just hang out here for a minute. This is a good spot. This is a good spot. Okay. In ancient times, this place had been a sacred temple of Elune, where Aegwynn, the most powerful guardian of Tirisfal, had battled and locked away the avatar of Sargeras. Gul'dan had torn down most of Aegwynn's wards, but one vault had yet remained sealed, the one containing the last avatar. Armed with the Pillars of Creation, Khadgar led the charge, seeking to clear the way for the full might of their forces. Illidan and a small contingent scouted ahead of the Cathedral of Eternal Night, the upper reaches of the tomb, armed with the Aegis of Agramar. There they defeated Mephistroth, a Legion dreadlord, and encountered an echo of Aegwynn, who instructed them to place the Aegis of Agramar there, where its energies could be just best channeled. Below them, Khadgar was making headway, his own champions delving deeper into the foundations of the temple, itself swarming with Naga minions of Queen Ashara, including Harjatan, a Naga brute, and his mistress Sazin, who were still intent on retrieving the Tidestone of Golganoth for their liege. Yes, Bokov, yes, that is absolutely correct. At this point, the Horde and Alliance barely had anything to do with anything, and were mostly fighting battles, not here, right? Like on the rest of the world where the Legion was invading. The battles here on the Broken Shores, on the new territory of the expansion, was all fought by us. The Orders, that is to say. So the player characters and all of the class NPCs that were a part of those order halls. So that's why, this is actually kind of cool, this spot here, which is called Legion Fall, you'll notice I've got a bunch of demons and all sorts of Illidari forces. I've got like the fell things going on. I've got Illidan just right there. This is because I am a demon hunter. Whichever class you are changes the appearance of this spot to be relative to your class, your order hall. The idea being that whichever order hall order hall you represent and control, they contributed their armies to all of these forces. They contributed their forces to then make these battles happen and these victories possible, because the Horde and Alliance are out. That's important. The Horde and Alliance are out, so naturally they're ready to start a massive global conflict, right? Yet another reason BFA is stupid. Excuse me. Once the Naga were cleared, the heroes placed the Tidestone in the Abyssal Throne. They continued on, defeating Kil'jaeden's demonic inquisition, placing the Hammer of Khaz'goroth in the Conclave of Torment. As they descended, the temple only became more twisted, once noble guardians perverted into fell monstrosities, an engine of soul siphoning and weaponizing the energy of the dead. Yet these too withered before the might of the heroes, and the tears of Elune were placed in the befouled sanctum. All that remained was the Eye of Aman'Thul. For this final pillar, Aegwynn bid the heroes down a secret path to bring peace to the corrupted Maiden of Vigilance, whom Aegwynn had long ago empowered to guard the tomb. With the Maiden's defeat, the heroes gained entrance to the chamber beyond, where lay the dead husk of Sargeras' last avatar. You did remember! Kil'jaeden empowered the avatar anew, albeit without the soul of Sargeras to make it truly unstoppable. Here, too, the Legion would not find victory, but Kil'jaeden, seeing his defeat at hand, left via portal. Following him into the Twisting Nether, a colossally important plot point, which completely changes the total story arc of the entire story. It's one of the biggest plot points in the entire game! Sorry. Following him into the Twisting Nether, the champions faced down further foes, until they confronted the fell Eredar himself. Atop his mighty dimensional vessel, empowered by Illidan's sightless gaze, the heroes of Azeroth defeated Kil'jaeden once and for all. But the Deceiver had one final trick to play. His vessel was set upon a crash course with Argus, once homeworld of the Eredar, now seat of power in the Burning Legion. We know what Argus is. You've explained it twice in this chapter. All would perish in the ensuing collision. Using the power of the Sargerite Keystone, an artifact the Illidari Wardens had reclaimed from Cordana Fellsong. Oh my god, we just skipped over killing Cordana. I just realized that. Illidan opened a massive rift in the fabric of the universe through which Azeroth could be seen. Khadgar quickly teleported the heroes to the relative safety of their world. For a moment it seemed as though the day had been saved, but the rift to Argus was not closing. In fact, it had only grown. Overhead, Argus hung in the sky, the two worlds now dangerously close, connected. The Demon Hunter, however, was pleased. He had long dreamed of a path to the Legion homeworld. Now it was right before him, an opportunity to end the Dark Titan's machinations once and for all. And I don't think we could see it here, but the echoes of that portal are still visible in most skies to this very day. Anyways. Yes, sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. Illidan had forced the matter. With Argus so close, Azeroth would need to strike the Legion there or wait invasion. No, that's not what it says. With Argus so close, Azeroth would need to strike at the Legion there or else await an invasion. Fortunately, Prophet Velen and his Draenei followers had been working to construct a new dimensional vessel, the Vindikar, after the Legion destroyed the Exodar. The Vindikar could carry Azeroth's most powerful heroes to Argus, where they would defeat the Fel forces. Also, it's a freaking spaceship that has a cannon on it. I'm never going to let that go. Moving on. Should be up there. Just poop. As Velen, Illidan, and their best fighters traveled to Argus. 1 second. Don't mind me. Nice shot, by the way, up there in the distance. Yeah, we've been to space, yo. In both games. As Velen, Illidan, and their best fighters traveled to Argus, the tensions between Velen and Illidan mounted. Velen was still reeling from the loss of so many Draenei in the attack in the Exodar, and the revelation that his son had been returned to him only to die by his allies' hands. His emotions were further in disarray with their return to Argus, once his own home, but had now belonged to the Legion for eons. Illidan only exacerbated Velen's frustrations, chiding the Prophet for running away from the fight on Argus millennia ago. But the Prophet held tight control of his anger. He had faith in the Light and the Prime Naro, Zira, whose army had promised to meet Azeroth's on Argus. High above the planet's surface, Zira made good on her promise. Her ship, the Zenidar, appeared overhead to bolster Azeroth's forces, but despite its many defeats, the Legion was prepared. With a blast of their super weapon, the Zenidar was critically damaged and crash-landed on Argus. Before the Legion could recharge their weapon and fire upon the Vindikar, Velen sent a vanguard to destroy it and rendezvous with Zira. The survival of the Draenei vessel was paramount for evacuating Azeroth's forces when the Legion was finished. Forces of Azeroth descended onto Argus, fighting their way to the siege weapon. To their horror, the massive weapon was merely attached to a much larger fell beast. It was clear Argus contained terrible machinations the champions of Azeroth could scarcely imagine. After destroying the weapon and the demon that wielded it, Illidan impressed upon the heroes the urgency of preparing their forces for the inevitable counterattack. Prophet Velen, however, had already identified potential allies, the Krokul, or the Broken Eridar, who had become twisted over millennia due to their exposure to Legion's fel magic. The heroes had freed these Krokul from bondage as they fought their way to the siege weapon. Though the Krokul had refused fel magic, their allegiance was still unknown. I know, right, Mr. Red? Velen and the champions pursued the Krokul, but they did not find easy allies they had hoped for. Chieftain Hatun and his followers resented Velen and his Draenei for abandoning Argus amid its fall. Fortunately, tensions were eased by the arrival of High Exarch Turelian, who confirmed the Krokul offered aid to the survivors of the Zenidar. The survivors were still holding their ground at the crash site, though they were in desperate need of reinforcements. The invasion of Argus was underway, but its success stood on a knife's edge. The champions of Azeroth worked with Turelian and Velen to rally the Krokul, eventually rejoining with Illyria Windrunner. The group returned to the Vindikar, reuniting with their son Eretor and Illyria's sister Verisa. Although their feeding was filled with emotion, they had to part ways soon after. The Army of the Light was still scattered after the crash of the Zenidar, and the wreckage still had to be secured. Illyria and Turelian once again embarked with the strike force. With help from Chieftain Hatun, they reached the Zenidar and assisted in thinning the Legion's numbers, securing resources for the Army of the Light and clearing a path inside the wreckage. Zira had been weakened in sending her heart to Azeroth, but she had survived the crash. Goody. The heroes rescued her from the wreckage, sending her to the safety of the Vindikar. Restoring her heart, Zira reformed in a burst of light, regaining her full power. She summoned Illidan forward, sensing the fulfillment of the prophecy at hand. Illidan and Zira both sought the end of the Legion, but Illidan would need to give up his form and be born anew in the light to stop them. Illidan was uninterested in her proposition. He had shattered his body for power once before, and he would not be so easily tempted again. But Zira had seen so many die, so many worlds born, lost so much over millennia, all to get to this moment. If Illidan was prophesied to destroy the Legion, Zero would see his promised future no matter the cost. She reached out with the light and bound the demon hunter within it, forcing him to undergo the transformation. In desperation, Illidan let fly a burst of fell magic and shattered the Prime Naru. Zero lay dead before the heroes who had spent millennia following her. Furious, Turelion unsheathed his blade to strike down the betrayer, but the demon hunter stayed his strike. Azeroth's salvation lay not in Illidan, but its champions. There would be no chosen one. Azeroth's denizens would band together and live, or die, fighting each other. Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention, like, at least they mentioned the best cutscene in the game, and one of the more significant ones, too. Although Anduin Wrynn, where's this coming from, had agreed to accept his father's mantle, the young king continued to struggle with the burden of leadership. Word of his father's death had reached him not by Alliance courier, but by Legion assassin, one the prince dispatched with ease. Reading his father's final message, however, Anduin couldn't help but wonder if he was fit to bear his crown. Listless and unsure of himself, he left his advisors in charge of Stormwind and journeyed to the Broken Shore to visit the place where his father had made his final stand. The young king hoped he could achieve some measure of closure. As he explored the Broken Shore, Anduin stumbled upon Charlemagne, the legendary twin blades his father had wielded, amid the ashes where his father had breathed his last. As Anduin touched the blade, the light granted him a vision of his father standing in the Valley of Heroes. There Anduin asked his father for guidance. As he emerged from his vision, the light within Charlemagne reignited. Reconnected with his purpose and his father's legacy, Anduin returned to Stormwind City determined to end the war. Many had known him as a man of peace, always seeking to know varied perspectives, even those of his foes. The Legion saw Anduin as a naive leader, a weakness to be exploited, but they did not know that Anduin embodied one of Azeroth's greatest strengths. Anduin's light shone on all who knew him. He could see past differences and unite disparate people against common foe. He saw peace and the betterment of all Azeroth as a common goal to achieve, but was unafraid to fight for these ideals if called upon to do so. Anduin had much to learn about leadership and command. He was a different type of leader than his father, but one whom the Alliance came to rely on, particularly as they sought to survive the deadly conflicts to come. Heroes of the Horde and Alliance were soon summoned by an unlikely source, Magni Bronzebeard, speaker of the Azeroth. He too had traveled to Argus, and there he heard the voice of Argus's world soul calling out to him as Azeroth's had. The nascent Titan had granted him a vision of Sargeras in his stronghold at the heart of the planet, speaking with Agramar, once a powerful Titan, now corrupted to dark purpose. Beyond the terrible word that Agramar served the Legion, Illyria and Turelion saw helpful information. If Argus possessed a world soul, it had power beyond measure. It became clear that Antorus, the Burning Throne, was more than a fortress, it was also a massive engine, harvesting the power of the world soul to expedite the endless reincarnation of the demons of the Burning Legion. If Antorus was destroyed, the Burning Legion's infinite army would become much more finite. Are you gonna let me teleport, game? There you go. Tensions persisted between Illidan and Turelion. They did. Let's get a nice shot of Antorus over there. God, look at this place. Anyways, him. But preparations for the coming assault left little time for anything else. Champions of Azeroth worked to thin the Legion's numbers, obtain valuable resources for the Army of Light's weapons and light-forged warframes, and secure territory near the point of the assault. In their pursuit, they crossed paths with Agramar and were only narrowly saved by Turelion, who teleported the champions back to the Vindicar. Magni's vision was true. The Burning Throne was well protected, by power beyond the Allied forces' imagining. It became clear that the defenders of Azeroth and the Army of the Light were woefully unprepared to enter Antorus. They'd come too far to fail at this crucial hour. Besieging Antorus could not work with their current forces, but Velen knew of a power that could penetrate the Burning Throne's fortification, whatever shape they took. In the days when the uncorrupted Eredar still ruled Argus, the trio of Velen, Kil'jaeden, and Archimonde each held a piece of a magical crown. This crown was known as the Crown of the Triumvirate, and while individual pieces held little power, they held immense strength when brought together. Velen carried his piece, the Eye of Prophecy, with him always, but the other two pieces, the Vigil of Awakening and the Crest of Knowledge, he could not say. A strike force of heroes departed with Velen to the floating city of Eredath, once the Jewel of Argus, to track them down, and it's, like, visible in the... I'm not going to teleport, I don't care. After securing the ruins of the city, just glossing over that, the champions underwent trials at Eridath's Conservation of Magic to obtain the Sigil of Awakening. Once in hand, however, Legion forces were alerted to the hero presence, making the search for the Crest of Knowledge more difficult. The Legion's forces were led by Talgath, the Eridar who had long ago betrayed Velen's trust, taking his mate and son hostage during the fall of Argus. With the help of the champions, Velen laid low the fell Eridar and learned the Crest of Knowledge had been discarded in the Seat of Triumvirate, along with the remains of Laura, a Naru who had helped Velen and the Draenei escape Argus. In its darkened state, Laura had become a beacon of void energy, calling powerful dark forces to it. Before Velen could venture farther into the seat, he was stayed by Illyria. Illyria had been touched by the void. Really? Making her uniquely suited to understanding the threat Laura posed and combating it. With help from the heroes of Azeroth, Illyria ventured to the Dark Temple, even encountering the Locust Walker, who had also been drawn to the void energy Laura was emitting. After defeating others who had come to claim Laura's power, the champion subdued the Dark Naru long enough for Illyria to defeat it. In the process, however, she consumed Laura's void energy, herself entering a void state. Following the battle, she left with the Locust Walker, who helped her gain control of her new form. Back at the Vindicar, the crown of Triumvirate was whole again. Grand Artificer Romul used the crown to enhance the main cannon of the Vindicar. The resulting blast tore an opening into the once impenetrable Antorus, an opening the Army of Light and Defenders of Azeroth would eagerly exploit. I know, spoke off. You notice I keep stuttering as I'm reading this. The sentence structure, the word choice, it's just off. From Light's Breach, the Legion poured forth its many horrors. Fell Machinations, Sargeras' Fellhounds, and the twisted former war council of the Eridar, now the master tacticians of the Legion. All crashed against the allied armies of Azeroth and the Light. As champions delved deeper into the world, the full extent of Sargeras' plans were laid bare. Though the Titans had long ago fallen before Sargeras, their essences had survived and escaped his capture. But this was not enough to satisfy the Dark Titan. He hunted down and captured each until only... Hunted down? No, we released that back in Wrath. He hunted down and captured each until only Aenar the Lifebinder evaded him. Champions defeated the Legion's Portal Keeper, and in doing so discovered a portal to Elunaria, the secret refuge of Aenar, and nothing to do with Elune at all. There they defended the Titan from waves of Legion forces intent on capturing her power. After their defeat, the Lifebinder urged the heroes forward. Even from Elunaria, she could hear the tormented cries of the Pantheon back on Argus within the Dark Titan's stronghold. Agramar had been the first to break, but if the champions did not succeed, Sargeras would corrupt the entire Pantheon. The heroes continued onward, encountering a Legion dreadlord they'd not seen since the dark years of the Lich King, Varamothras. He'd been broken by the Coven of Shivara, the same fell force entrusted with the task of warping the fallen Titans into Sargeras' Dark Pantheon. With the defeat of the Coven, Magni stayed behind to comfort the Pantheon, now free but dazed from eons of torture. No. Actually wrong. I'm sorry. No. They were freed in Wrath, which is a few years before this. Now that's a long time, but a few years does not equate eons. He urged the champions to continue forward, where the final Titan, Agramar, still stood under the sway of Sargeras. At the seat of the Pantheon, the very cradle of creation, the heroes engaged Agramar in battle. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Are you leaving forever?
Yes.
Oh, no.
But before I leave forever, I must do something very important.
No, not my bed. No! Okay. See you around. Wait, do I get a hug? I get a hug?
You get another hug. Here's another hug.
Have fun, kiddo.
Have fun.
I'll try to find interesting videos to share with you when you come back.
Work.
I am working.
Work more.
It's not physically possible for me to work more.
Yes, it is. You start doing it's mainly hard math problems while you're.
She said you can't hear her. She's saying I need to be doing math problems while I'm streaming. Okay. In Wrath. Okay. The Titans were killed bagrillions of years ago, right? Like a really, really long time ago. As a consequence, their souls fled. Or rather, nope, that's wrong. Sorry, let me be very clear. Norgadon, I want to say, specifically cast a spell to save their souls as they were being killed by Sargeras, right? That specifically sent them into host bodies that would be capable of holding them. That's the Keepers on Azeroth. And so they stayed there in the Keepers, in Wrath, right? The bosses in Ulduar in Wrath. I can't remember all their names, but you know the ones. So that's where the Titan souls have been hiding. Then we come through during Wrath, begrillions of years later, do the Ulduar raid, beat the crap out of the Keepers, free them from the old god corruption of Yogg-Saron, and in so doing, kick those souls right out of them. Those souls get kicked out, and then Sargeras grabs them. And that's when he got a hold of them and started torturing them to try and twist them into his will. Make sense? So, I'm not trying to diminish this. That's a great story beat. And it's horrifying what they had to go through. But that's not eons. Moving on. It's also one of the most interesting plot points in the whole thing. But I like how one of my favorite plot points, and I do mean plot points, not character beats, not thematic beats, not world beats, plot points in the entire game, in the entire franchise, isn't even mentioned here. At the seat of the Pantheon, the very cradle of creation, the heroes engaged Agramar in battle. Once the avenger of the Pantheon, Agramar had been changed into a titan of destruction. Wielding his burning blade, Taishlock, which I actually have, he stood guard over the tormented world soul of Argus. Backed by Illidan, Velen, Turellian, and Illyria, the champions of the Horde and Alliance fought valiantly, ultimately subduing the Titan long enough for his essence to be freed of the avatar to which he had been bound. With Agramar stepping aside, the path to Argus was clear. Clearly, Laneruth. The Pantheon took their place as Frisco-born, channeling their diminished energy into the tormented world soul in an attempt to sever Argus's link to Sargeras. But the heroes were too late. For in this moment, Sargeras reached out, ordering the world soul of Argus itself to rise in accordance with his dark will. Argus rejected the Pantheon's interference, knocking the Titans back and forming as Argus the Unmaker. Though the Titans did not have the strength to fight him alone, the champions of Azeroth eagerly joined the fray. By the way, this is the strongest thing we've ever fought in this franchise. To date. I don't give a crap what they say about the Jailer. Argus is the biggest bad we have ever fought in any fight, in anything, in lore. I know that there's some debate as the specific order of like the top 5. You know, I myself posit that Lei Shen is really high up there. You know, we've got Lei Shen, we've got Archimonde, we've got Kil'jaeden. But Argus is the top. And funnily enough, yeah, we didn't even survive that fight. We died, canonically, in lore, fighting Argus. Just think about that for a second. That's a good question, Spokeoff, especially considering, you know, this. Yeah, the Lich King, the second Lich King, way up there. Very high tier. Anyways. Where the hell was I? Though the Titans did not have strength to fight him alone, the champions of Azeroth eagerly joined the fray. Bolstered by the cosmic strengths of the Pantheon, the heroes still entered an uneven battle against a powerful and chaotic foe. Argus's power was unlike anything the champions had faced before. Yeah, its massive scythe, which I also have, by the way, and fell ability is difficult to counter, but in the end, the heroes freed Argus of the torment Sargeras had inflicted on it for eons. Now that's eons, I'll give you that one. With the Legion's war engine deactivated, the Pantheon bade all return to Azeroth. For the first time in thousands of years, Sargeras was vulnerable, and the Titans would seize this chance to bring their wayward brother to justice. Illidan bade Velen farewell. The Demon Hunter was determined to stay behind and ensure the Dark Titan did not leave his prison. With this, the champions of Azeroth and the Army of Light returned to the Vindicar. Argus was a broken world, but had not perished with its nascent Titan's birth. The Crowquill had vowed to hunt down the Legion forces that remained there. Their hope was to ultimately fix what the Legion had set awry millennia ago. With this, the Vindicar departed for Azeroth, and the rift overhead, joining the worlds, began to close. Sensing the interference of the Pantheon, Sargeras poised above Azeroth, ready to strike. He summoned a massive sword and drove it into the world just as the Pantheon harnessed the last of Argus's power. With arcane energy, the Titans reached out and retrieved Sargeras, binding him to the seat of the Pantheon where they might contain his destruction for all time. Remember that shirt? What sword? The Legion threatened Azeroth no longer, but there was little cause to celebrate. Azeroth had been gravely wounded, and none knew what this might mean. 3 expansions of ignoring it, that's what it means. Magni Bronzebeard heard the world soul's cries and traveled far and wide seeking guidance, but none could give it to him. The sword alone had dealt its damage, but the sword was also imbued with fell energies. This corruption was slowly poisoning the nascent titan within. After seeking guidance from Khadgar, however, the Speaker and Archmage formed a plan. Leaders from the Alliance and Horde sent word to the same champions who had traveled to Argus, a number that included the heads of every Order Hall of Azeroth. Magni met the heroes at Silithus, the site of the wound. The Speaker told them of a source of great power was needed to drain the sword of its corruption and contain the fell power. Fortunately, every Order Hall had empowered its champions with legendary artifacts following the battle for the Broken Shore. Second reference to such a major plot point. Second of two, it looks like, too. Weapons that could be used to harbor this energy. From the Doomhammer to Ashbringer, the Scythe of Elune to the Twin Blades of the Deceiver, champions raised these weapons, drawing out the poison from the corrupted sword. These weapons now crackled with fell energy, and the sword's fell light dimmed. There was still work to be done at the wound, but the champions had blunted the worst of its effects. What would come next? Only time would tell. That's the end of Legion. Correct, but remember, Ra had the crap beaten out of him a while ago. They actually, Sargeras actually got a hold of Ra first, or rather, Aman'Thul first, because that was back when Lei Shen managed to do that. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. Ra, the power of Ra contained the soul of Aman'Thul, which went into Lei Shen, and then we killed Lei Shen, and that's when it was freed. My bad. Because we actually did that in Pandaria. Excuse me. And yes, this is my Demon Hunter. You may feel free to be amused by my appearance as much as I am. Legion wasn't... Oh, of course I'm behind. Of course I am. Of course I am. Here. I mean, nobody cares, right? Where's the game? There it is. I dislike the new changes to OBS. They make it harder to edit things. Which is just so typical, isn't it? So yeah, Legion wasn't as bad as Pandaria. So that's cool. I also have to mention that, like, this whole book is just exhausting to read. My goodness. What's really funny, we have just covered Pandaria, right? Okay, so Pandaria, Warlords, Legion. All we have left is BFA and Shadowlands. And yet we're barely over halfway through the book. Look at that. Just barely over halfway through the book. How much time is going to be devoted to the cluster that is BFA and Shadowlands? I'm going to go break for lunch. I'll see you in a bit.